Welcome, Ass Munch. Hope you're doing well. I'm working on a project, my friend. I hope you're having a good day.
Hope you're having a good day too, babe.
Thanks, big dog.
What are you working on?
Robots that I'm making for Twitch, and I just have to program them.
Do you know what diaper snipers are?
What's a diaper sniper?
Well, you don't know what a diaper sniper is?
Nope.
Oh, so a diaper sniper is kind of like a kitty diddler.
Okay, yeah, that's disgusting.
I just wanted to give you that fun fact about diaper snipers.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just like to spread awareness.
Thank you for broadening my lexicon.
Yes, sir. Glad to help. Hi, Caspian. Hope you're well, bud.
How are things in your neck of the woods? Everything good?
Yeah, we're all good here. Just living life in Northern California, you know.
We're dog.
What about you? You have good holidays? Good Christmas?
Well, I don't celebrate Christmas, but tonight's the last night of Hanukkah. It has been thus far pretty good. I'm doing my best to kind of catch up on sleep. It's been I've been up pretty late recently, and yeah, overall,
Get your family any cool gifts for
uh,
Hanukkah?
my family sends me a card, and yeah, they're very nice.
Did you send them anything for Hanukkah?
No, I don't know. You don't normally. I don't normally do that. They know that
Why not?
I'm very poor because I'm not employed, so I don't have the ability to just buy them things. When I was employed, I certainly did, but as of right now, um, I don't have the money to buy gifts for them.
Yeah. I feel that. How do you pay your rent and stuff, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure. Well, I had savings, and I sold my car, and then like this summer, I worked on a couple projects for some cryptocurrencies, and they paid very well. So I made thousands of dollars doing that. And if I have to, like probably this spring, I'll have to do another project or two um, to make enough money. And my rent's about $1,000 a month. So, well, it is $1,000 a month. And then, I've got food costs and stuff, but I do my best to keep my um, any kind of bills down. So, like, I don't have Netflix, and I don't do Hulu, and I don't need car insurance anymore. And so, overall, each month, my costs are about between like $1,300 and $1,500, and
Mm-hmm.
so I just have to plan that out. And usually, I can do a project for anywhere between a few $1,000s to up to like $120,000, and
Yeah.
that just allows me to live. And I um, I've considered working full time again, just because it wears on you just not being able to, afford a car and all the other things that I like to do. But it this takes up a lot of my life. The live streaming and the programming of the bots and entertaining people, not necessarily entertaining people coming in, talking to them about my project. Um, so I haven't had to be put in that position, but I consider it. I consider going back into the workforce, at least like working remotely. Um, but
Yeah.
as of right now, I at least have a few more months that I can do this. I have a few months of savings, and
Yeah.
I buy a little bit of cannabis every now and then, and just gets me by. And I don't have, fortunately, like any major medical issues. I don't need any. Um, I don't need any like medicines, and I don't have any major doctor bills, so that's good. When it comes to my glasses, like that's a little bit of a cost that I have to do every year. Um, and trying to think of like what my other major bills are. Um, that's about it. I mean, like I filed my taxes, and oh, not this year, but like last year, and like I didn't make a whole lot of money, so I didn't have to necessarily pay anything in taxes. But yeah, generally I'm able to work projects, and sometimes people in cryptocurrencies ask me to do projects for them. Nothing major, but um, a few $100 here or there doesn't hurt.
But yeah,
Absolutely.
hell yeah.
I, I like this thing too. That's my rating.
And she would say, Mr. Howard, I'm not a doctor, and I can't tell you what's wrong with me. The only thing that I can tell you is from the time I open my eyes until I go to bed, I hurt from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet, and I can hardly make myself get up out of bed. This person's medical treatment, by the time they got to me, had consisted of the application of high-powered narcotic medications in response to their complaints, along with habituated psychotropic medications, Oxycontin, Xanax, Xanaflex, the whole 9 yards. If they were not physiologically disabled by their accident, they had been physiologically disabled by the pharmacology that had been thrown at them. I took this person's deposition hundreds of times, and one day driving down the road, it dawned on me that whether these ladies had physical symptoms which were identifiable or not, they were truly, genuinely experiencing profound pain, which had caused significant debility. That pain was not physical, it was emotional, and it was spiritual. These ladies had worked lifetimes looking at a dead end, and at the time that they had their work accident, it was the straw that broke the camel's back for any hope they had of a future defined by dignity and autonomy. And their hope had been broken, and that broken hope came through as profound physical pain that was rooted within their spirit. By virtue of my connection to an expert who I had utilized in my workers' compensation cases, in December of 2016,
This guy's very
I
well
received a call
spoken.
from a member of the then administration of Governor Rabbi, and they were looking for an individual who could come in and look at the state's Social Security disability system. That's a federal program that exists to help individuals who are disabled as a result of either physical or mental maladies. And while it's a federal program, it is administered by the individual states. I was asked, what do you know about Social Security disability? And I said, well, not much. I know it and workers' compensation go hand in hand. And I know that Kentucky, for as long as anyone can remember, has a significant portion of its adult population receiving that benefit. We've been second only to West Virginia for at least 30 years. And they said, well, we're looking for someone who can come in and evaluate the system, understand how it works, and understand why Kentucky has so many people receiving it. Is this a job that you think that you can do? And I said, I don't know, but I'll sure give it my best try, and it's an honor to be considered. I'll take it. So in February of 17, I went in and began to lead Kentucky's Social Security disability system. My first job was to understand why things were the way they were. I assembled a team of high-caliber intellects who
Come on,
had
you little bitch.
decades of policy experience with the Social Security disability program. And I wrote down 19 different statistical metrics that I wish for us to evaluate around
Come on, dude.
the Social Security disability program, as well as different socioeconomic factors which were unique to Kentucky. And in October of 2017, we issued what was the very first of its kind retrospective study of the evolution of the Social Security disability program in Kentucky, covering the years 1980 through 2015. And here were some of the statistics that were the highlights of that report. Between 1980 and 2015, Kentucky's population grew 20%. Enrollment in the Social Security disability program grew 249%. Childhood enrollment. Now, these are children who are under the age of 18. Most of them come from highly impoverished backgrounds, where there's very little opportunity to have what we consider to be conventional health and childhood. Childhood enrollment grew 449% over those 35 years. We paired the enrollment statistics with the state's Medicaid database, which tracked the issuance of every single piece of habituation.
You had a lot of potential.
SSI Medicaid population. Between 2001 and 2015, the issuance of prescription opioids to adults within the Social Security disability system grew 210%, from 47 doses per adult to 147 doses per adult. issuance of habituating psychotropic medications to children, whether it was amphetamine, whether it was an antidepressant, anything that can create physiological dependence, grew 168%, from 275 doses per child to 457 doses per SSI Medicaid child. My first month on the job, we had the Social Security Administration's federal liaison to the state of Kentucky come in for what was called the home agency visit. This was a semi-annual review of the state's Social Security Disability Program and the way in which it was meeting federal performance standards. I wish that I had had a report of this meeting that had occurred, because this person gave me a gift of truth right off the bat. I assembled the management team.
Come on, baby.
I was sitting at the end of the table, and this person began by saying, folks, claims are down, and that's bad, because claims equal budget. I came to learn that the Social Security Disability Program was not necessarily run primarily for the benefit of the Social Security Disability recipients. It was run for the perpetual expansion of the SSA's own bureaucracy, and that while Social Security Disability benefits represented 16% of benefit payments within the system, it consumed 45% of the agency's budget. In order to get more money, you must have more recipients, despite the nature of those outcomes. I came to also run the state's child support enforcement system. Within that role, it was perceived that the state was not delivering child support payments to children. It is the largest single anti-poverty program, not just in Kentucky, but in the country. Direct payment transfers from an obligated parent to the custodial parent. It was believed that there were a number of deadbeat dads who were just not paying the bill. And what I came to find out was that those officials who were responsible for running the program, and in Kentucky that was 120 individually elected county attorneys, in fact had some systemic issues. There were a cohort of county attorneys who were running that program perfectly. There was another cohort who were running it with some degree of success, but not necessarily at top performance. And then there was another group that were running their operations poorly. I discovered that within the cohort of 117 elected officials, 40 of them owned their own property, which they then turned around and charged the child support program rent. Essentially, federal and state tax dollars from rent payments were going to allow for the acquisition of private real estate equity interest by elected officials at the county level, something that was immediately when I came into that job. Governor Bevan lost his race for re-election in 2019, and because of some of the measures that were taken to bring accountability, transparency, and performance expectations to that child support program.
Come on, baby.
I was terminated
Work
from my
it.
job on hour one of day one of the administration of newly elected Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. I was picked up by a gentleman who is my dear friend by the name of Daniel Cameron, who had been elected Attorney General in 2019. He asked that I run his Office of Medicaid Fraud and Abuse Control, a law enforcement office which investigates and prosecutes medical providers for being engaged in fraud against the state's Medicaid system. This coincided with the onset of COVID. I brought in a deputy by the name of Matt Kleiner, who was a Medicaid policy expert, and over the course of 2 years, despite the shutdown of the state's court system, we doubled the number of criminal indictments and convictions of medical providers on that system. A significant portion of that caseload was comprised of providers of opioid maintenance treatments who were using their clinics, which were intended to help those who were struggling with opioid addiction, as glorified drug dealing operations, which fomented the diversion of Suboxone in every little town and county in Kentucky. And it was an eye-opening experience to recognize the predators within this universe of operation that is supposed to be restorative and helpful to people in recovery. Because of the way in which I believe I had developed a reputation as a no-nonsense, get-it-done public servant, the Deputy Attorney General at the time, his name was Barry Dove, and running the state's opioid commission. The Kentucky legislature had set up a framework to administer what is now $1 billion in settlements
Come on, baby. I got a good feeling about Zen.edu.
for their role in the creation and perpetuation of the opioid epidemic. While the people at home are wonderful and beautiful,
There's no way Baycott in no way.
Because of how
Not in a
terrible
million fucking years is he saying
Kentucky
no.
state government has functioned since the end of the Civil War.
Come on.
Kentucky in many categories is
You
first.
reach your limit.
That wish to be last, and last for folks who wish to be first. It has one of the highest rates of childhood poverty in the country, one of the highest rates of child abuse in the country, one of the highest rates of parental incarceration in the country, one of the highest rates of child sexual abuse in the country. All of the tender and material that is necessary to create the devastation associated with the opioid epidemic. Kentucky was like a drought-stricken forest, and Oxycontin's lightning bolt that set it on fire in 1996. Like Louisiana, there has been a history of systemic political corruption, which has impaired the ability to produce progress for our people. So when I was asked if I had an interest in doing that job, I said, well, this is a very
Come on, you little bitch.
because with this amount of money coming in, there's going to be a lot of buzzards gathered around the wagon who are ready to pick the bones clean. If y'all will let me set up this commission and run it in a way that is
Come on, you
accessible,
bitch.
accountable, and transparent to the people of Kentucky, I would be privileged to have the opportunity to do it. Mr. Dunn looked at me and said, we wouldn't have it any other way. I had to go through an interview process. And through that process, the question was asked, what do we need to do with that money? And I said, well, let's recognize that while $842 million is a tremendous amount of money to the average ear, it's going to be paid in this state over 15 years. At its height, Purdue Pharma was making $100 million a month off the sales of Oxycontin. This settlement represents roughly 8.5 months
Baycott.in.
sales that we will be getting over 15 years. These are homes off the tables of gluttons, and we have got to make sure that this one-time, non-recurring revenue stream is utilized for its maximum best impact to pull this state out of this travesty. And I said, one thing that I've got to do.
Living the dream, Caspian. See, we've gotten a lot of people in here today, and that's good. I don't know what has caused it. It could be from Discord, though, or not Discord. Kick or not Kick. Fucking, I apologies. Twitch. I'm not sure. I think two of them did come from there, but I wasn't able to confirm that. I just know that they saw a podcast that I was on, and we had my friend Apollo came in here. He's the guy who came and visited me, and he's the one person who's been in my house. And then we had Ass Munch has been in here, and we are we had some other people in here just randomly. So that's good. I am excited to get this Discord bot or this Twitch bot going. Like I got it working really, really well once I log in, but I've run into some issues. Twitch is really good at blocking temporary email addresses. They're excellent at it. And that causes me all kinds of issues. So I'm trying to find a really good temp service that basically works every single time. And if I'm not able to find it, that's okay, because when the Twitch bot works, it's so good. And here's why it's so good. Kick does not allow you to post links, but Twitch does. So I can go in there and just show people like, hey, this one link goes to my YouTube, this one link goes to my Instagram, this one link goes to Discord, this one, like I can just put a bunch of links in there. And it, when you see it, you'll be like, oh, this is a game changer. It really is. Like before, I'd have to type out the word like discord.me// like nobody really wants to do that. But if you can just click it, it's game over. And so that's extremely exciting for me. So I just have to make sure that I get it to consistently work, and then we're made in the shade, as they say. Hopefully. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Interesting. I've had a weird day too. I had a doctor's appointment, and it's possible that the real Jeff Goldblum texts me on fucking Twitter, but I don't know.
Okay, what did you say to him?
Well, nothing. I reached out to me just randomly about a couple hours ago. Said, "Hello, my beloved Earthling."
Does it have a check next?
Sure.
Does it have a check next to it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Here.
So,
Let me. What's the
yeah,
name?
so
What's the name?
Real Jeff Goldblum. Real Jeff Goldblum. Here, I mean, I'll send it to you. It looks like it's real.
No, don't send it to me. Don't send it to me.
Okay.
I don't want to let it skew my
Makes sense.
results. No, he's real J Goldblum. Wait, hold on. Maybe not. Is it the real J Goldblum guy? I mean, Jeff Goldblum, if he was on Twitter, would have more than 11,000 followers. He'd have millions of followers.
That's what I thought too.
So let's just see in comparison what Jeff Goldblum's Instagram looks like. He's got 2.7 million followers on Instagram. He's going to have more than 11,000. 2.7 million versus 11,000 on Twitter. He just doesn't use Twitter and somebody's impersonating him.
That's what I figured. It was just really weird because it's like, first of all, this person doesn't even follow me. So,
I hate to burst your bubble, but better that you know now. I mean, look, if it's him, that's fine. My first question is, dog, why do you have 2.7 million followers on one platform and probably an easier platform? It's been established more longer is Twitter. You should have way more on there. What's a better odds are that he just doesn't have a Twitter and somebody's impersonating him. Plus, like, I don't know, the way he, like, what's going on, Earthling? Like, huh? Dog, I mean,
I know.
Like,
Who knows?
exactly.
It's like,
It's an impersonator.
there's no way. A breakthrough therapeutic that can deliver materially better outcomes than what we are getting with our existing system. Our existing system is unacceptably mediocre, and it is necessary.
Do you know anything about Ibogaine?
Yes, I do. I brought it up the other day, I think. Ibogaine is something they use to help people kick opiates.
Right. So this is the newest Joe Rogan. We've got a few of them to watch. He's got former Governor Rick Perry from Texas, and this other guy from Kentucky. This guy's, I think, a lawyer. Uh, he's from Kentucky. He's very well spoken, and they're basically like, this is a miracle drug. Like all these veterans are on it, and it gets them off of opiates, and it's basically that the fight between trying to get people drugs that work for them, like ibogaine, and them being Schedule Ones, and trying to get them off of Xanax and fentanyl and opiates, and so it's pretty interesting. Um, I am. Let's see if this works. So I'm telling you, when once I get an account to log in, it's not hard for me to get an account to log in, but it's hard for me to get an account to log in without doing anything, meaning just allowing it to take its course. A lot of times I have to like get the right 6-digit code or whatever, or like actually it's more like Twitch does not accept the email address I'm giving it, so it kind of has to be micromanaged, and I don't want to have to do that. So I'm working on that. But man, when this thing spams, it's as good. It's better than my Kick one, and the reason it's way better than my Kick one because all the links are hyperlinked, or just about all of them. And if anything, you can just copy it and paste it into a browser. Like there's no doing that on Kick, and you can use up to 500 characters. So I write like a huge thing. Um, I talk about anti-gravity and alien disclosure and just things to get people's attention. Nothing too in depth, but um, so when it's all ready, I will show you. I've shown some people when it's working, and it's pretty impressive. But that's what I'm doing. So I'm going to focus on that, and you do you. But if you need me, I'm here. And it uh
Absolutely.
when it works out, I'll let you know.
We're going to change generation dynamics to improve upon what we have. We've got to look at Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity to pioneer a therapeutic breakthrough for opioid addiction. And I said, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to get to looking. In 2018, I came into knowledge of the psilocybin mushroom and the way in which it has profound impacts on treatment-resistant anxiety and depression. In the case of me, in particular, with my family's history, alcoholism, and I followed developments around its research applications over the next several years. I came into contact with an author who goes by the pen name of Juliana Christina, who wrote beautifully about her own experiences with the psilocybin mushroom, which helped her overcome a lifetime of fidelity, anger, anxiety, depression, and a near fatal eating disorder. On July the 29th, 2022, I reached out to her and I said, hey, this is in my hand. I've been given this child. What can you tell me about the universe of psychedelics and whether there is anything that shows special application and impact for opioid dependency? She said, have you ever heard of Ibogaine? I said, I haven't. She said, I'm going to put you in touch with a woman by the name of Juliana. You tell her that I sent you and ask her to tell you her story. So I reached out to Juliana, told her who I was, and I said, tell her story. Juliana proceeded to tell me about her life with addiction as a young American woman. She herself had been a heroin addict. She had been incarcerated. She had been homeless. And at one point in time, she moved to Columbia to teach English as a second language. And while there, she discovered that Columbia has open pharmacies that are unregulated. She said that she was able to go into a pharmacy in Columbia and get as much of what she wanted whenever she wanted. And she did. And she said one morning she looked in the mirror and she said, I knew that I was going to die. This was it. And I was desperate to give myself a chance to live. And she said, I had taken every form of treatment that was known. I did abstinence. I did Suboxone. She said, what they didn't tell me about Suboxone was if you try to take yourself off of it, Suboxone withdrawal made my heroin withdrawal look like a cakewalk. It was one of the most horrific experiences I ever had in my life. She said, I found about this Ibogaine called alcohol, but this alkaloid called Ibogaine. through online internet research. And she
No
said, what I
fucking
didn't
way.
know was that there are a number of operations that operate in the underground that don't necessarily adhere to the necessary safety practices to ensure that this treatment can both be safe and effective. She said, I made my way to Guatemala. I was in the hands of a practitioner who didn't know what they were doing, and I was given double the dose that I should have received. She said, I went into cardiac arrest 6 times and nearly died. She said, I remember waking up in the intensive care unit of a Guatemalan hospital, and she said, I felt the best I've ever felt in my entire life. Juliana put me in touch with a lady by the name of Adriana Kircher in New York City, who at the time ran a boutique law firm called Plant Medicine Firm. Adriana and I had a brief introductory conversation. I told her, I said, I want to learn as much as I possibly can about Ibogaine. I spoke with Juliana, and this sounds too good to be true. I want to know if there's any legitimacy about this, and if so, perhaps what the state of Kentucky can do to move the needle on its development. She said, I have a Rolodex of people that I think could be helpful to you. Who would you like to meet? And I said, well, I don't know the names of folks around this. I can just give you generally the category of folks that I would love to be able to speak with. I need to know who the foremost academic and medical researchers of this compound are. I need to understand the existence of any activist organizations that would have particular cultural relevance to Kentucky. I'm profoundly politically conservative and religiously fundamentalist state. And I said, finally, I need to know whether there are any philanthropists who are willing to support or have an interest in an opportunity that may exist around Ibogaine. She said, all right, let me get to work. She said, would you be willing to travel to New York City and host a dinner party? And I said, yes, but on one condition. I said, I work in a deep, politically conservative office, and I'm pretty sure I've got some people around me who would be ready to cut my head off if they knew that I was even sniffing around the area of psychedelics for a future treatment. I said, if I come, this has to be done completely confidentially, and everybody must take a vow of silence until such time as I can decide whether or not this is something to present to the office. My wife and I, along with one of my close friends by the name of Scott Holbrook, who was also an advisor to the commission who I brought in, traveled to New York City on December 5th of 2022. And on December 9th, we had this dinner party. I met with these individuals who had gathered, the researchers, the philanthropists, veteran activists who had gathered around Ibogaine, as well as an application of other psychedelics for the treatment of war-related trauma. When I got home to Kentucky on December 11th, they opened up their networks and put me in touch with Amber and Marcus Cabana, Dr. Nolan Williams, Dr. Kenneth Alpert, and all other folks who have gathered around Ibogaine to push for its accessibility in the U.S. medical system. On January 31st of 23, I gave a presentation to Attorney General Cameron, and I said, I believe we have found Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity, and I laid out what the concrete realities are of Ibogaine, and they are three. Number one, it resolves physiological substance dependence on an accelerated time frame in a manner that frees an individual from the physical consequences of their dependencies. Number two, it has a profound psychological effect for the individual, whereby on the back end of treatment, having been physiologically restored, they have a sense of ownership over their self and their future, whereby they will live a life that is defined by choice rather than compulsion. And that is a fundamental quality that one must have if they are going to rebuild their life. Finally, and most significantly, many people, the overwhelming majority of those who have an Ibogaine experience, come away with an affirmation that they are a spiritual being who is made in the image of an eternal creator whose essence is pure and unconditional love. And that truth.
Caspian, are you there? Caspian, can you hear me?
Creator has conferred special and unique purpose in their life to be achieved. When those three qualities were properly understood, Attorney General Cameron blessed me to lead the commission on the exploration of setting aside $42 million, 5% of the state settlement funds, to create a public-private partnership whereby a match the state's investment on the front end by assuming all legal, logistical, and financial risks associated with securing the FDA's approval to pursue clinical research trials for the development of ibogaine as a breakthrough therapeutic treatment for opioid use disorder, co-occurring substance use disorder, and any other mental health conditions for which it demonstrated efficacy. We had a high-profile public announcement on May the 31st of 2023 to announce this exploration. We conducted 3 very high-profile public hearings, which lasted about 5 hours, about all aspects of ibogaine. These hearings are available online as a formal part of the public record for anyone to view. The first hearing involved the science of ibogaine. It included the testimony of Dr. Nolan Williams, Dr. Kenneth Albert, and Dr. Deborah Mash, who has been a pioneer around the development of ibogaine's application to opioid addiction for over 30 years now. We had a second public hearing, which involved the testimonials of individuals who had received, provided, or consented for ibogaine treatment. All of this was done in a very high-profile public way because we wanted the people of Kentucky to understand all aspects of this opportunity, its profundity, and the way in which it can transform not just the lives of our families, but the future of this state. That second public hearing was one of the most moving public proceedings in which I have ever been a part. And I don't know how anyone has listened to those testimonials, which included Governor Perry, and come away with any other conclusion but that ibogaine must be developed as expeditiously and safely as possible for the sake of our brothers and sisters in this country. The third hearing, which occurred at the request of the University of Kentucky, which along with Andy Bashir, fought this proposal every step of the way, centered on the question of whether the FDA would even consider approving clinical trials, given what was repeatedly asserted as the unacceptable level of cardiac risk associated with its application. Within that hearing, we were able to procure the testimony of the scientist general who is in charge of controlled substances research at the FDA, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Javier Nunez, along with his colleague, Dr. Walter Dunn, who sat on the FDA's advisory board in psychopharmacology. I believe he still sits on there. And those gentlemen, after having heard the testimony as well as questioning from the University of Kentucky's representative, who suggested the FDA would never approve it, began their testimony by saying, "It has been asserted that the cardiac risk associated with ibogaine would disqualify for consideration by the FDA for clinical trials. That is absolutely and completely incorrect. The question for ibogaine is not one of the existence of risk. The question is how and if that risk can be mitigated. And assuming that the drug developer can demonstrate that cardiac risk can be safely mitigated and controlled, there is no reason that we would not approve that clinical trial." And with that, the chief objection was moot. We had one last piece of due diligence to perform before my commission, which had a membership of 9, was ready to cast a deciding vote to secure the allocation of this $42 million for what was going to be a fabulous leadership opportunity for the people of Kentucky to pioneer an entirely new field of biomedical research that would revolutionize helping treat not just addiction, but the problems that we have all sat here and talked about already. And that was the delivery of testimony from Dr. Nolan Williams following the publication of his research in the journal Nature Medicine about the neuroregenerative properties of ibogaine in the brain as applied to the veteran population with TBI and PTSD. Unfortunately, there was an election in Kentucky in 2023. My boss, Attorney General Hammond, ran for governor and lost. Andy Bashir was reelected, and a new Kentucky Attorney General took office. And while this new guy, young and Republican, had expressed his open-minded willingness to give ibogaine consideration, I had briefed him individually before we had our public announcement in anticipation that he would take office. After he won, I reached out and asked if I could have an opportunity to brief him on all the developmental energy that should gather from this project. That energy included the commitment of 2 significant philanthropic organizations, one of which was the Jurvetson Foundation, led by Stephen and Genevieve Jurvetson. The other was the Stephen and Alexander Cohen Foundation, led by Stephen and Alexander Cohen, and then the third was the Melissa Etheridge Foundation. All of
This guy is so well versed. He doesn't say I'm just like, yeah, dog. I get you. You get me? Yeah, I get
What I
you.
thought was going to be an opportunity to explain and secure
We don't have to use those filler words.
finalizations.
Oh, exactly. I didn't even know anybody was listening to me. Yeah,
Practice.
It was demanded
exactly.
for having been unapologetic
I
advocating research, something that the new attorney general found.
I found a website that works really well. So I might be showing you some, like if you can stick around for the next like 5 minutes or so, I should have this bad boy going. Excellent.
I was always John, but for the loss of the opportunity for the long-suffering people at home who deserve to have an opportunity to transform their future with what Navigating has the potential to do for them individually and collectively. And what has been a tremendous providential blessing. Everything that happened in Kentucky was followed by a gentleman by the name of Rex Alsace. Mr. Alsace is an individual who in his prior life has been a high-level Republican campaign ad producer. His firm is one of the top campaign producing ad companies for Republican candidates across the country in the country. Rex has a foundation called the Reed Foundation, which is named in honor of his son, Reed, who struggled for a decade with opioid addiction beginning when he was a 16-year-old in high school. Reed encountered plant medicine with a ayahuasca 5 years before he passed away. Rex became a believer in plant medicine because of the therapeutic response Reed experienced after that exposure to ayahuasca. Rex was introduced to me, ironically, I'm a list of veterans from February of 23. He showed up at every Kentucky hearing. He showed up at our public announcement. He said, whatever you need to help make this successful, I'm available to you anytime. The Reed Foundation stands for Rescue Everyone in Distress because Reed, unfortunately and tragically in 2019, died of a fentanyl overdose. Rex became involved with the Kentucky movement because he believed had Reed had an opportunity to receive Ibogaine treatment, he would be alive today. When I walked out of that meeting thinking that it was all over, I called Rex and I said, they killed me. This is over. All that work and all that effort is vanished. He said, if I can procure opportunities for you to speak to what Ibogaine can do to other elected officials across the country with whom I have relationships, would you be willing to work with my foundation so that we can attempt to preserve what has been done here and transplant it to a state that has leadership with the vision and courage to complete the job that you have begun? Joe, at this point, I had staked everything that I had become by way of reputation and by way of knowledge on this opportunity. I came, just as Governor Perry has, to believe that this was the opportunity of a lifetime to generate tremendous progress on behalf of everyone who needs all the restorative power that Ibogaine can deliver. I said, this is the mission of my life, and I will go anywhere, I will talk to anyone, and will do whatever is necessary to keep this alive. And thank the Lord, with the leadership of Governor Perry and his allyship, here we sit on the cusp of an opportunity for the state of Texas to finish the job that was begun in Kentucky. And I hope and pray with all my might that that is exactly what we see happen over the course of the next 5 months.
Well, that's an incredible journey. What are the steps now? What are the steps that need to be taken to implement this in Texas?
So you will recall, I think 4 years ago, Marcus and Amber were involved with Marcus and Amber's phone. Were involved with the passage of a piece of legislation in Texas dealing with psilocybin, clinical trials there, and there was some concern that it was not going to. It generally takes about 3 legislative sessions for a controversial piece of legislation to get passed in most cases. We actually passed that first bite of the apple, so to speak. I think Alex Dominguez, who was a Democrat member of the state house, carried it. I helped Marcus Latrell Luttrell came and supported, as did Morgan. And I think it passed 142 to 8 in the State House. And I think it passed the Senate without any opposing votes. And it became law. And so we have already had a record that the state of Texas, a conservative red state, would support the use of in this case, a psychedelic plant medicine for the treatment of veterans. So we have this record of already supporting this. I began the challenge for us is to be able to educate the public about what is ibogaine, how does it work, what's the results. And I think we're going to be able to do that. This show obviously is a good step in that direction of being able to educate the public about this extraordinary compound that has amazing results
Okay.
out there.
Caspian Sea. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm my own way. I really like these macros. I mean, I think they could be used so much, like, to make little jobs around people's lives so much easier. I know why companies don't want you to know about it, because you can spam and you can utilize loopholes, and you can even make money off of them by using a crypto faucet. Okay, here we go. Well, just give me a second. I don't know if you're going to know the reason for this. I highly doubt you do, but you never know. If I go to Twitch and I go to like games, I can sort by lowest to highest. If I go to IRL, I can do lowest to highest. But if I do just chatting, it's only highest to lowest. There's no alternative. You wouldn't happen to know why that would be, would you?
No.
Yeah.
On what is this again? What program?
On Twitch?
Or app? On Twitch? No, I haven't used Twitch in so long. So I kind of really got out of Twitch a while ago, and I know that they made some changes lately. I don't know what those are.
That's okay. All right. So I am going to go to my phone, go to Discord, and I will show you what's going on with this bad boy.
Okay. I see you pop it up now. Yes, see.
Let me just get. It's not all automated yet, but like the hardest part, the two hardest parts are making sure that you have an email address that works every time, and then making it the actual spam work. There are like a couple intermediary steps that I've got to connect, but here we go. Okay, so it's opening up 3 at once. And the thing with Twitch is it takes forever to load. I think I mentioned this earlier, but it's just got a lot of shit going on. So this thing is telling me it's only for certain audiences. I don't care. I don't watch them. The key part is going to be here. Does it hit the follow button and watch how it spams? That's all that really matters. So if you're like, well, why isn't it hitting the follow button? I have to have it like a certain amount of time pass so that it works. But there we go. Okay.
Nice. Here we go. Boom, boom.
Okay. So if you're like, whoa, that was too fast. Yeah. I just have it programmed to move very quickly. But we'll see it work a few times, and then once it does, we will I'll show you what it says. And it's like they're links, which is like incredibly powerful for me, because then you don't have to like be like, well, what is this random website? Discord.me Rabbi. Like, what is that? Nobody's gonna necessarily take that seriously, but they will take an Instagram link seriously, or YouTube, or TikTok, or my blog. All right, so it's gonna hit the follow button in a second, or it should. Now, another thing, Twitch has a bunch of things that make it so that it's difficult. So it did not work there for some reason, and that's okay. I gotta work the kinks out, but that's fine. It just scrolls to the next person, opens up 3 tabs, and we'll watch it again. Now, you remember how difficult it was just to create one for you to just create an account. And I even walked you through it. It's very frustrating. But like, I have enough experience with it and motivation. I mean, like, my life is on the line. I need to this needs to work at a certain point. So there's like no giving up. Okay, so it followed, and then there we go. There's all the shit. Then it goes to the next person, and in just a second, I'll show you what it looks like. I just want to see if it even. Now they have some things to prevent me from doing this, like Kick has, and Kick just stole everything from Twitch. Like what? Like you have to follow me or you have to follow the person for like a day or 10 days or 2 hours or whatever. Okay, so it's following the person, and then it's gonna spam them. Sometimes you have to like have a verified phone number, so that's fine. I'll just go to the next person. That's no big deal. Exactly. Sometimes, yeah, they have a lot more customizations, or like they have sub only, and so you have to subscribe to someone. Obviously, I'm not doing that, but that's fine. Now, the interesting thing is like I'm only doing this right now with really small streamers. I really don't want to do it with bigger streamers because they don't really pay attention to it. There we go. It works perfectly. Okay, so let me show you what this says. Look at how it's formatted. It says, please, can you read that? Please join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord server for world peace. Discord.me. It's got my huge YouTube link that gives you all the links. Instagram, you just click it. TikTok, you just click it. Reddit, I even have my Reddit on there that's been banned for 7 days, but it still works. I've got the one link to Discord, like the real link to Discord, and then I've got my blog in there, and then Discord @ Rabbi Rothschild rules, world peace, anti-gravity, alien disclosure, life extension, mind uploading, share to be a trillionaire. How sick is that? I agree, and it's really nicely formatted. I mean, I'm kind of kicking myself. What the fuck? Why didn't I do this earlier? And it just didn't dawn on me, like, because whenever I would do it, I would run into some kind of issue, and I would just always be like, well, Kick's just so much easier. But as I kept reading more and more, it's like nobody's really watching Kick, and at least Twitch is established enough, and frankly, the game changer is the links. That's the game changer. So the fact that I can put links in there means that people can have easy access to me. What the issue is with Kick is, or with Twitch, why I never did this in the beginning, was so what happens is when you use these temporary email accounts, they rotate the temporary email address they're going to use. So sometimes it's at, I don't know, oletters.com. Another time it's going to be at like topgmail.com. Another time it's going to be like, but Twitch has it programmed in there to know, like they have all of these in a list. And so a lot of times they don't work. And if you're doing an automated thing, you really have to do a lot of customization for your macro. to basically know like when it didn't create an account versus when it did. When it didn't create an account, it's got to start from the beginning. When it did, it needs to continue and do all the spamming. And that's just, it's not impossible to do, but it's a lot more complicated. And the big issue that I was having, which is actually really like seemingly minor, um, on multiple devices, I've had this issue where when you just go to the Twitch page and you press like the down button or page down, it does not move lower. It just, it's some kind of, I don't want to say it's a glitch, but their scrolling bar isn't as good as it is on Kick or other platforms. And I've tried it on different platforms. I should say I tried it. Tried it with Kick, and Kick was just easier. But the other thing that happened to me is I just when I would experiment with this, I would spam big spammers like I do on Kick, and I would get banned right away. And the reason why is because they have serious moderators on like I'm. It's almost like the big leagues now. Now that we're in Twitch, they have serious moderators who just either like flag me, and then I am unable to spam anymore, or they flag me and it just automatically shadow bans me. So I still think I'm spamming, but it doesn't do anything. And so I have to watch it with another device to see is it actually working or not. But when I spam small streamers, they don't have those moderators. They're just like I am, where they're just sitting playing a video game and somebody spam. And here's the other thing too. I'm not spamming. No, it's just one message, which is a big difference to it. And they almost like allow. I mean, I'm not saying that they endorse this behavior, but if it's formatted well and everything, I see other people who are like, "Hey, add me on Discord," and then they'll put their Discord name in there. They're not getting banned. So I just I'm very happy with this. If anything, this is the thing that's going to this is going to turn the tide because it's a huge audience. It's a bunch of different things that if you're not comfortable going on YouTube because it's a really long YouTube link, but it's the one that shows you that I'm live on 10 different streams, then you'll be able to see my Reddit, all my other shit. Now, the one thing that I might change is remove like one of the things about I don't know. I like anti-gravity and world peace and alien disclosure. But I already say world peace earlier, so I might remove that and just put 10 plus streams because there are going to be people who are like, "You have 10 streams going on at once," and yes, I do, and that could be of interest to them. But long story short, this is the start of something. I think this is going to be it. This is the thing that's going to do it. I thought it was going to be Discord, and it is. It's going to be Discord here, where all of a sudden we're going to get a bunch of people in here, and it'll be like, all right, it'll be overwhelming to me, and frankly, I know I'm going to be scared. And I'm going to then go into Rabbi Rothschild's arena, and then I'll only bring people in to whom I want to talk. I mean, I don't want to say I'm going to be scared, but like it's going to be the whole world looking at me. Anybody would be scared. So I want to be able to control the narrative, meaning like when I say like, let's say we get 100 people in here, it's too much at once. Like, stop. I know like there's no conversation that's going to be happening. And so then I know I'm going to go and then I know as well, people are going to be coming to my house and shit like that. And that's, and like I get all these guys from like Music Biz Marty and they tell me all the shit that people will do to you. And that's good that they've already told me that, pizza deliveries and all that other shit. So I'm ready for it, but I don't want to necessarily, at a certain point, if it goes viral, I'm sure I'll, talk to the people on the house and be like, I don't necessarily know what's going to happen, but we're going to get some people here. When Apollo 13 visited me, he met the older guy who manages the house, and and I know it kind of caught him off guard that I had a fan come and visit me. Like, this is this guy's house. He doesn't want necessarily want it to become a tourist attraction, but it most certainly will. So, um, yeah, look, here I am making plans like, oh, when I go viral, that'll be the least of my worries. But I want to be prepared for these things. And I think this is the way that it gets done. Twitch is so large that it's like, I've already run into I've already made it through all of the things that they use to stop me. If they banned all of my Twitch accounts right now, like my real ones, it wouldn't affect me at all. I don't even pay attention to Twitch. I have so many other things that I'm doing, and YouTube is my bread and butter. So if they ban me from Twitch, no big deal. But even if they did, these accounts aren't necessarily tied to that account really that well, and um, it's just an interesting strategy. So um, I would like to be able to. Well, so I was spamming people. Twitch has so many different categories. So I was spamming podcasters, which I think is a pretty good move, earlier today, and um, these random guys came in here, and I'm like, "How'd you find out about me?" And they're like, "Oh, we watched them." Well, I asked, "Do you guys know about me?" And they're like, "Yeah, we've looked up some things about you, and we watched a podcast you're on." And I'm thinking to myself, like, all of the easy ways to get a hold of my podcast, like most of my accounts have been banned, so they either got them on somebody else's account or they are on my social media. They're on like Instagram and TikTok and stuff, and I should have been like, "Hey, did you guys find out about me from Twitch?" But I didn't. I just was excited just to have people here. Um,
Yeah, exactly.
and we talked for like
So we're at
over an hour, and I went through everything. We were reading about solar sails and all that kind of shit, and I kept asking them if they have any questions, yada yada yada. Um, and I'm almost like, I mean, I think I set myself up with these really high standards, and um, like I know I'm a huge target on the internet, and um, but it's like these people come in here, and if you came into anybody else's Discord, nobody else is going to be like, all right, well now I'm going to teach you about the future of technology of the world and like world peace, and I put this huge weight on my own shoulders, like, all right, well I want you to learn about this stuff because nobody else is going to be talking about it. They want just the confidence or courage to be able to do it. These guys who I don't know if it was today or yesterday. This guy from Fusi's channel was like, he was all on board, and he's like, I'm an ally of yours, and he said he thought I was really special, and just those are nice things to hear. But another thing he said that was really interesting, and I agree with him, is that there aren't other streamers who are going to be talking about this stuff. And like, if Aiden Ross came out and was just like, why do I use him as an example? Because he's probably one of the bigger kick people. And if he came out and he starts talking about solar sails and uh, ibogaine and um, life extension technology, his chat is just going to tear it into pieces. And I don't really have that fear. I don't have to please anybody. I've already been made fun of so much that this is what I do. Like this is these are my strong points when I have to talk about those things. And frankly, I will say this: I'm not an expert in really anything on Earth. With every day, I recognize how little I know. But all I have to do is plant the seed in people's minds. Hey, about space tourism and terraforming of planets and um,
Yeah.
and it's just like, oh, if I have one good idea that affects somebody, I've done my job. But I have so many of them, and they're all ready to be listed, and they're like short bullet point things. And if at any point someone's like, well, I want to talk about, like we were talking about earlier today, one thing I like to talk about is a space elevator, but also a lunar space elevator. Now I know that the issue of the Van Allen radiation belts, but most other people aren't as familiar with these kind of things, and so they think it's just an easy thing to do, which is absolutely fine. And I still think that it's a possibility. It's going to take a little bit of work. But when I talk about those things, if somebody has a question about them, I mean, I know as much about lunar space elevators as you do or any other random person. I know the words and I know what it looks like. and I know why you would use it for payloads and things like that. I know. Well, I guess I know more than probably most people, but like I know that the kind of wire that you need or the tether has to be carbon, like a really special kind of carbon fiber, and it can't just be like a pole. Like a regular pole would be like it would be like a piece of metal that would bend, especially in high winds and things. And so it's got to be like perfectly strong. And what else? But I mean, there's on the moon you don't have to worry about the winds, but you know you're gonna have to worry about micrometeorites and things like that. All right. So with that said, but I have AI. I have AI. So any of these questions that if any of the people have, well, I have a question about lunar space elevators, Rabbi. Okay, what's your question? And they're going to say, well, what kind of, let's say, tense, uh, what kind of, I don't know, density does the, or what kind of, yeah, let's just say, what kind of, there's a word for which I'm looking. It's a physics word. Not torsion, that's a twisting, but tensity is tensity a word? Tension. Oh, tension. How like what kind of tension do you need um in terms of the carbon fiber for a lunar elevator? Doug, I have no fucking clue. A lot, I could tell you that. So we go to AI and we can get the fucking everything that you have about it. And it's like I'm absolutely fine using AI for that, and I think people understand. I mean, with many questions that I get, I'm almost I'm not tempted. I mean, I'm pretty obvious about it. I'll go to AI many times. I'll go to AI even before I give my answer, just to make sure the answer that I want to give or that I think is correct is accurate. And I don't know why everybody else isn't doing that. I mean, like Joe Rogan, not in this podcast, but a lot of times he'll just be like, Jamie, Google this. I would be like, dog, we are going to have like a play by play of ChatGPT on every fucking thing that we say. And if anything is like a little off, let us know. I would want to make sure the record is corrected as quickly as possible. Like basically what, what, what Jamie on Joe Rogan is to Google, Rabbi on Rabbi's live stream is to ChatGPT. Like I utilize ChatGPT as much as he uses it, and Joe Rogan utilizes it as well. But I just, and I know I'm going to get some questions, particularly when the Jewish community finds out about this. That either, I mean, I don't have the whole Bible memorized, and I'm about futurism. And frankly, if you want a rabbi who is going to be online and talk about the Bible or Torah, I will tell you the rabbis that I go to, and you just watch their streams. If you have a certain question that I don't know, then even if I do know it and I just want to be sure, I have AI resources that I can use that I will use so that we get the right answer every single time, better than any rabbi in the history of mankind. Better than any rabbi in the history of mankind. So I know I'm going to get some shit for it.
Well, not have all the information memorized, but you know how to get to the information faster than almost everyone.
Exactly. So like a question like, I don't know, in Torah, how many times is the word sugar used? I actually do know this one. It's 0. The word sugar is not used in any of the
I was
Bible.
going to say, of all things, I thought to myself, I bet that does not appear anywhere.
It does.
Honey, absolutely.
Absolutely.
But,
So
yeah.
So there's going to be some rabbi who has written a dissertation on the amount of times that milk and honey has been used. But I perhaps haven't read that dissertation. So what am I going to do? Let's find out the answer. How many times is the word honey used in Torah? And I don't use ChatGPT for this. There are Jewish sources that we have to be able to do this. And so if they want to criticize me and they're like, oh, you're just going to ChatGPT, it's like, no, actually, I'm going to a Chabad endorsed resource. How many times is the word honey used in Torah? The answer is okay. They say several times. And then they list exactly what they are. Tell me exactly how many times. 55 times. That's what I'm talking about. No other rabbi on earth can do that. And that's why I become like super rabbi because of AI. And I'm not afraid to use it. So I feel confident in my basic rabbinic knowledge, but when utilized with AI, I become the best rabbi in the world. I become the best teacher in the world just because I'm not afraid to use this stuff, which is very, very exciting to me. And I know I'll get people who are like, well, I wanted you to know that off the top of your head. Dog, I've been talking about solar sails and ibogaine and faster than light travel for the last 3.5 years, 4 years. I'm a little rusty when it comes to some Torah knowledge. I mean, I remember as much as I have in my education and my rabbinic studies, but um, we're at a point in society where I have a tool that basically makes me better than any other rabbi, better than their rabbi, better than the best rabbis of history, and that's a really exciting uh, opportunity. So I feel like when people come in here and they're gonna wanna quiz me, especially like on my Hebrew. And what's beautiful is I have my universal translator here that not only allows me to speak Hebrew, but I can speak Yiddish and I can speak every other language too, which no other rabbis are going to be able to do. They're not going to be able to speak, 30, 40, 50, 170, 175 different languages like this thing. And it's exactly what essentially it's exact it's exact vocabulary for what needs to be used.
וזה בדיוק מה שבצם זה המדויק שלו. זה לקח את אוצר המילים המדויק שלו למה שצריך להיות.
And I understand that they're going to be like, well, that's just Google Translate. Dog, what else do you want me to do here? You want me to fucking, spin plates? I mean, I'm just a regular person. I am not a super being. And you basically, exactly. And you basically,
Why are you wearing a blue shirt?
exactly. And you came into my world like I'm not here I don't have superpowers. I'm a human just like anybody else. But I feel very strong in what I'll be able to do and what I'll be able to teach, and we're gonna learn a lot. And you can tell this new bot gives me a lot of confidence. And so with that, we're gonna let it run its course. And it's not perfect yet, but it doesn't necessarily have to be perfect. I can program it so that it, like, what I needed to do is to do like a big cycle. So what do I mean? It creates an account, it spams, let's say 150 people, and then it closes everything and creates a new account. That's the ideal spot. And so once I get, or if I get to that, which I'm fairly confident I can, I got through the two major humps. One is getting a consistent email address, and two is having it work to spam. So I did run into an issue where Twitch was like, you've created too many accounts in 24 hours. Okay, fine. I just had to change the VPN, and it allows me to do that again. And those are things like, this is another thing. Twitch has never seen somebody like I am, who I feel has as much knowledge of these systems to be able to spam them as much as I do. So I'm pretty happy, and I have two other devices that over the course of the next, I'll give myself a week, but once I get them.
At some point, these companies should all realize that you're an asset, and you're kind of like a bug checker.
Exactly.
And you should get a little bit of you find out the exploits. Like, if anything, just by being annoying from what other people consider.
Absolutely. Yeah,
You make other people fill in the suggestion box for the right things. Actually,
I agree.
like, hey, it, this feature is easily exploitable, and I know there's a guy who does it.
Exactly.
And so it builds a better site. How do you do it?
I absolutely agree. Did you ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can, starring Leonardo? Yeah, exactly. So it's the story of Frank Abagnale.
Exactly. Perfect example.
Exactly. And at the end, he gets caught. And what does he do? He works for the FBI for 10 years, and then he's able to go be free, and he didn't have to spend too much time behind bars. It's essentially the same thing. I watch these guys on Lex
But the
Friedman.
most important thing he did is he taught banks how to fraud proof.
Exactly.
He said, he showed them this is where you're exploitable, and he was a consultant. He'd be like, this is what you should do, and they did it.
Exactly. He literally wrote the book on check hiding. And
Exactly.
and essentially I guess I would be the person to write the book on spamming.
Yeah. And that's awesome.
That is pretty cool. And I see this it's interesting to me. Even if I didn't have all this archived, like I without sucking my own dick, I'm a multifaceted individual. When a random ass person comes in here, I can speak to them in any language. I can answer any question that they have, and there's an archive of my life. Like that makes me, I think, a special person. And um, it's like, what else do you want? What like I don't know. I'm not an expert in anything. I kind of don't think anybody is. Um, and essentially though, what more do you want from me? Like at that point, we're gonna be having. I mean, it'll be we're gonna blow up. So um, what I have to do with this system is uh, put some not final touches on it, but get it so that it works like a perfect circle. I'll give myself till tomorrow to do that. It's spamming right now. I just wanted to spam for a while because I hadn't been doing that, and I want somebody to come in here and be like, "Yeah, you spammed my chat." Oh, I know what I wanted to say. Um, I can choose what to spam, so I was spamming like podcasts and um, here's the thing. I wish there was a setting, and I really would turn the setting on, where it wouldn't show me people who are not 18. I'm not showing them anything wrong, but I just would rather not spam people who are not 18. But they don't have that. And some of these smaller streamers are just kids playing games. And but there's no avoiding that. It's like basically I have if I had the setting though, I would really want that, and that's something I would ask for in the future for these companies. Just one setting. Just don't show me anybody who's not 18, and just like when you're a kid, you have like don't show me not safe for work stuff. As an adult, you should have don't show me stuff for children, and if anything, they're um, like I'm not even when I'm sending, it's like it's not bad. It's just my social media, and um, if anything, uh, I'll. It's just something. I mean, I'm sure I spam people on Kick as well who are not all 18, but I do my best to protect children as best I can. I just don't want to.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I
Some precautions is all you can do. You know what I mean?
exactly. But one of the things that I would ask for immediately from these companies is, hey, there are. I saw a girl. She had this thing on Instagram or something, and it was like um, NADC or something. And I looked it up on Urban Dictionary. It was like not
Yeah.
no or like not an adult, or it was maybe like NCDC. Not or wait, no, it was like adults only, children no contact or something like that. But it what like I've seen this before, basically like where people are putting this in their profiles because they want that feature, and I just don't understand why it's not a feature. But
Yeah.
I'm able to choose what I want to spam. So for right now, I'm just going to spam. Ideally, I want to spam just chatting, but for whatever reason, they don't have that ability. And their IRL streams are not like not like Kick's IRL streams. Kick's IRL streams generally mean people are outside, but these are like long cameras of like 25 hours worth of footage just looking at a beach that nobody's looking at. I need ones where somebody's playing and they got text to speech on and all that other shit. And that's so funny. So many people on Twitch have text to speech, and so it reads my whole message. It'll even read the addresses and everything. So um, we'll see how it goes. So it's kind of like we're fishing right now, and we're just waiting for somebody to come in here and be like, "Hey, I'm from Twitch." Um, if it happens tonight, great. If it doesn't, it'll happen. That's how we got a Flax Life, and we got Aframacia, and all the other people who know about me from Kick. And I'm looking forward as well because some people stream on Kick and Discord and or Kick and Twitch, and somebody's going to be like, "No fucking way, Rabbi is on this fucking thing now," and that's going to be funny too. So, yeah, I was at a point. I was at a point where, and it has happened with me on the stream at many different points where I'm just like, "Fuck, what am I doing today? What's the thing that's going to make me go viral?" And you do enough in Discord that it's like, well, is this going to work? Is this going to work? But the thing that's always worked really well for me is the spam bot, and I just love the way it's formatted. It's very professional, and it's not like the Kick spam bot. The Kick spam bot, for some reason, if I couldn't use spaces, so it had to be like all text of like camel case, and this one works really well. So yeah, I mean that alone, the fact that somebody can just click my link and it comes right in here or it goes right to my social media is a huge advantage as opposed to okay, I have to what is this? It's like DOT for the dot and SLASH for slash, and I don't even know what this website is. So fuck it. But in this case, all I have to do is click a link. That's so much more efficient. So, all right, as you can tell, I'm Jazz. So you do you. Thank you so much for letting me share that with you.
Yeah, of course, brother.
Resetting the brain, they literally regenerate the brain.
I have to do the same.
Moving away from addictions with one treatment. I mean, just stunning results. If you had Parkinson's and MS with this, that it's this broad base of being able to go out and to share with the people of the state of Texas that Texas can lead. As a matter of fact, our legislative session only lasts for 140 days every other year. It's a great concept. Wish more places would take a look at that as a way to do business. But we know that we've got to get our work done. At the same time, there's this parallel track going on in Washington, D.C. They'll take longer. It's just, that's a fact. But Texas can lead the nation. What you started in Kentucky, and, we can sit here and browbeat this, which we won't, about why that got killed in Kentucky. But I think the leadership of Kentucky will look over their shoulder one of these days and see that they absolutely lost a great opportunity to lead the nation in the recovery of people who have lost their lives to opioids or to traumatic brain injury or to PTSD in some form or fashion. And Texas is going to wear that mantle. And I'm proud that Texas is going to lead that mantle. We've got great leadership in both the House and the Senate that understand this issue, that we're going to spend time with to get a piece of legislation. Texas Ibogaine Initiative is it's going to be known. We'll look for those private sector partners. We'll look for most likely the VA to be a partner in this as well, and our university system. So I'm very confident that with the proper education, the openness of this legislature, the love of our veterans that we have in the state, that the Texas Ibogaine Initiative will become the law of the land for the state of Texas by September of 2025.
That's amazing. And what's the plan in terms of how do you scale this out? How do you start it?
Well,
let's assume a successful outcome in the Texas legislature for a $50 million appropriation of a projected $20 billion surplus comes to pass and is signed by Governor Abbott. Once that occurs, the very first step would be to issue a notice of funding opportunity to solicit proposals from drug developers who have the capacity to develop Ibogaine as a medication for opioid use disorder. Within that notice of funding opportunity, a drug developer will be asked to provide information related to how they would design a clinical trial, how they would recruit clinical trial participants, how they would go about administering Ibogaine in such a way as to safely eliminate the cardiac risk so as to assure successful treatment outcomes without complication. And since we're talking about money, how the drug developers would propose to regulate the state of Texas' perpetual interest in any patentable intellectual property that is generated as a result of this project. People in your audience should know that buprenorphine, which is the generic name or brand name Suboxone Subclade of derivatives, was created for a $62.5 million giveaway by the federal government to create the baseline compound. It was hand-built to the pharmaceutical company. Each company put its own twist on it, and it pursued to reap 100% of the return on the people's investment. That cannot and will not happen around any project associated with Ibogaine that involves public money. There has to be return on investment to the state for the purposes of building out the treatment infrastructure that is needed to assure successful long-term outcomes. Bearing in mind, Ibogaine gives a person the very best possible that they can receive physiological restoration to pursue what will still be a very long-term and difficult recovery process that requires the delivery of long-term integration and support services that are necessary to help someone become equipped to rebuild their lives. Once those proposals are solicited and reviewed, the drug developer that is best positioned to get this across the line, who also demonstrates their financial capacity to match the state's development investment, will be selected. Once selected, the drug developer will assume all of the legal, financial, and logistical risks associated with getting it all the way up to FDA's approval mark. Once the FDA signs off on the conduct of clinical trials, the money for people of Texas will go to pay for the occurrence of those clinical trials in the state of Texas at medical facilities which are equipped with the requisite level of expertise related to cardiac intervention, cardiac support, as well as anything and everything related to recovery for an individual who is opioid dependent. The beautiful aspect of Texas Fine is the immense amount of fabulous medical expertise that exists here. Whether we're talking about the Texas Medical Center that is in Houston, which is a marvelous human accomplishment.
Can I add something there just a second?
Yes, I want you to go, but
The Texas Medical Center in Houston, Texas, there are more doctors, nurses, technicians, researchers go to work there every day than any other place in the world. It is that magnificent in it, not only its size, but its scope and its mission. You said something. You said a mouthful there. When you talked about how good Texas. You look at Baylor Scott White, University of Texas Southwestern. We are blessed in this country to have some of the greatest medical facilities, teaching schools, research institutions, and again, Joe, this kind of gets back to why this needs to be done in Texas. I mean, I'm totally biased here. I don't, and I don't apologize for it. But our ability to do this work, to do it on a scale that is global. When this happens in the state of Texas, people around the world, whether they're in Moscow or Beijing or wherever they may be, they'll look at this and go, you know what? That is something that we would like to replicate in our country.
and I will add another thing, and this truly is fabulous. Consider where things were 1 year, 1 day ago. I sat down and wrote my resignation letter over this. All Texas stands the opportunity to be the leader right now
way you described this is so fantastic. It's just so eloquent. And Governor Perry, what you've done is just sticking your neck out and having this profound purpose and this desire to accomplish this. It's so encouraging and something that I just didn't think that I was going to see. And I don't think it would have had the impact if it hadn't come from a Republican former governor like yourself. I mean, I just don't think that people would be considering it. When I first found out that you were getting interested in this involvement, I was like, what? What's going on? Governor Perry? Really? He's pushing for Ibogaine? I think it's going to open up a lot of people's eyes. It's going to allow people that have never even considered this to maybe think so.
I certainly hope that, regardless of anybody's politics, and this isn't Republican or Democratic, this is just a human being issue. This is about how do we take care of our, in our case, somebody said, why are you so focused on the veterans? And I said, well, it's partly the way I was raised. And my father, his World War II B-17 tail gunner at the time in the 8th Air Force, him teaching me to, you need to give back to your country, and you need to give back to your state, you need to give back to your community, you need to find that place to go volunteer. I was taught that by a wonderful, loving father and mother. And the going off to school, serving in the Air Force, having this heart for veterans, being the commander-in-chief of the Texas forces as we sent our young men and women off to this war against terror in 2003, and being engaged with traveling over to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times while I was the governor and as the Secretary of Energy, to be in their presence, to know this extraordinary group of young men and women who are willing to sacrifice their lives literally for us. And then when they've been wounded, both physically and they come home, and we did such a poor job taking care of recognizing what we had done to them and the lack of our ability. I was overcome with seeing the private sector trying to help. Ross Perot Sr., one of the greatest patriots I ever met in my life. What he did to help veterans who had been hurt during the war on terror. Literally hundreds of young men and women who he gave wonderfully. Seeing people like that, and then our government failing. And for me, this is, I spent 40 years in public service. I think we do it pretty good in Texas by and large, but we don't do it perfect. I get that. But what drove me and what still drives me is that we owe these young men and women everything that we can put together. And if there is a treatment out there, whether it's been put on Schedule 1 or not, we owe it to them to find a way to make it available to them. And so the veteran community is really special to me. I love them. But they're also the easiest population to go sell to the general public. So if this whole thing about psychedelics and what we've been taught for 60 years that they're bad, stay away from them, educating the public that the dose is the poison in everything. This is a two-edged sword here. Everything can be used for good, or everything can be used for bad. And what we found here in the compound of Ibogaine is that, as you warned people about in your remarks, about don't go out there and buy it off the internet, go self-medicate yourself, because there's a real opportunity that it wouldn't turn out good. But properly dosed, properly diagnosed, properly dosed, properly administered, properly followed up with, this can be a compound that literally can change millions focused on veterans because of the PTSD, the traumatic brain injury, the challenges that they've got. But when you look at the further populations out there, we work pretty hard in the state of Texas to come up with ways to not send people to prison. We put criminal justice reform in place in the early 2000s. And it was a model. Matter of fact, it was a model that President Trump used to put national criminal justice reform in place to be able to intervene before people ever went to prison, before they would become professional criminals. And it's that same concept here that we need to find ways to keep people out of prison, to keep people off the street. And in a lot of those cases, Joe, it's substance abuse that got them there, some mental health challenge that started them down the road of using either alcohol or some of these other substances. And if we have at our disposal, we have here a plant that God gave us that we can use, and literally, it appears in a lot of cases, one treatment, and it takes away your desire to have another drink of alcohol. One treatment and save a person like 3 deaths because of fentanyl. I mean, if we've got that in our grasp, I mean, how bad you gotta hate people to not make that available to them?
And the other thing that you were talking about, Brian, is the profound effect that it has on the people that have experienced it, where they recognize that they are truly connected to the divine. And that, imagine all these downtrodden, forgotten people that are just cast out of society and prison, instead of having them continue this path. If there's something that can put them on a completely different path, a path of positivity, a path of integration in society, a path of love, that we can change the tone of the country. We can, the whole world.
Amen. You have just hit for me what this is all about. We have sat here and talked about TBI and PTSD, the horrors and the cruelty of war that 20 years of conflict has put upon innocent young men and women of this country who have volunteered to go and lay their lives down for her, who have had to come back and beg for access to what can alleviate their suffering. We've sat here and talked about the opioid epidemic, its monstrosities, the way in which it is the gravest engineered humanitarian catastrophe to play out in this country's history. All of these are symptoms of profound spiritual affliction, which is destroying the core of what the United States has always been. The greatest attribute that Abigail has is its ability to affirm the reality of our human divinity. We are not the result of a random accident of astrophysics and chemistry. We are the images of an eternal creator who put us here for a purpose, to be able to see and perceive the Creator's majesty as reflected most especially within us as individual human beings who have received the gift of love, of perception, of discernment, and the ability to connect to the majestic eternal love of that Creator. Abigail delivers it. I can attest to the fact that it delivers it. My wife and I traveled to Tijuana a year ago. She had been on Celexa for 21 years to manage symptoms of a profound mood disorder, which manifested through psychotic mood swings that have affected her since the birth of her son. I have known her for 23 years, and when we decided, we'll go back up to this. If I were going to be an advocate for this, I thought that it was necessary to take my own medicine. If I'm going to get out here and advocate for it, I need to be brave enough to man up and to receive it. And so the week after Thanksgiving of last year, by deliberate choice and as the invitation of Jonathan Dickinson and Trevor Miller,
I traveled down to Tijuana along with my wife to receive Abigail to understand what it would be. My wife decided that she wished to receive it as well. She is very much a left-brain rationalist and was not someone who came to the realm of psychedelics with any degree of enthusiasm, but she wanted to see if there was the potential that she could be freed of the necessity to take Celexa every day. Before we went down, I was told that she would have to be completely Celexa free for 5 days because if the SSRI was in her system, it would defeat Allogame's therapeutic restoration. When they told me that, I was in despair because I said there is no way that I will ever be able to get her to Mexico after 5 days without Celexa. In fact, if we go one day without her taking it, I can't be in the house with her. It is unbearable, it is dangerous, and it cannot happen even I will remember. They said, we're going to give you a regimen of supplementation to give her that will keep her stable. She's going to get edgy, but you'll get her down here. Joe, we went down there. We received it on Tuesday evening, November the 28th. My wife took her last Alexa on November 23rd of 2023, and she has not had one since. Before we came here, we went to the unit and we received Ibogaine and Neo EMT there as well in order to understand how each operation effectuates the safe delivery of this medication. And what I can personally attest for me and for her, collectively and together, Ibogaine, paragraph 5-MeO, DMT, has been the most profound spiritual experience either of us have ever encountered. I am 100% persuaded that these substances are divine medications that are engineered from on high so that we can heal what we do to ourselves, what we do to each other, and be affirmed by the love of our Creator, which is eternal and almighty.
Amen. If you believe in God, you have to believe that God created these things and people are aware of these things. They're there for a purpose.
There is no greater gift we can give to our brothers and sisters in this society than to affirm the love of their Creator from Him. If that had not been affirmed for me as a child, I would not be sitting here. It is the single most important thing that we can do, and its therapeutic benefits on the physiology of the human being is another affirmation of the realities that we're seeking.
For the people listening, is there anything that they can do to get involved to help?
Well, obviously, from a public standpoint in the state of Texas, if you have relationships with your state rep, your state senators, the governor, let them know that you're spending some time learning about this, supportive of it. For the veterans, particularly, is to we're gonna be doing major outreaches into the veteran community. At the same time, this is going on in Texas. You're going to be seeing a movement across the country at the federal level, at the congressional level. There's a number of the members of the legislature very supportive of this. You've got, as I mentioned, with the incoming, hopefully the incoming administration of President Trump, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, a number of folks. Hopefully, the rumor factory is that potentially Nolan Williams might be being considered for a position in the administration as well on the mental health side of things. There's never been a time to see the cards kind of being laid out on the table in a good way that we're going to have a winning hand here, like we have right now. So one of my goals is to educate the public. There's a young lady that's going to be helping us here in Texas, Ann Claire Stapleton. Ann Claire was a former CNN international reporter. She's going to be coming in to Texas to help with the Texas Ibogaine initiative to educate the media. That's a very important goal and role that we're going to be playing, making sure that the men and women out there in the the news business understand this compound, understand what we're going to be doing, and so the education of the public. I'm convinced, Joe, that once the general public understands what this is, how it works, how it can be used in such a wonderful therapeutic way, and that the lives that can be saved, literally the lives that can be saved, at that particular point in time, then I think this becomes a bit of a no-brainer, so to speak, and the general public will get behind this in a powerful way at that particular point in time. Then it's about a question that you asked that's really important. How do you structure getting the treatment centers, getting the people trained? That's going to be it's a good problem to have, and I look forward to working with both the Texas medical community, the Texas legislature, and the Texas citizenry at large to deal with it. We can. I'm excited about it, but I think again, it has the potential to be as profound a positive impact on the practice of medicine, particularly in psychiatry, in the history of either of those.
I agree.
Anything else, gentlemen?
One thing I'd like to add from a technical perspective, and then if it's all right, I'll finish out with some observations that I've come to through those years of service that we've discussed. When it comes to how to do this, Governor Perry and I are able to recognize the blessing of the legion of people who've been working at this for decades in obscurity and at great risk. We will be able, hopefully, around this project to bring all those that labored around Navigate for years now and to draw upon their expertise as to how best to deliver what I would describe as the platinum standard model for a Navigate-based treatment and recovery system that maximizes all of its therapeutic benefits, whether they be for substance use disorder, polysubstance use disorder, TBI, PTSD, or other degenerative conditions that have significant detrimental impact on the brain. And I'll finish my part of this discussion with this. We have sat here and talked about a specific reality, the way in which public policy has impacted it, and what its potentials are to generate progress. As you know, there are a variety of faith traditions around the world which have common themes within them. Those themes are often told within those faith traditions as parables. What your audience is listening to with us is a parable about contemporary American society and where we are. I think most folks would agree that we find ourselves in the midst of an existential struggle for this country's survival. We are living the most beautifully dynamic multicultural society which has ever existed in human history. For all of our material wealth and technological prowess, we are also living in a brutally dehumanizing era that is hostile to individual identity. Citizens are viewed as fungible revenue units who are plugged into a set of actuarial variables designed to reduce their lives to reasonably predictable revenue streams. We find ourselves with massive government systems which enthrone themselves on the subjugation of powerless people. Those systems commodify problems that they are supposed to solve, and they monetize sustained human misery. Government must be made to function honestly, accountable, and responsible to the genuine needs of the American people. Because if it does not, our society will inevitably collapse beneath the normality of its corrupt decrepitudes. This is going to require a shift in social consciousness that is rooted in our universal kinship as images of an eternal heaven's essence, its almighty unconditional love for all of us. As your listeners hear this episode, I hope that they will hope and pray for everyone who has gathered around this cause that we will be successful. Because if we are, we will hasten the day when we can deliver good tidings unto the weak, bind up the brokenhearted, proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound. Lord, hasten the day, and thank you for the privilege of sitting in this afternoon. Thank you.
It was my privilege. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Gentlemen, you're doing an amazing thing. I have great hope. I have great hope for this country, and more so since this election been a long time. And I think with your work and this new administration's openness to these ideas, I think we have an amazing opportunity in front of us. Thank you very much, Rev. Thank you. All right. Goodbye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
String by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
That's it. The chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? What's up? Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There is no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you. Yeah, man. And everybody was a killer. Fucking wow. It's a crazy band, man. It's like no one is, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins.
So I make it that all the time.
It's kind of crazy.
You ain't gonna get enough of these.
It's crazy that it worked.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy to make it work. Most of this shit, some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't normal.
It wasn't normal. You tried it, but it was just. It almost seems like it was just instinct. Like it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with.
Right.
9 dudes, and 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes, and it worked. And it worked.
I tell people all the time, it was like RZA, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting a lotto for him. Like he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I want to do this, and we came to the block and we talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit. Like, hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day, but everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started to pick motherfuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like the bomb. It's like, Lucky Luciano, prime example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential anyway. He's from a different part, he's from a different part, he's from a different part. But yo, what we could do right here is we can make money. So put your fucking feelings down. Or whatever the case may be. Let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, yo, you start shaking hands across the table. I know you didn't really fuck with me like that, but I never had anything against you like that. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, let me try this shit.
Well, RZA's a genius, and it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that, because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, you know, I told you that when I sent you a message, I said that we play protect your neck. It's like whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So when we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. And the whole it's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night. I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers.
Remember that?
Yes!
I don't fucking remember
I
that.
told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip-hop stars in the world who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was a classic.
Yo Joe is the funniest shit because when we came in and we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger laughing. So he reminded me, he never, I don't even think, I never seen him eat meat like that, whatever the case may be, but we came in, he was eating cheeseburger and shit, laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in there, they kept telling us like, yo, y'all can't go into the crowd with everybody, we're not gonna hold no responsibility or something happens. So we like, all right, once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage, we out there touching everybody. Wow, it was love, man.
What year was that? Wow. No internet.
None of that shit.
None of that. What? Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I don't think so. That
You know how wild that video would be?
that people say that. I don't know people that shit. Like,
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean,
they
it was
must have
in the news back then that you guys performed in Rikers. The 90s for hip hop, it was like people need, you have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck about. That is crazy for a new art form. It was right. I mean, it was like Sugar Hill Gang. There was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop
got big. They got big.
It got
look,
so big.
I remember it's so crazy you said that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe let's say 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah. We was young boys, man. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, holy shit, motherfucker was rhyming. I ain't, this shit sound cool though. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together, that was going through different shit in their life.
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in 84 I was in high school. So it had to be 80 because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in 81. So I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980. Yeah. So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said, 80. Yeah, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitate to it. I probably was like 12, like you said. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop.
And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3 K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
First shit that grabbed me was like how you said Sugar Hill Gang, you know? Rappers Delight.
Yeah.
Rappers Delight. That was the shit.
Oh, God.
Now look, I
It's everywhere.
had wild cousins and shit. They was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, smoking weed and smoking coke and, doing whatever they was doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit and, just be in their business, be in their world. And they would be playing music. They had the record player. You see coke on the TV with weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool. Come in, man. Don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? Nah, I ain't gonna say nothing. And I would just be watching and, I would see weed on the album covers and, just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room and, they in the shit, but they always was playing music. And a lot of the music was R&B, disco, and then next thing you know, I heard this fucking record on Sugar Hill Gang, and I'm like, the groove was dope. And I'm like, holy shit, like, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here, But
It's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged.
Yeah, nobody expected that.
Well, it was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife. Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore, she was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music. Because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, like that 6 in the morning, everybody's like, what the fuck is this? And that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand, it sold way more albums. Because that's what kids were looking for. Exactly. They don't even swear. Get this shit out of here. Once they got the label on it, it's like, I want it. Exactly. Once the floodgates got
so glad you got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
But like you said, though, everybody wanted the raw shit. And you gotta remember at that time, it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, and our neighborhood, we had like crazy people. Like, if they catch you at night, they'd kill you. Like, they'd be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, or the makeup on. And, I remember one time going to the incinerator room. My mom's made me go, she made me go to the take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day, and I was laying there, and she fucking smacked me in the head with a broom, like, yo, didn't I tell you to take out the fucking garbage? So now I'm going out to the incinerator room, walking, it's on the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen a motherfucker stick his head out. And he had his hair all wild, his shit was like green and red and all this. And he had lipstick on all crazy, and his eye was all fucking bugged out looking, and he looked at it. And I got the garbage pail with me, and it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. You know what I mean? Back then, your mother name and shit, you think that was something cool back then. She's your hero at that time. Came back, then it was gone. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door when it was closed, he was gonna probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me or something. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy back then.
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah,
That's
crack.
also
But see, before crack, you had that dope. So one person mixes dope and coke together, man. Get high and shit, man. Yeah, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But that's how far to me music went back. Listening to Ladies Night. I mean, I had people in my store that had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back. Coke and dope, though. So, all this was going on in the community. Wow. It was a serious time, scary times back then.
So if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it, that everybody kind of knew that. It was part of the appeal. There's never been like a genre of music like that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. Like the whole genre, to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit you never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
Right. That's true. I mean, back then, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. The way that being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, nobody had no fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe going. Back then gangs was still relevant. We never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. That when you from a neighborhood and you stick with your neighborhood. I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't from here. It's like, what the fuck you doing in your neighborhood? Then it creates this animosity thing. And I remember for us, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stayed up the block, down the block, stayed down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, I leaned more towards up the block, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble. Then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. And next thing you know, before you know it, we all fucking with each other. You know what I mean? So that was our way of getting to know each other, to test each other's heart. And whatever may happen was happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping peace. Now, just music was keeping peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and want to play some music and shit. So we knew every time they did that, we knew something was gonna happen at the end of the night. Just ran to it, just because people from all over, still playing. So yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, but made it spooky. But it still was fun because it was something that my brothers.
Well, it's fun because you survived.
Yeah. Survived, yeah. But we were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or died at that time. We couldn't fuck it. Like whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen.
That's wild.
But the music is what kept things in order for us, because we always felt like that was a vessel to be calm. When you come from somebody that's fucked up, just and there's nothing there, you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. This is too invested over. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, well, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land. I'm gonna sell weed. Do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. So everything was just survival. And music always kept us calm, and we always want to listen to what's the next man play. Like I grew up on R&B music, like disco, all that fun shit, roller ski. And the motherfuckers with a name called that was roller ski. We would get off the Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times for us.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Mm. Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA is from Staten Island. Um, you know, we all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us in Columbus. We all, resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, he had knowledge of South, which was, being involved with the Nation of Islam. And also Jizza or Dirty, they were part of the nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go and they build, they talking about mathematics and all of this. But it was Jizza and Old Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too. And he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called the All Together Now, which was them three, and they would run around and they would battle, different guys from different cities and move around. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were, but when Jizza and Old Dirty came to Staten Island, they came and they hang out with their cousins. So, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, yo, I heard about your rhymes. And, and Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker. He was crazy, but, yeah, they had their own little thing going on. And then, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. Like, if you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin was able to, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now. So the next thing you know, they had their movement going on. So us on the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, we know them, we know they super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but we wasn't thinking that far. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA was essentially the mastermind who put all the pieces together to bring all the killers into under one roof.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah.
It's like Eric B. and Rakim. There was a few EPMD. There's a few people.
You know your shit.
Yeah. Gangstar. There's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Nah. time because
It was
that
kind of
was
scary. It was like,
Yeah.
God damn, when you guys had a show, I mean, I heard stories. That it's just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
yeah, that was that was some big boy shit. But yeah, like you said, that was so rare to see a group that come out like that, and it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had the record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
It's always the case.
you know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about the shit at this level. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing in all my guys, and he just put that number together. So believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something in him already. I seen something like, yo, this guy really, him and his cousins, and I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers really got talent. And not only the ability to rhyme, but they was clever. Like, took about clever rhymes.
Right.
And he was mixing it with the knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
Like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, yo, so, this is something that I felt like I would want to go chill with them just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being a fucking rapper. I just love the music. I'm watching these motherfuckers, like, something about these motherfuckers that I love.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, when RZA went out there, he came back to the community. He was like, yo, I bought a record deal. So, I was there. I'm like, let me see this shit. Looking at this shit. See what the fuck it is. I'm looking at it, like you said, what's the name?
Fine print.
Yeah, fine print and shit. Fucking record. Holy shit. Wow, sat down. That's what's up. We up. But his situation didn't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, Chef, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people. And then a lot of times you're getting fucked. And you don't even know you're getting fucked.
It's a mandatory.
Mandatory. You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, "Oh, you owe me? I'm a fucking squeaky wine, suck my dick." And he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol because they owned him. Yeah. It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world, and they get owned by people who provide no value.
Yeah.
Especially today.
Yeah.
Today it's even crazy, right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone.
It's over, man.
It's all gone. So for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge. Hang on.
Yeah,
Hang on and keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD, that he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Next question. Put yourself in the hardest situation, right? You have talent, right? You have talent. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices
for sure.
because you know that you may feel like I got talent, but I don't have the resources.
Right.
So those resources come to tell you, look, I'll give you a shot. We'll give you a shot, but either you take the shot or you stay in the hood. Who you want to do?
You gotta take the shot.
Take the shot.
You gotta take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm just letting them know. You get fucked.
You get fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. They takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere.
Right.
So even when labels are being them, in my mind I'm saying, yo, I get a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that you could maybe think that you can change the world with and love.
It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about sign. Yo, I'll sign because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard.
Yeah.
To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got robbed. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean? Sugar Hill Gangs, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do, but it almost gave them power to because they became famous, they became big, they became
There's
legends.
an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm
That's all
with
it
you.
is. Of course.
I'm with you on that.
You are.
But we just talking about the
What you gotta do.
sacrifice.
You have to.
Sacrifices
If
everything.
you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you gotta take it.
You gotta take it.
But it just should be more fair.
Oh,
And it shouldn't be.
I agree.
You shouldn't lie.
And I'm sure later on things worked out. And, you know, now that you proved yourself,
Once they become undeniable.
it's like I tell a motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were in a hustler, right? And you run into the connect, and the connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to do shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back then. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, I'm giving you these fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I'd rather take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What are you gonna do?
You gotta take the 50.
Yeah,
You gotta take the 50. He wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped, but you gotta take the 50. You gotta know people,
yeah,
and you gotta bring everybody in, and you gotta share the money.
you gotta know
You gotta share the money. You
You gotta
gotta
know
say,
people.
listen,
Now, if you ain't confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you to take
you should be having that conversation if you don't know anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You got to make it worth these people's while. You got to say, listen, we're all going to get something out of this.
and see. Now look, that philosophy that you said,
Yeah.
that's what we took.
Yes.
We took that.
Yes.
We said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money and we're gonna go. We're gonna be willing to sell ourselves to get to this number.
Yes.
Because we know we believe. See, it all starts from what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you fuck.
It's a rising tide lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
And with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically, people want to listen. Automatically. Automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. It's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then you're scared. You know, scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. And you think, no, that's when you got to bond together. That's when you have to find real people, stick together.
You said the key word.
You gotta sell that 50. We gotta sell that 50. Talk to Carlos. go down to the bodega. Let's make a deal, man. We gotta make some deals.
I
We
guess
got
that's
10
what
hours.
we did.
Yeah.
We danced with the devil for the right reason. And, you know, we took some scars. We got hit.
It was a different world back then, too, in terms of the industry, because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud. You can blow up.
Yeah.
You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. You had to be some undeniable talent. Like we always played the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video? That's undeniable talent. Like that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's gonna make those dudes, and it worked. And it worked.
I tell people all the time that it was like a wizard, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting a lotto for him. Like he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for him. So like, I'm gonna do this, and he came to block it. He talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit. Like, but hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans, so he really literally came in and started to pick motherfuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like the bomb. It's potential, right? He knew dudes had potential. Anyway, he's from a different part. He's from a different part. He's from a different part. But yo, what we could do right here is we could pick one up. So put your fucking feelings down. Or whatever the case may be. Let's talk about some money. Yeah. And that right there, kind of like, yo, you start shaking hands across the table. I know you didn't really fuck with me like that. I never had anything against you like that, dude. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day when he tried the shit.
Well, Rizzo's a genius, and it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when a dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, you know, I told you that when I sent you a message, I said that we play protect your neck. It's like whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So when we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. And all the time, it's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night. I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers. Remember that? Yes! I fucking remember. I told everybody, I was like, do you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip-hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was a classic.
Joe was the funniest shit because when we came in and when we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger laughing. Even mind you, he never was, dirty. I don't even think, I never seen him eat meat like that or whatever the case may be. But we came in, he was eating cheeseburger and shit laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in there, they kept telling us like, yo, y'all can't go into the crowd with everybody. We're not going to hold no responsibility if something happens. We're like, all right, no. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. Wow. It was love.
What year was that? Wow. No internet.
We like, yeah, none of that shit.
None of that. What? Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I don't think so.
You know how wild that video would be?
I don't know that people seen that right now. People that shit like,
oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean, they lost it in the news back then that you guys performed in Rikers.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip hop, it was like people you have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck about. That is crazy. For a new art form, it was right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop
got big. Yeah.
It got so big.
I remember it's so funny you said that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe let's say 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah. We was young boys. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, oh shit, motherfucker was rhyming. I ain't this shit sound cool though. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But really it was a way to bring people together, that was going through different shit in their life.
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in '84 I was in high school, so it had to be '80 because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in '81, so I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980. Yeah. So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said,
remember like what was the shit that you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So, set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3 K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
First shit that grabbed me was like how you said, Sugar Hill Gang, you know. Rap is the light.
Yeah.
Rap is the light. That was the shit.
Oh, God.
Now look,
It's everywhere.
I had wild cousins and shit. They was, they was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, smoking weed and smoking coke and, doing whatever they was doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit and, just be in their business, be in their world, and they would be playing music. They had the record player, they used to coke on the table with weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool. They was like, come in, man. You don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? Nah, I ain't gonna say nothing. And I would just be watching, and I would see weed on the album covers, and just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room, and they in the shit, but they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, disco, and the next thing you know, I heard this fucking record on Sugar Hill Gang, and I'm like, the groove is dope, holy shit, like, this is what I'm gonna be, you know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe, I'm like, this is who I am right here, but
It's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged.
yeah, nobody expected that.
Well, it was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife. Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore. She was a Democrat. to censor rap music. Because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, you know, like that 6 in the morning, everybody's like, what the fuck is this? You know, and that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand, it sold way more albums. Because that's what kids are looking for. What the fuck is this? They don't even swear. Get this shit out of here.
Once they got the label on, it's like, I want it.
Exactly. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the
regular shit.
Regular shit. Like, get out of here with that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few guys who got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
Nah, definitely not. But like you said, though, everybody wanted the raw shit. And you gotta remember at that time, it was time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, and our neighborhood, we had like crazy people. Like, if they catch you at night, they'll kill you. Like, they be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, all this makeup on. And, you know, I remember one time going to the incinerator room. My mom's made me go, she made me go to the take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day and I was laying there and she fucking smacked me in the head with a phone like, yo, didn't I tell you to take out the fucking garbage? So now I'm going down to the incinerator room, you know, walking, it's on the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen a motherfucker sticking his head out. And he had his hair all wild and shit was like green and red and all this. And he had lipstick on all crazy and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking and he looked at me. And I got the garbage pail with me. And it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. You know, back then, you know, your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. You know, she's your hero at that time. Came back, that nigga was gone. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door when it was closed, he was gonna probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me or something. Oh. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy back then.
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah,
crack. That's also in the
but see, before crack, you had that dope. So motherfuckers was mixing dope and coke together, man. Getting high, shit, man. Yeah, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But you know, that's how far to me music went back. You know, listening to Ladies Night. You know what I mean? I had people in my store that had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back. Coke and dope, though. So, you know, all this was going on in the community. Wow. It was a serious time, scary times back then.
So if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like, that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it, is that everybody kind of knew that. You know, it was part of the appeal. There's never been, like, a genre of music like that that's so connected to, like, the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. Like, the whole genre, to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be, like, some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit you never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
That's true. I mean, you know, back then, you know, hip-hop was really an expression for the ghetto. You know, the way that being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, nobody had no fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. You know, back then gangs was still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. That, yo, when you're from the neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood, you know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't from here. It's like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? You a little bit. You know, then it creates this animosity thing. And I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stayed up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, you know, I leaned more towards up the block, you know, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble. You know, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. And next thing you know, before you know, we all fucking with each other. You know what I mean? So each other, is to test each other's heart, and whatever may happen was happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, just music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and on a place of music and shit. So we knew every time they did that, we knew something was gonna happen at the end of the night. It just mandatory. It was just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out and everything would be nice, and next thing you see a motherfucker riding down the street all crazy, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging a golf club out the window and shit, and somebody's mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? But the music is still playing. So yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, but made it spooky. But it still was fun because it was something to remember.
Well, it's fun because you survived.
Yeah. But we were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or died at that time. Like whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. That's wild. But the music is what kept things in order for us. Because we always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. When you come from somewhere that's fucked up, Joe, and it's nothing there, you can't get a job because your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. It's just too invested. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, "Oh fuck it, I'm gonna live off the land. I'm gonna sell weed. I'm gonna do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive." So everything was just survival. When music always kept us calm, and you always want to listen to what's next being played. Like I grew up on R&B music, like disco, all that fun shit, roller skating. These motherfuckers in the neighborhood that was roller skating. We could get off of Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. You know, we all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us in class, we all resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, he had Knowledge of Self, which was being involved with the Nation of Islam, and also Jizza and Old Dirty. They were part of the Nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go and they build. They talking about mathematics and all of this, but it was Jizza and Old Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too, and he knew how to rhyme because of his cousin. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called the All Together Now, which was them three, and they would run around and they would battle, different guys from different cities and move around. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were, but when Jizza and Old Dirty came to Staten Island, they came and they hang out with their cousin. So, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, yo, I've heard about your rhymes, and, and Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker. He was crazy, but, yeah, they had their own little thing going on. And then, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. Like, if you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin able to, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now too. Next thing you know, they had their movement going on. So us on the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, we know them, we know they super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but we wasn't thinking that way. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA is essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together to bring all your killers into one under one roof.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah.
It's like Eric B and Rakim. There was a few EPMD. There's a few people.
You know your shit.
Yeah.
You know your shit.
Gangstar. There's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Nah, because
It was kind of scary. It was like, God damn, when you guys had a show. I mean, I heard stories that it was just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
Yeah, that was some major shit, bro. Yeah, like you said, that was so rare to see a group that come out like that, and it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had the record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
It's always the case.
you know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about the shit at this level anymore. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing in all my guys, and he just put that number together. So believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something in him already. I seen something like, yo, this guy really, him and his cousins, and yo, these motherfuckers really got talent. Not only the ability to rhyme, but he was clever. Like, talking about clever rhymes.
Right.
And he was mixing it with the knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
Like, man, you know what I mean? Like, yo, so, this is something that I felt like I would want to go chill with them just to be in the mix and get fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being a fucking rapper. I just love the music, but I'm watching these motherfuckers. I'm like, there's something about these motherfuckers that I love.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, when RZA went out there and he came back to the community, he's like, yo, I put a record there. So, I was there. I'm like, we see this shit, looking at this shit. I see the fucking, like you said, what's the name? Fine print. Yeah, the fine print and shit. Like, holy shit, come on. Wow, sat down. That's what's up. We out. But his situation ain't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, Chef, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people. And then a lot of times you're getting fucked. And you don't even know you're getting fucked.
It's a mandatory.
Mandatory. You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, oh, if you owe me, I'm a fucking squeaky line, suck my dick. He performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol, because they owned him. It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world and they get owned by people who provide no value, especially today. Today it's even crazier, right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone.
It's over, man.
It's all gone. So for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge. Hang on. Hang on. Keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking instant. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD. And he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Put yourself in the hardest situation, right? You have talent, right? You have talent. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices. For sure. Because you know that, yeah, you may feel like I got talent, but I don't have the resources.
Right.
So those resources come and tell you, yo, look, I'll give you a shot. We'll give you a shot, but either you take the shot or you stand put. What are you gonna do?
You gotta take the shot.
Take the shot.
You gotta take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm just letting them know. You get fucked.
You get fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. They takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere.
Right.
So even when labels are being them, in my mind I'm saying, yo, I get a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that you could maybe think that you can change the world with and love. It's like you want to go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signs. Yo, I signed because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I didn't get over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard.
Yeah.
To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got problems. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean, Sugar Hill Gangs, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they have to do, but it almost gave them power too because they became famous, they became big, they became
There's
legends.
an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm
That's all
with
it
you.
is. Of course.
I'm with you on that. But we just talking about
What you gotta do.
sacrifice.
You have to.
Sacrifices everything.
If you're a young kid and that's step one and now you're on the runway, okay, you gotta take it.
You gotta take it.
But it just should be more fair.
Oh,
And it shouldn't be, you shouldn't lock it.
and I'm sure later on things worked out, and you know, now that you proved yourself,
Once they become undeniable.
it's like I tell them motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were a hustler, right? And you run into the Connect, and the Connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to do shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back then. You know what I mean? Now you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, I'm giving you these fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I'd rather take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What are you gonna do?
You gotta take the 50.
You gotta take he wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped.
You gotta take the 50. You gotta know people, and you gotta bring everybody in, and you gotta share the money.
You gotta know
You gotta share the money. You gotta
know
say,
people.
there's a
Now,
lot
if you ain't
going on.
confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you to take
You shouldn't be having that conversation if you don't know anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You got to make it worth these people's while. You got to say, listen, we're all going to get something out of this.
and see. Now look, that philosophy that you said,
Yeah.
he took that.
Yes.
He took that. He
Yes.
said, you know what? At the end of the day, we take this little bit of money, and we're gonna go. We're gonna be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yes.
Because we know what we believe. See, it all starts from what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you fall.
It's a rising tide lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
And with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically people want to listen. Automatically. Automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. It's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then you're scared. You know, scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. And you think, no, that's when you got to bond together. That's when you have to find real people, stick together.
You said the key word.
I sell that 50. We got to sell that 50. Talk to Carlos. go down to the bodega. Let's make a deal, man. We got to make some deals. We got 10 hours.
I guess that's what Rabbi did. He danced with the devil for the right reason. And, you know, he took some scars. We got hit.
It was a different world back then, too, in terms of the industry, because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud. You can blow up. You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio. You needed
mixtapes, but it's hard. Well, you had to be some undeniable talent.
Yeah.
You know, like we always played the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video?
Yeah.
That's undeniable talent.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's gonna. If he stays alive, you can't stop that train. That train's running everything over. You know what I mean? It's like there was guys like that back then. But man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil. Mm-hmm. And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in the record sell days.
But that's what made us learn is that we had to go through those growing pains. We had to get jerked to learn how to say, yo, that was a lesson.
Yeah.
So everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you want to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yes.
Go for it.
Definitely. Go for it. It's so much better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation and you don't realize at the end of the day, damn, I should have took that opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities when they come. And it's like if a person goes through your opportunity, 9 times out of 10, it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it might be an opportunity to help you.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about you trying to help yourself and get out there. It's like watch a Scarface and the nigga told him, he said, yo, give you $5 grand. You better come. And if you fuck this up, Chico, Scarface looked at him and said, man, the fuck is you talking about? We built for this shit, man.
Yeah.
You know, and he lost his man in the mix, but he was able to prove to himself that I can do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at rap. It's like, yo, don't give a fuck. Yeah, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we do.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned. And you just keep taking chances. Keep going. Pick yourself back up. Figure out where you fucked up and learn from that. Now you're better.
That's right.
Now you have more experience coming into this next thing. Just keep going. Just keep going, especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do. And then when they do, it's like, oh, and then you want to go back to their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums before this.
Think about it. Think about all our favorite artists out there. You know, Eminem. You know, Eminem been trying to fucking get on. You know, you know, Rothschild, Slick Rick, all these
So
guys,
many.
they went through a lot to get on. You know what I mean? Biz Markie. You know, nobody wanted to fuck with Biz at first, but you know, he finally figured the code out and was like, yo, this is what I'm gonna do. You know, we start rocking shows and different communities and things. You know, people start hearing about him. Like, oh shit, yo, this guy is dope. But it's that sacrifice. I tell people all the time. Gotta sacrifice.
It's time put in. Time put in, energy, effort, determination, and you gotta have talent.
Yeah.
You gotta have talent. It's just God just gave you something or doesn't. You know, some people just got it. You know, and some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. You know, he grew up in this like intellectual, artistic family, and that's why his rhymes are so good.
His pops, man. His pops is a musician.
Yeah, like Rewind. That's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy. I was listening to that shit yesterday.
Genius song.
Back in the gun.
Yeah, genius song. The whole song backwards. And it's amazing. Oh, I love Nas, especially for lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They were so good. So good. And unusual like that. Like deciding he was only the first guy to make a rap backwards. And make it work perfectly. You know? I mean, it's just... Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the Brand New Heavies got together with a bunch of rappers? The Brand New Heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Coogee Rap, a bunch of guys. Some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, they was more musical.
Yeah. Have you ever heard Coogee Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie, play that. Play that. Find that. Gotta put on the headphones for this. This is in my, along with a bunch of Wu-Tang. This is
Right.
in my,
Yeah,
this is in my Spotify playlist. This is Cool G Rap in like, I want to say 92? Yeah, 92. Listen to this.
So thinking I'm a flake, but I'm no flake nigga, cause I think I'm sick. Nigga, know what the word is, half the flake. With the 44 Mac, so simple. Wanna do it simple. Fuck, I'll give a nigga verbal and simple. Even up on a fast flow, but I'll let the ass know.
I've never heard this shit before. How good is this?
Where's the rest on the track? You left on the west coast, bro. Got motherfuckers doing jumping jacks. You motherfuckers lost it. I make your ass like
one of my favorites right there.
Turn the chicks with small dicks. Woo!
Nice.
So
nice.
good.
Nice.
So good.
So this was on the brand new Heavies album.
Yes. The brand new Heavy did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And it's,
what year was this?
92.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
The beginning, yeah.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian.
Right.
And he turned me on to this. Like, you gotta listen to this shit. I was like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. I couldn't find it forever. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. And I was like, you gotta be able to find it. And that's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and, you know, some of these platforms, people upload shit you totally forgot about. Like Tin Dog. You know, you forgot about things like Fuck Compton. Remember that?
Yeah, he was a wild cat.
Wow, it was good though. He was good. He had
wilding back then.
Great shit, man.
Yeah, he was wilding back then.
But Cool G Rap, that to me was like, that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s when we would drive. That was when Cock Block came out. Remember that? Remember that?
Holy shit,
oh my God, that song is amazing.
Man, damn. So
oh yeah, man. Yeah, hip hop was a big part of my childhood or my young adulthood. You know, when I was driving around a lot, doing comedy gigs, like a lot of ghetto boys. Right? Oh, ghetto boys, man.
yeah, me too.
You know, and I was playing the other day in the green room. I was playing "Fuck a War" for these young kids. I was like, listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s. And it applies today. You remember "Fuck a War"?
Oh, God, you
Come on, headphones are coming back on. Let's go.
School me on shit. Like,
I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes.
wow.
Yeah, just angry. Wrote the song in 40 minutes. And this is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
You know that album.
Bushwick Bill.
That was my guy right there.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill. 91. Look at that big phone he's got.
Yeah, I had one of those before too. Yeah.
Fuck a war.
Fuck a war.
So get crazy.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in an NWA chain.
Dude,
Dude,
that shit was good. And that applies today. That applies today. We were all talking
because it was education.
Yeah.
It was giving us jewels. It was talking about things that were going on in the world, and that became the television for us. The music,
It became the news too. Like you need to know what was actually going on. Like Buck of War tells you what's really going on.
Yeah. So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA cats and all of that, that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living amongst. And you know, like I said, I've never heard that song before. So I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing their thing. And you know, you're hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. You know, us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, we not here. What the fuck was that?
Right.
You know, but you heard it in the song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives and music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society.
Right.
You don't think about society when you're poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Survival is the only thing on your mind. And you're dealing with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, what was that just happened? What was this shit? But then when you heard it in rapping and motherfuckers like these was talking about it and all that,
Right.
it's like now you was like, oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
It's not just here, it's all over. It's in everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be.
Yes.
That's what was happening.
Yeah.
So I never heard that before. Like, you just put me on some real shit.
Oh.
And that's one of my favorite groups. Like,
I love the Ghetto Boys.
Ghetto Boys is real shit, man.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era. Oof. That like I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on the stair climber, and I just picked up this cassette, and I was like, NWA, I keep hearing about this, and Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to, and I remember I was on the stair climber going, this is wild.
You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Wild. Yeah. You're hearing people talk about the police like they're getting harassed by the police in a way you never heard before.
Yeah,
Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. It was like I was like, wow,
Straight from the
and it was a totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping to themselves, right?
Yeah.
Like they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. The whole world was like, whoa. 100 miles and running, the whole world was like, whoa, this is crazy.
So look, you had them, you had Public Enemy.
Oh, yeah.
All of them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community that they
KRS-One
teacher.
That's the sound of the police.
All that shit right there was knowledgeable rap, hip hop. I ain't gonna call it fucking rap, hip hop. Information.
Right. They like especially KRS-One and Public Enemy.
Yeah.
They were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived.
Right,
You know?
right, exactly.
It wasn't like, you see people say shit today like, you're just doing that for class. Like, they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
Come on, even when fucking Spike Lee made do the right.
Yes.
One of my favorite
Yes.
movies. That's a classic.
Classic.
Like you said, we was getting information. And, you gotta remember, at the end of the day, a lot of people that coming out of, the hood and just being like, I know you come from the hood.
Well, I was born in Newark.
Yeah. Shout out to Newark. So you seen it.
Oh, does that come from the hood? Because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, but that's true.
I lived in Newark. I was telling you, I lived in Newark when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I told you my next door neighbor, he was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battered, rammed his door, and everything. He had a nice Audi.
Right.
I'm like, this dude has a nice car.
Right.
Selling dope. He was selling dope. And they got him.
But you was around it, though. So
Yeah. Well, that was also the time I was most into hip hop, too. You know, 1991, I guess, 90, 91. That was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding.
Yeah.
Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely 91. Yeah, Naughty by Nature.
Oh, yeah.
They had emerged on the scene, like you said, Rakim and Big Daddy Kane.
Oh, yeah.
Easy Ease and Ice Cube.
To this day, I go to work. It's one of my favorite workout songs. Big Daddy Kane, I go to work. Oh my God, I go to work. Oh, he was so smooth and so fast too. You know, Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style. It was energetic. You know, you heard his style. Like God, like your blood started pumping. You know, you started getting moving.
You see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, you know, outspoken on the mic. You know, when I sit there and I think about the Klan, you know, the move on how we, you know, formed Voltron. Each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. You know, all these guys that we're talking about today, they was the light bulb right in the house. You screw that shit on. This is what I see. I see Slick Rick, I see Rakim, Cube, I see fucking, you know, all these guys that paved the way for us. So the Klan at that time, we were so, you know, inclined on knowing about all these guys, knowing majority of them. We kept a piece of them in us. That helped us become who we are. Like I tell motherfuckers all the time, I say, yo, let me tell you something. When we came out, Naughty by Nature and shit, they was fucking shit up on the East Coast out there. You know, and at that time, you had them, you had EPMD, you had Queen Latifah, Roxanne Shante, all these, you know, artists who back then were blowing up. LL, can't run LL.
Oh yeah. LL was huge.
Coach Rap, one of my favorites. I know that's one of your favorites. You know, the Fat Boys, all these guys were just,
That's right, Bad Boys.
you know, these guys was giving us so much food for thought that we knew that if we didn't come on that level, we wasn't built to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality. The
High quality, that's the word.
The level was very high. There was, the lyrics were so good. Like you would hear lyrics and you just go, oh,
Yeah.
oh. That was the thing. That was the thing about hip hop.
lyrics, I love that.
Oh my, I love lyrics and everything. But you know, it's like that was the style back then. It's like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so important. You know, so many guys that just had. Everybody was battling for. So it was like more and more cleverness and more intricacies and more twists of what they were saying.
Yeah.
And it was just a vibrant art form now. Like how many people cheated on their significant other because of OPP?
Right.
How many?
How many?
You know, OPP, you go cheering.
Yeah.
It was like a license to fuck. You know? People were cheering. I mean, it had the hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, it doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. I mean, rock and roll, you had the 50s, it starts to emerge, and the 60s really takes off, and you know, it's been around for a while.
Right.
To have something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame. You know, especially for young kids. Because when you hear guys like you and Ghostface and Method Man, and like you're dealing with real dudes who are talking about real shit, and everybody else is kind of lame. You know, it's like, it was like they didn't even swear. You know, it's like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever, and I think RZA did a genius thing by naming it Wu-Tang Clan. Because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset, you know, it's sophisticated.
I know you're big on kung fu shit.
Yeah,
I'm coming through your shrine and shit. You got all kind of fucking Shogun warriors.
Hey, real samurai out there. Yeah.
But you know what's so crazy? I tell people it's like when RZA, when they was on their Wu-Tang shit, we wasn't on that. I grew up watching more like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once upon a time in America.
Oh yeah.
They
baby.
Oh, it's a great one. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America.
Woo.
So we were living in this, we were living around a lot of hustlers, a lot of drugs was being sold in my community at that time, right? So when his dad came with the whole tank philosophy, it was almost like, yeah, we love karate flicks. We were watching, you know about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
I come over to school, them shits is on, Channel 5, all of that shit. But if you notice, if you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, you know, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that bothered other people, and you either had to protect your people or you had to make a name for yourself. Now, when you think about Wu-Tang, I'm going to just give you a quick lesson on Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin. Really? They got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all wilding, y'all. But these guys were very good, but they just couldn't sit in Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit, doing shit. So when Richard came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin vs. Wu-Tang, right? Check it out whenever you get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it because really at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in Staten Island. You know, so we wound up changing the name and calling it Shaolin because we would have forgotten Borough. You know, when you think about Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, I don't really talk too much about Brooklyn, Staten Island. That bothered us. So we felt rebellious, like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you're going to fucking act like you're going over to your friends. I remember we used to see UFOs come through, we call them UFOs, unidentified flying objects. What the fuck he doing? Yo, fire. Yo, what you know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on in the karate flicks. Like, yo, you go to a movie, this guy. Either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. You know, the brotherhood. Yo, oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go.
Right.
We gotta go get back to that.
Yeah.
We gotta go figure that out. All the shit that Richard was thinking about at that time was a reality check for us in Staten Island. So even when we came with the name, it was almost like, yo, wow, this shit is interesting. You know, who's hanging on? You know, and back then he was hanging in Ghost's community, which was Stapleton. So Stapleton was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill. I'm from the hill. Up there, they were selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans, and West Indians, and Guyanese, and you know, it was a melting pot. You know, it was a melting pot of different nationalities in Norfolk. You know, the Spanish Norfolk over here, you know, you had the white boys over here, fucking doing what they do. You know, all these things was going on, but in Stapleton, it was nothing but criminals and motherfuckers that were fighting and rob and steal. You know, and RZA was hanging out there a lot. You know, so they came up with this whole, you know, Wu-Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when RZA came with it, it was like, oh shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. You know, we see the vision of that. You know. But it was never for us to look at it at any given time like, yo, you trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas or some shit. You know, a lot of times people go, yo, you ever do karate? You know, you don't know fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up doing that. Some early 70s shit.
Yeah.
So, you know, back then you might have had a cousin that was a martial art, he did arts and shit. You know, you looked up to him like, yo, this motherfucker's hell right here. He knows arts and shit. He know how to fight. You know, the motherfucker was being back in the building with 2 Doberman bitches and shit. You know what I mean? Beating up with fucking laundry man hoses and shit. And, you know, grabbing them, hanging them on shit. And, you know, back then that was dope to see your cousins and all of them do it. But reason when he came with his philosophy, it kind of like fucked us all up. And then, but we agreed with it right away. Wu-Tang to them was always something like an expression. So you drink it, this is Wu-Tang. You over here, yo, this is some Wu-Tang shit, whatever, because he was trying to say that we were just like them in the licks. It's crazy.
Want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, I go bow hunting every year. Whenever I kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text Wu-Tang. Like whenever I kill something, I'll show you. I'll show you that that's
I
true.
seen some of the pictures today.
I know, but I want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up. It goes
shit.
back years. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, well, I'm a fighter. The last time I said Wu-Tang, I text him every day, so it's gonna take a second to get back to some pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu-Tang, and then I send him a picture. This is gonna take a while because I keep scrolling, but this is important to show you this is real. Come on, motherfucker. Go back and search Wu-Tang. Oh, we'll show you? Oh, okay. Oh, look at Jake. Under Cam Haynes or just Wu-Tang? When you find Cam Haynes, it'll show you. Oh, look at Jamie telling me how to do it. Here we go. See all. Here it is. Right there. Wu-Tang. Shit. And then the Elvis down. Wow. That was from October. But I go back like 5 years of doing that. Like every time I shoot a elk, I text Wu-Tang.
When you started?
No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer. That head is right there. That's the first animal I hunted. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. It was either for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films. Those animal factory farming films, torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to learn how to hunt. And my friend Steve Ranella took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what I do now. Shit, I've been doing it ever since. So I've been hunting for 12 years. 12 years? Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman then?
Well, it's like, I doubt it really good, like compared to real marksmen. It's like saying you're a black belt, but you're not really a black belt. Like
courses.
Yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, if you didn't know, you think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not. I'm not nearly at their level. But there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball sized group at 100 yards consistently. I'm not. It's a lot of discipline. Yeah, a lot of discipline. Yeah, well, there's a lot of bow hunting in Texas. Yeah, a lot of bow hunting in Texas. Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
Get out there.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like if you want to learn, I can put you on some people that'll 100% teach you how to do it. Because you're fairly close. Like that's an easy thing to do. Look it up. You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah.
You just set a target up in the backyard and just shoot the target. It just clears your mind because you have to really concentrate on it. And while you're doing it, you don't think about nothing else. For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, like it's good to have a thing like that.
It's like a sport.
Yeah.
I learned it kind of master.
Yeah.
That's important.
But it's one of those things like shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you're doing. If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any room for it. You got to push it all out and just think. And that kind of stuff like cleans your mind. Exactly. It's like it flushes your mind out.
That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Just kind of like get a peace of mind and vibe to something different. Bro.
Yeah. I always say that for artists too. You should find some other thing you like to do, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly.
You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture. You're all wrapped up in it. Too tight. Sometimes you need something else that you also enjoy outside of it, and then you can look at what you're doing. Oh, it's a little different. Exactly. Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. Maybe I should take a new turn. Mix it up. Yeah. You know what's another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time, I think it was like the early 2000s, that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. They were 58 years old back then. Like this is crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road, but that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, if you weren't new now, it kind of people weren't into going to see it.
Right, yeah. When I see guys like LL and Kane and them perform and Slick Rick and Ice Cube, it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it because I see some of my legends still doing it today. But yeah, man, like you said, see a lot of guys like Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, and them still performing. It's like, why not?
Why not? Yeah. But with hip hop, it wasn't really a thing for a long
Nah,
time. Like
because
older hip hop,
you didn't think that it would last.
right?
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5 year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the 90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they felt you was gonna go. So even for us, he's like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years. We good. Yo, we'll be cool with that. So they always put us in a what's the word I'm gonna say? What's that? This
A box.
put us in a box
Yeah.
to make us feel like at the end of the day, yo, this shit is gonna be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like I listen to Billy Joel, man. That's my fucking guy.
That's hilarious.
People I know, people will be like, fuck,
That's hilarious. I love his old shit until he had that supermodel wife. Then everything got real soft. And he got too much good pussy. Too much good pussy. He got supermodel pussy, and it's like uptown girl. She's been living in her uptown world. Before that, you go back to his other shit. You know, Only the Good Die Young. Oh, that's a great jam. He's got some great stuff, man. Scenes from an Italian restaurant. That's a great song, man. Captain Jack. Ooh, Captain Jack's a great song. But when he got older, it just became, hey, he's changing as a human.
he in New York too, right?
Yeah.
Into the heart, right?
And that guy sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times. Kind of crazy. It's crazy.
Still going.
Yeah, still going.
Those out here, those are guys that we look up to that, you know, they still doing anything.
Yeah, it's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like in the 2000s, only it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they had to go over to Europe. And they would do, yeah, it's like, yeah.
And I tell people all the time, like being from the States, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
Right.
So they come out more.
Right.
Like right now,
They're
today,
more enthusiastic.
they love it more. You know?
Right.
So
They can't
we-
believe you're there.
Yeah, they can't believe it.
Yeah.
But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there because they come out and they never ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? And even to this day, it's like the clan still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. We see a lot of people, and we see young generation of kids too. It's like, yo, look how is that fucking kid that he just put him on stage and he knew the fucking words. Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. Like, yo, you know when you fucking born.
Well, there's classic hip hop now. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, there was classic rock. You listen to Led Zeppelin. There was classic rock. Now there's classic hip hop, which is amazing. You know, it's like, well, it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. And so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends will be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And then they turn them on to new stuff. And they're like, "Wow, yeah, this is 1992." You know.
And I think that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time, you know. Like how you just said, like, yo, listen to Sugar Hill Gang, you know. I actually had them in one of my videos before.
Really?
Or, you know how that, and I brought them to my hood too, so you know how that felt for me.
Oh,
So that fucking
wow.
Sugar Hill Gang,
That's
come on to
amazing.
my community.
That's
That,
amazing.
that was dope right there, man. But yeah, man, you know, that's why I always feel like, yo, I tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that did it before you, because they to instill in yourself. Like you don't have that, then you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. You know, I remember old man would tell us, if you don't know who you came from, you'll never know who you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to front on that. You know, and I think a lot of times people, you know, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know. You gotta know.
Yeah.
You gotta know it.
You should know it like the history of the United States.
Exactly.
It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had to light the fire. And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979. It didn't even exist. That's not that long ago. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. Like, what happened? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Exactly.
And
now look what it's doing. Look what it did.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music. It's like, you know, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, you know, now they talking negative, now they talking this, they talking that. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
Exactly.
Chasing.
Exactly.
Motherfuckers killing motherfuckers in the woods. I hated Ken. You know what I mean? Based on that. He was one of my favorite movies.
Great fucking movie.
I love it. You know, De Niro.
But why is it okay to do that in a movie, but it's not okay to do that in a song?
Right. I don't understand it. I don't, you know,
It's hypocritical.
You know, it's hypocritical.
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence. And that's the same thing they'll say about video games. Like, you know, doesn't hit everybody.
Yeah.
So what's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope, and if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something will get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence. It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences.
Right.
So if you're telling people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, la 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 la. I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feel.
This is these people's lived expression. This is that, which is why Wu-Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like no one's questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu-Tang Clan. So it's like that, the message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that. It was like from you to the world. You know, and if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen.
Exactly.
You don't have to listen.
Right.
But if you slap a warning sticker on it, you just don't worry.
Listen to it anyway. Right. You're gonna get caught up in it anyway. Yeah. It's like, look, prime example. When we made the record Cream, right? Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really a song to rap to or have fun. It was a reality. It was a picture we was trying to paint.
Cash rules everything around me.
Cash rules, like around me, not me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. You know, and a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn that he used to come to Staten Island and he used to sell drugstores. He came up with that word, cream, because he was like, yo, as long as I make my cream look good, what the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? Yo, cream, you ever see Tom and Jerry, the movie, and, you know, he make those big fucking sandwiches and all of that, and splash all that cream on it, and, you know, I'm like, oh, the Tom and Jerry, the sandwiches, right? Yeah, when you get the big sandwich, they stuff them in your mouth, and nah, real shit. So the cream that was splashing all over the place, he was looking at that as that's his money. Like, oh, I just want my cream. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, you want to get your cream. You sit up in a fucking spot all day, you want to make your cream. You want to get it. And
so who came up with the acronym?
A good friend of ours in the neighborhood. His name is Ray, right? And him and Method Man is like, they was like real close, like brothers. So when we was in the studio, right into it, he was there, and he just sat back and he just came up with cash rules, everything around me, and then Meth, they put it together, and next thing you know, that was a hook. You know, at that time for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. You know, so I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote 2 verses for Cream. I didn't write. My rhyme never started off with that walk in the crime song. I was writing about drug dealers in the neighborhood. I knew this kid by the name of Gigante and Teflon Don with a Diamante. Diamante back in the days was like the 5 Series Benz and stuff back then. And a good friend of mine was like, "Well, that rhyme is cool." They lied. I said, "I don't like the rhyme. Everybody else making these things. It's cool. I like it." So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I wrote it. Like, man, he said, "Yo, you need to write about shit that's something that we can relate to, that's weird things. What the fuck we wake up to every day." And that's when I came with I grew up on the crime side, the New York crime side.
So he just told you harder.
Yeah, he just told me to think harder.
Harder. Yeah.
He said, "Yo, Chef, you could be a little bit more creative."
Well, Cream is crazy because it became viral. That the saying dollar bills, y'all, became viral. Like spread across.
Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar to the rock.
Oh wow!
You remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money.
Yeah.
Whatever he was saying back then.
I haven't heard that part.
That's an old school record.
Wow.
Fly shit. But yeah, nothing was, nothing. My man Ray, they sat down and they came up with cash and everything around me. It was a perfect, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get money, but we were dealing with certain things in our community that, that we were trying to get past first to try to make some money. And it was a sacrifice. Like, yo, you do this shit, you might be able to get out of it alive, but you might not. So that record, wound up blowing up so big, they wound up being one of our biggest records. And it had nothing to do with it. I guess to me, it didn't feel hip hop. It just felt like real realization, like real shit is you need to start listening, like how you just play the ghettos boy shit. You know what I mean? You try to give them a message. And that's what I think that people love about Wu-Tang is that we give out messages. We do like an emotional roller coaster group. He can give you, Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. He can give you the tears. So it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? No, you gotta be careful. You gotta look at things for real. So all I had a lot to do with being around smart guys. The smartness allowed us to write the way we wanted to write.
Right.
It's contagious. It was contagious back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying about like really good lyrics and high quality rap. It's contagious.
Yeah.
Because then everybody else's shit has to be tight too.
Yeah. And when you come in with a group of guys that, yo, each one of you gotta come in.
Right.
You have to come in and say some shit that makes sense. Like, I give a lot of credit to our first record, like Protecting That, and I know that's one of your favorite shit. When Inspector Beck said, "I smoke on the mic like smoke in Joe Ranger, the Hellraiser, raising hell with the flavor,"
Yeah.
that right there opened up
Yeah.
something for all of us.
Yeah.
I always tell Deck, I'm like, yo, Deck, you are like you're like a Scotty Pippen. You always gonna hit, you get the ball in the hand. And that you created that first verse that you noticed me, I jumped right in behind.
Yeah.
You know, like Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And Meth came, everybody kind of like,
That's what's so amazing about all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
yeah. But we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that you will love all of us. So it's better to get us all now. We'll sacrifice the little look for the bigger look later.
Right.
And that was one of the situations that we had to dance a certain way with. Be like, okay, yeah, we can take a little bit of money, but we know we're going to be able to sell, like you said, you're the first 50. You're selling. Now we know we can telling me you got the money, but you got the relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money, yeah, you're gonna go out there and we're gonna work to make it happen. But this is what's not happening. And I give all the credit to Steve Griffin. Steve was the guy that allowed records back then. He was a part of RCA back then. And he believed it. And I'll give y'all that deal. I'll give y'all that deal. And next thing you know, when everybody started taking off, man, you got Method Man over here, you got Jizz over here, you got Rothschild over here. So we did something that was so new to the world that it's like, oh shit.
From the outside, it felt different because it felt like a movement.
Right.
Like Wu-Tang was like a movement.
Exactly.
It was different. It was like
everybody tried to box it. Everybody tried to box it to the eyes of the group.
Yeah.
So even though we knew we were a group, in our minds, we looked at it like you said, as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan. Because they wanted us to still be a group. They was like, nah, look, we sacrificing this and that, but we not going to box ourselves.
Right.
So while us doing that, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of, follow this blueprint. So now you have, these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they want to do. So to me, this kind of made hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that artists were starting to get more smart, which is important. You didn't want to be just like you said, just coming in and you sell your soul.
Yeah.
Just stay there.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
Oh, the beat is everything, bro.
Because it seems like all you guys are very prolific. Everybody can write. But if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make, right? If you have an album and another album's coming out next year, like, whoa, you gotta have 16, 20 great beats.
Yeah.
And then you gotta pick from those beats what goes with what song, and try different ways out, and you gotta make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
Real, bro. I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, being around so many different lyricists guys, beats are important. I remember one time a fan asked me, he said, what's the most important thing to you, the rhyme of the beat? He fucked me up the whole day with that. I was fucked up. And I answered him, I gave him an answer probably 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? Nobody never asked me that. I said, the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. Anybody could make rhymes. I can have you sit with me for fucking a month, and you could be an ill fucking rapper. I can take you there. But to be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or that sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times, Wu-Tang wrote to whatever they felt. It's like how you can listen to Protect Your Neck and you get that energy from us.
Yeah.
You get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy, then you get a cream, you get that.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything. And us just sitting down and waiting for Wizard to come up with something. Like one thing about Wizard, he was so clever. He had a team of guys that was around him that was consistent to helping him come with different sounds and he labeled different things. And of course, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like the Steelers back in the fucking 80s. You know what I mean? When they won 4 Super Bowls in a row. It's like that when Terry Bradshaw and Red Swan, he was in the zone. He was really in the zone.
Especially because it became successful.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not the same. I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started. But damn, for as a fan, you have to have those lyrics to it. Just the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look,
No.
you know how many times me and Rich would argue about that, and I would tell him like, "Yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took you had that, you had this, we had that. That's what
It's a 50-50 proposition. And so I think it's more 60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is the lyrics are the thing that make me go, like a great beat makes you move your head, gets you going, but lyrics make you go, oh shit. Like rewind that.
Well, me is 50-50 all the time because if I am going to give you that energy right, how can I give it to you if I don't have it?
It's a collaboration for sure. It's a collaboration for sure. But it's interesting that people would think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. Like, you need both. You need both. You have to have both. But that's where the collaboration comes in. Yeah, I had Scott Storch in here the other day.
Oh, what?
Oh, yeah, I love that dude. He's so fucking talented, so out there, you know? His glasses on, his fucking like you see it, feel the music. It's like a rare savant. There's dudes like that are like beat machines, you know? Like he just feels it, it comes into his head, he feels it just coming out of his fingers, you know? Oh, so talented. But like that kind of guy is so special. And to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or with 50 or any of these people that he collaborated with, it's like that's special.
And that's why, like I said, you know what I mean. You can't never front on the maestro. You know what I mean?
Right.
You gotta remember that DJing started it all.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You know what I mean? The DJ game,
Scratching records,
scratching. They created a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones. Look what the fuck he did.
Right.
Look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was nailing this fucking music, man?
Right.
He was so clever. He needed a vibe, though. He needed something. Who was that guy?
You ever hear Frank Sinatra with his son?
Oh, he was
before he's smoking all the cigarettes. It's a super high pitched voice. It's crazy. It's crazy. You listen to the difference. Like, wow, it had so much range.
What was the production of it?
I don't know.
He never really got famous.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis, or whoever it was. Whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect.
Right.
You know? Yeah. Who was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A.? He produced all the Beatles shit. He had that. He got tried for murder, and every day in the courtroom he'd wear a different wild wig. He created a wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He'd pull guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath.
White guy?
Yeah, and he's a Jewish guy, I think. And he shot this lady in the mouth. Was he Jewish? I don't want any Jewish people mad at me. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish and they did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys,
I'm just saying a little
talented,
successful Jewish people in the entertainment. Be clear, man. But that dude, he was responsible for the wall of sound, the Beatles. Like that was a big thing with him. Like he was known for being a guy that would change people's music. Russian Jewish. Boom, damn.
Yeah.
What?
And he was from the Bronx, huh?
From the Bronx. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wild boy. And shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, shot her in the mouth. Holy shit. Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like he was known for threatening people. Like you want to get out of this fucking contract, shove a gun in your mouth. Wow. What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher. Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks when he pulled a gun on her. He could pull that shit with me. Right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. Well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters. Of course. That's the story about Hendrix. The story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead. His music is a maestro, like a one in a billion year talent, and that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's why his girlfriend jumped off the top of a building to own his shit because he was going to leave his management. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later, and it just came out like I want to say like 10 years ago, wasn't that long ago, where the bodyguard said, yeah, the manager killed him, killed Hendrix, and threw the girlfriend off the roof. Oh yeah, they did a bunch of movies. They need to do a real Wu-Tang movie. I know Hulu had a series, but they need a real like Quentin Tarantino needs to do. That's me, man. I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think. I think we talk Quentin Tarantino because he wants to do one more movie. How about he does a fucking Wu-Tang movie? The real Wu-Tang movie. It's like Hulu's great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only do that so wild on Hulu. You know, like for it to be real, it has to be a movie. Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside my book, I talked about how Q-Tip, a good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had me and Leonardo. Leonardo DiCaprio? Huh? Leonardo DiCaprio? Right? And I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up with me, Leonardo would be in Brooklyn at this small pizza shop on Leonardo's favorite spots. And he wanted to talk. So yeah, that's what's up. So me and Leonardo, we started talking. He's like, yo, so he's telling me that you was thinking about trying to, get guys together to create a movie. I was like, yeah, this is what I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with Wizard, myself, Leonardo's people in LA. And I told Wiz, I said, listen, before we do this Hulu thing, which at the end of the day was a business production thing, I said, I think we need to make a realistic, real life movie of us. So that it should be nothing that we should play with because people need to know our real story. So Wizard entertained the conversation, but I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu. He might already have a deal. Yeah. And like I said, at the end of the day, the clan. Look at that. Yeah. The JV massive. Yeah. JV's the best. It was that night, and I remember that. Wow. I wish we could have been able to say it. And the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him, I said, this would be like a slash of Goodfellas and Menace Society. Yeah. Yeah. How to talk about our story and whatever. He was super open. He was like, yo, Chef, what we gotta do, y'all. Who we need to talk to? But at that time, Rizzo was already in pocket on what he wanted to do. So I said, you know what, one day, maybe I might get a chance to show my version. Because come on, how many Pablo Escobar movies we love that? Right. You know what I mean? You got these guys telling you. Oh, for sure. It can still be made. So it can still be made. 100%. Just because there's a movie, that doesn't mean shit. Right. But I think that at the end of the day, God willing, we will really give you guys another taste of really how we really see it. Well, I think it would be hugely successful. I think for music, from a movie rather perspective. Would you rather see it as a movie? A movie. Or you do it like on Netflix where you get wild. Yeah. Do it like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on Netflix. You can get wild. Yeah. That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be edgy. Right? It can't be in any way ABC after school specialified. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter. It has to be good too. It has to be like good narrative. Like it has to be set up. The scenes have to be set because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs to get together under one mastermind with all these genius talents, and they form this movement. Because you're gonna condense that to 2 hours. You have that was one of really good writers. Like, yo, wait, but I think it could be done. I think that's what I said. I said, yo, look, come on now. I said,
People do it all the time. I said, yo, look at prime example. Look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of Compton. I thought they did a good job, but that was Dre and Cube and you know. I'm sure you always gonna have somebody around that be like, yo, nah, that ain't it, that ain't. But it was so realistic that when I seen ours, it was like, all right, I get it. You know, really, you said, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to it. Once everybody loved it, they loved it, so it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for loving it.
It's great. It's great. But hear me out. Opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening of the movie, you guys show up at Rikers to do the concert. We're old dirty bastards inside. That's the opening of the movie. That's the opening of the movie.
You want all the real gritty. You want gritty.
That just get everybody on the hook right away, and then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after that, you put the ear,
And
whatever.
that's how you make movies. You pick all the greatest moments.
Yeah.
And then you start selling. Right.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. You start with Rikers, which is what year was that? 95? What year was that? What year was the Old Dirty Bastard and Rikers concert?
Yeah, I was about to say, look like that.
And what year did you guys start? What was the very first year?
We started late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back to 92. Back to 92. That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap. Really, Jizza is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99s, 2000.
I got our interview where we're talking about it.
And doesn't Jizza have some degree in physics? Doesn't he have some crazy degree? Look that up. So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real. Just that. Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates opening, and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down. The guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Think about it. That's the beginning of the movie. That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it really happened. This isn't bullshit. This isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it's just so incredible even more on how we connected because, like I said, everybody come from almost the same poverty bullshit. Everybody had different philosophies on how they felt their lives was going into. I tell people all the time, my neighborhood was about making money. Ghost neighborhood was about taking money, taking shit. Jizza, being one of the MCs that could have been down with the juice crew. He knew from the juice crew. He turned it down.
Really?
It's like they was the highest shit back then. Master Ace, Benz, King, Cool G Rap. All these dope MCs, they ask, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. Like, nah. All these things I remember like yesterday, like, wow. Juice crew. Like, I love the juice crew, but I just was in this chamber, like, us with Old Dirty, like, Old Dirty always wanted to be like this guy. He had that personality, that charisma, that energy. So, like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see. Each individual, like, and like I said, shout out Movie, man, for doing a great job. But I do agree, like you, we need another movie where it really defines who we are.
Yeah.
That was his side of how he wanted to tell it.
It's a great story. It's
great
fine.
story.
It's fine. The whole thing's fine. But I think there's something missing. And I think the something missing is a movie. It's gotta be a movie. It's gotta be a big screen, big thing. And it can be done.
I heard it first. I ain't have to argue with my brothers about it.
I mean, So imagine when ODB does "Baby I Got Your Money."
Oh my God.
Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
He had the most hits out of all of us, right?
He was so fucking talented, man. And so real. You remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give? Where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I gave my money to nobody.
He's like, yo, you want to get back? He was like, yo, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And everybody was crying.
Yeah. Everybody
was
loved
so
him.
real because it was so real. It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important that we establish some sort of a community. Shut the fuck up.
He's like,
He was just having fun.
Ain't nothing, you know what I mean? But we always gave back in our own ways.
Of course. Well, by existing, you give back. By existing, you inspire others. By existing, how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by Wu-Tang Clan? All of them. Countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I say that we definitely had a piece of watching the new generation grow and kind of build their art the way we built ours. That's important. To reflect on that. Back then, like you said, nobody wasn't giving motherfuckers this kind of money. Like we was the first group that ever had $1 million video.
Wow.
Remember that day? The original was coming up with the storyboard.
What video was that?
Train.
Wow.
He did the train shit. He came up with all this shit. Like, yo, this shit gonna cost $1 million. You're like, what the fuck, nigga? What's $1 million? Like, do it. And at that time,
Is this it?
Oh, yeah. This is what my guy Bright Rack.
Of killer bees. They've been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. We've heard
See the bees coming through and shit.
and we will be bringing you up-to-the-minute information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man on top of a skyscraper ready to jump. We're told that he is possibly Old Dirty, of the Wu-Tang Clan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this Old Dirty man and killer bees.
Old dirty man.
Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it?
To me,
It has to.
I mean, I always believed in that group. These guys, like you said, very talented. Sometimes we don't know our power when we come together, but we might be the only group that stuck together so long, because we all feed on each other every time. So to be able to reflect back when we was in our prime, it was like we still ain't even giving our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it because we have to. Not do it because we're all in a happy vibe, a happy moment. A lot of times we make great things happen out of nothing. The pressure might have been turbulence, might have been arguing that day, but we still managed to come out with something great out of that whole time of that moment. But
That's what's incredible is that through all the disputes, you guys still stay together.
Yeah.
That's because there's no way you're gonna have 9 dudes and not have disputes.
Exactly. I mean,
Especially 9 alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard, man. It's hard because everybody has an opinion. and you want to respect everybody's opinion, but it made me think about sports, and it made me think about how coaches and people, outside of the group are so important. See, how we were designed, we we huddled up, but we never really had people around us kind of like push the narrative forward to show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes, of being great, but still handling the business a little bit different from if we either had some coaches,
Some guidance.
some guidance.
The problem was back then, no one knew what was going on
Nobody knew.
because it was so fresh. It was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years.
Right.
So it was emerging and it was chaotic and it was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts
Yeah.
in how to manage it.
Yeah.
It's like today, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like what's the path that you think that I should take?
Yeah.
And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew? Who knew that was gonna work? They would have told you that's not gonna work. You can't get 9 dudes in a band. That's crazy. How are you doing that? But it worked. It didn't just work, it like accelerated everybody, it like amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Is it didn't just work, it worked better than being by yourself.
Yeah. I tell people all the time, the clan, I think we all got better based on us as a collective.
100%.
Has to. Nobody could do it by themselves. Be great.
Iron sharpens iron.
Sure.
And that's what it is.
Still.
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together, there's no way it couldn't be great. That's what's incredible. It's like it's so hard for people to do that. That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come up? And not one group has come together and made like they're just like Wu-Tang. Not one.
Yeah.
Not one.
Yeah. Even when it comes to, sales, each one of us is blessed to be able to go platinum and gold. But we talk about that. Sometimes when we all together, we laugh and we say, damn, no other group did what we did, like come with guys that everybody in the group went gold and platinum and this and that. And I couldn't name one person. It's like, hey, name one person name one group that did what we did at that level back then. I couldn't name it, you know what I mean? Because
well, the Ghetto Boys branched out. Scarface obviously went on to have a massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance?
Oh yeah.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's one of my greatest friends too, man.
And so different than anything else. Like the way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it's incredible. Incredible.
Smart pieces of real guy too, man.
One of the all-timers. One of the all-time greats. All-time greats. I haven't yet. No, I'd love that. I love that dude. I've had with him. I think that like there's so many amazing talents that came out of that 90s hip hop era that like for a young guy coming up, someone who's like interested in a career in it now, it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You've got to explore the classics. You got to see what started this whole thing. Because and you got to put yourself in this mindset. Like it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it was like when it came around, it was this totally new thing, this totally new sound, totally new like avenue of music that existed. And everybody was like, wow. And all the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. Like, this is crazy. This is so different than everything else. And so for the people that are like making a career in it now, ooh, I know there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you gotta abandon that. Abandon that thinking. Go back and educate yourself, because it's free. Get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the 90s that you're missing.
And all we were doing really was just, like you said, just expression.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, and a lot of times when we were smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, like today, like prime example, I own a cannabis business. entrepreneur call that story when you see representatives. You know, we said that like Kenneth Beals said, yo, I'm gonna have me a fat yacht and enough land to go and plant my own cess crops. But for now, it's just a big dream. You know, so we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, like, you know, now as I sit here with the owner of a cannabis business, I'm like, wow, he's talking about things. Yo, my first joint in it went gold. I put it on my mother's, you know, my mother's living room wall. You know, we did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming of it being a reality. The next thing you know, it happens. You know, like how you said, you know, Jizza being so intelligent and talking about science and, you know, Beth, you know, talking about certain things. And, you know, now today he's in the movie world and Riz is a director. You know, these were the things that were going through our minds as we were just smoking and listening to production and just saying, yo, what the right next week? Where do we want to go? You know? And I think that that is important as artists is to dream, be creative. Don't sit in one box. Like that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot with hip hop today. Is like, yo, this just sounding too fucking repetition. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here.
Yeah.
But it just sometimes it's just sitting in one fucking box. Where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like now, it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that's saying, "Yo, we want y'all to stay right there. We want you to talk ignorant. We want you to not grow. We want you to just
Whatever they think is gonna sell.
Why is that? Why is that the case? Because
It's the same reason why they were trying to take the RZA and change him and turn him into something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy. They do that in podcasting. They do that in music. There's always some executive that thinks they know better and they're going to mold you and shape you and change you. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to hire an image team. We're going to do it's all just bullshit. It's non-artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen. You know, you have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in the way that's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything to them. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band? Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like fucking 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer, Body Count. And everybody wanted him to be a rapper. And Ice-T was like, nah, I'm going to do a hardcore album. It was like, what? I don't know motherfucking Cop Killer. It's like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. But it's like, he just didn't listen. It's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do. This is what I want to do now. And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want. Because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but it's going to be the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning. Well, you probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's like we all like you said, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. You know, he's very different. You wouldn't want to see the two of them at a concert together, you know. But that's what you have to give room for an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats, just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes. You go, hold on, do that again. Stop that, stop. Do it again, do it that way. Okay, can you make it echo? Do it, give me an echo.
So, but he's working.
Yeah, right. He's barefoot and shit, fucking doing yoga. One of the geniuses, super weirdo, a Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those guys
be great in their own way.
they're artists though. That's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that we made, Raekwon sold 1,700,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Like, oh no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing where you talk about discipline? No. You know? But that's one of the most important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like Gangstar song Discipline. Like that song inspires you to have discipline. It's a great fucking song with great lyrics.
Like I said, yo, this shit became knowledge to us, man. Like,
Yes.
you know, that's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor, you know, raising our kids to be smarter and, you know, not hiding anything from them. Like you said, once you put that warning stick on there, don't look at it. They're gonna look at it anyway. So why not let them see what for what it is and then say, yo, look, you can make these choices, but you go that way, you know what you get. You go this way, you know what you get.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow up. And then everybody would want to do it that way. If someone today became like this genius lyricist who's like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
But you think that music is still, you think the radio will play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing it. That's what means something.
How do
Like
you get it out there?
someone like put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about now. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it, you go, oh, yeah. And you have your friends like, you gotta listen to this. Listen to first line.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to that shit.
That's how we always sold it anyway.
Oh my God. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, you talking like how I feel about my album I'm about to drop.
When's it
Feel
coming
that
out?
way. Well, you know, shit. I just been working on this documentary right for the purpose of just to be honest with you, take you back. I've been working on, you know, Only Built for Cuban Links is my What's Going On album, my Thriller album that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, will be 30 years. So what we done was we went back and decided to do a documentary about it, a real life novel. So it's called The Perpetrate Files because remind you, Only Built for Cuban Links was the name of the album. But being that I came with it as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Perpetrate. So now, you know, we came back and we decided to do, you know, me and my team, my camp, you know, the plan, of course, the plan. But this is something that was my intellectual property that I said, yo, you know what? Me and my guys sat down, my team sat down and said, yo, we need to do a documentary about this album. You can make 50 albums, people still want to talk about Only Built for Cuban Links. So I said, man, you know what? You're right. So what I did was, I said, you know what? We invested in kind of tell the story of what helped us inspire that album, what helped us be a part of the culture, and how it still allows me to still exist today. Like, if you see a lot of these guys today in the game, they still wear Cuban Link jeans.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who would ever thought that I'm calling my album Only Built for Cuban Link niggas? Now everybody they mother is wearing Cuban Link chains today, 30 years later. So, you know, that's been something that I've been working on, and believe it or not, we've been working on it for 10 years.
Wow.
So I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by that album to be a part of this documentary. So now, this is all in the making. We didn't actually go out there and start pitching it yet. We're finally getting ready to do it right now, as we speak. As we speak. Once the new year kick in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go do a deal with a network with this project. It's going to be ill.
It's a great idea.
You know what I mean? So my thing is to talk about it in a way to where the way we made that happen. All the experiences, all the things that we went through. And eventually that would wind up becoming a movie later on. Because the storyboard of how I talk about it is going to blow people mind. It's like, damn, this is what you was going through. This is how your mindset was. Because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop, man. And you know, we were in a position to make something golden that at that time, I was already thinking cinematic. I was already in Martin Scorsese mindset because when I came to the clan, I was like, yo, I don't do all the karate shit. I don't know how to rhyme like that. I don't even know about hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive, you know. So we talk about this in a documentary and we go through some of the songs and like I said, you know, I got some of my guys that, you know, we had conflictions with some artists out there like Big back then everybody thought we had a beef and you know, just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside with working on some other music. So I just said, yo, let me get this done the right way first, and then I'm gonna, you know, drop some new music. So I got a definitely new album when they come out.
It was that new album.
New album I'll say probably like the 22nd quarter. Yeah. And I never even mentioned the name of the album, but I'll mention it on your show. The name of the album is gonna be called The Emperor's New Clothes. You ever heard that Dutch hotel?
Yeah. The Emperor wears no clothes. Yeah.
So that's gonna be the name of it because I feel like the status quo today, everybody follows bullshit. Nobody wants to be genuine no more. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, if you believe it, oh, I'm supposed to believe it. I'm supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. Goes back to like you said. I'm listening to everything you're saying about you have to do it from this way. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is gonna stop you from being you. You know what I mean? Yeah. So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my new album that's coming. Like, yo, I'm gonna let you tell me that this is not what people still love. Right. I don't care. I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm gonna have a ball with shit. Man. I got a lot of great things that I want to give the world, but yeah, that's gonna be
people still love it. And I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the Comedy Mothership, when I play them 1990s hip hop, they go, oh, they just don't know yet.
Yeah.
They just don't know.
And we can't afford them because they wasn't allowed.
Also, at the time, they got so much shit coming their way. They're getting inundated by all these new artists, all these new TikToks.
There's so much shit going on. There's
so much shit going on.
There's so much going on, but you know, I always say that it's always a lane for people that love music. You know what I mean? I don't care. It's like you could be 50. You know, today I'm sitting here as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in him to love what I work with helped me be who I am today. So I'm still at my best when it comes to making music. You know, like today the chef is more of an architect artist now. I don't consider myself a gangster rapper or funny rapper or I'm an architect rapper. You know, because I like to reflect on things about growth and development. You know, when people hear this album, they're like, damn, like, yo, he still fucking got it. I tell people all the time, don't ever think, you know, use that shit. That's like sitting here and saying Mike Tyson can't fight. And you know at the end of the day, he loses fucking big when it comes to how he feels that passion for boxing or whatever. I feel the same way with my music. So get ready. But like I said, the name of the album is called The Emperor's New Clothes. Check for that shit.
I'm ready. Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor. It was a real pleasure. Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long fucking time. And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie.
We're going to make it happen.
Do it the right way.
We're going to figure it out.
I wish I made movies. I wish I was a movie maker. Because that's what I would make it that way. I would open up with that fucking Riker scene.
Listen, Joe, it's never too late for us to do what we want.
It's never too late. Never too late. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye, buddy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Are we first time. This stuff was very first time ever.
Okay.
Lighting and smoking a cigar.
This
How old are you?
40.
How have you managed to get this far with no cigars?
I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Is
this
this the right way?
Yeah.
He's gonna vomit. I want to see him
I
vomit.
don't think you're gonna vomit. Don't inhale it. You gotta get the fire.
First, you gotta learn. Yeah.
Lower your hand. Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose?
I swear on my kids, I've never done it.
No. I mean the way you're being retarded. Like get the fire on the. Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. All right, you're good. Just start pulling. No, you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
What am I supposed to do? Smoke it.
You gotta inhale while you are lighting.
Yeah. What you want to do is inhale all the smoke in.
No. You just kind of take a deep breathe in while you're doing that. Jesus Christ. I don't know, how do you get to be 40 and never have a cigar?
Well, now he's a man. Now you're a man. So what do I do now?
How about it?
Up on it.
Not even lit. Fuck that up. I just tried to find it, Joe. 5 minutes.
You gotta puff
You
on
gotta do this. You don't inhale. You just take it into your mouth.
it. We enjoy the taste of it.
There you go. Take some more puffs.
Yeah.
This is not gonna work out well. Couple puffs.
Yeah.
Take a puff.
He's gonna like the whole
There you go.
Yeah, he's
Puff. Keep puffing. Keep it lit. You want to keep it lit? There we go. Yeah, this was the first time you smoked.
Sorry. When I was 6 years old.
Like a regular person.
Yeah.
A regular person.
With my uncle. You know what it is?
64. No cigars.
I think because my dad never really smoked.
Don't cry. Don't start crying.
No, it's in the back of my throat. My dad never really smoked, and I never really did any like man kind of stuff like this. And I was with my mom mostly, and she was more, you know,
Way you said that.
history. I know, well, since I got a cigar in the back of my throat. But I don't know what to do. I'm just thinking about how my clothes are going to smell like cigar smoke.
Yeah, no, it really does.
And
That's
I-
gonna mess with your head.
And it messes with my head because I'm like, I don't want to get cigar smoke on my clothes.
Do you use cologne?
Yes. Shout out Yves Saint Laurent.
Body odor.
Do you not use cologne? Never?
What do you want to open?
You just go with your natural musk.
Well, I wear deodorant.
Right.
I wear Dr. Swatch.
Shout out Dr. Squatch.
Shout out to Dr. Swatch. Natural. It doesn't have aluminum in it.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it works as good.
Well, there's
I
more
think there's something to the aluminum. But why would
Yeah.
they put it in there if it wasn't effective?
No, I tried the deodorant without the aluminum in it.
Dr. Swatch
Doesn't
there.
work.
Take a step.
Can I take a peek?
That's my name.
Yeah.
Take a step.
Take a smell. Yeah, you want me to go on the other side?
You smell good. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Wow. Not bad. Not bad, right?
Yeah, that's
Dr. Swatch. Yeah, I forget which flavor it is. It's like fucking whiskey, bourbon, musk, some shit.
There's pheromones in natural scents too.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You don't
I
think
mean,
so?
there's pheromones, but natural people smell disgusting. People that don't wear any deodorant, they always smell funky.
They
Yeah,
do.
they have like, your pits are, think about how it works, right? It's just getting squashed all the time. Your pits are just constantly getting squashed. And
Yeah.
there's hair in there,
Yeah.
unless you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
So there's hair, and the hair is collecting all the sweat, and it's just getting funky.
That's what made eating pussy so hard before, like, the 2004 porn.
Right.
Porn. But porn used to be left out.
Right?
Yeah.
But somewhere along the line it wasn't,
Yeah.
and then society followed.
Yes. And
Right.
it changed eating pussy. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable without the fumes. Because the fumes get caught in the hair.
Fumade,
Yeah.
wow,
Yeah.
stuff goes on down there.
Yeah.
Well,
The
plus,
Yeah.
not even,
Yeah. Yeah. Napoleon's letters to Josephine, he wanted her to have a full bush, and he wanted her not to bathe for a week. When he was coming home
Yeah.
from war, he said, I needed fucking munchie. So some guys like that.
Well,
I
you
don't
gotta,
actually work.
he was involved in trench warfare. Right, that guy had different tolerance for shit.
Yeah.
You just imagine the kind of warfare that Napoleon's crew were. I mean, they had muskets.
And they were also
Right.
probably much more tolerant of bad smells because history smelled. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
And people bathed once a week, and
Yeah.
even athletes, but every pride had athletes stinky.
Yeah.
They didn't have bidets yet, so your asshole was just like,
They didn't have running water, bro.
yeah, they had nothing.
They had buckets.
Yeah, the only
They were
people who were
shitting in
clean, the only people who were clean in antiquity, Muslim people. They were the clean ones. When you read about the Crusades, they said the Muslims were able smell the Christian army coming from miles away because of how filthy they were. Where Muslims were all about science and cleanliness, and Dr. Schwartz was big.
Well, before the Mongols sacked Iraq, like they were, like that was the pinnacle of civilization. They turned the river, was it the river Tigris? They turned it red with blood. Like that's how many people they killed. They killed the entire town of Baghdad. They killed everybody there. And those people were at the pinnacle of science.
Yeah.
And then look, you go all the way to the 1990s, and you got fucking Saddam Hussein and his psychopathic kids running shit and killing people, and right, that was what was left over.
Yeah. Same gene line.
It's really nuts when
You think that gets into the genes, like the killer, kind of
100%.
psychopath?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Right.
I think good things and bad things fit into genes. I think that's been substantiated by science. They said, that even racism can be passed on from parent to child.
That makes sense. I believe it.
Yeah.
Traumatic memories.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it. I feel like only now as I'm getting older, am I like, I have some of my mom's memories in my head. I feel like.
Think about it. Like, let's think of simpler animals, like dogs, like Carl. How the fuck does a dog know to pee on a tree? How does a dog know to go to where pee is and pee on it? How do they know any of those things?
They're born with it.
Right.
Programmed in.
There's some memory. How do they know when they see another dog or an animal to bark? Why are they scared of it? Like what? Why are people scared of snakes? Why are people scared of spiders?
Puerto Ricans are not scared of snakes.
Well, they use in Puerto Rico.
No, I'm saying they take them as household pets.
Yes.
My friend Sergio got 8 of them.
Big snake. Yeah. Sergio might be a problem.
Yeah, Sergio's a problem.
Sergio
used to hurt somebody. Yeah.
Pets that are snakes.
Sergio used to beat up drug dealers when he was 15 with his fist. Like that was, he would get other drug dealers would pay this 15-year-old kid to go beat up other drug dealers with his fist on the Lower East Side and get money. But he's a great guy and a spiritual guy, and he's the only guy I know that would beat up a drug dealer and then journal about it later.
How do you know about this guy?
He's our friend. Yeah, he's our friend.
He's a comic.
Sergio Chicone.
He's a comic?
Yeah, he's a comic and a boxing instructor.
Yeah.
Yeah. On trains as well. We're fucking ready.
Yeah.
We're ready to
You
go.
look
Yeah.
thinner, dude.
Yeah.
You really do. You look healthy.
Thank you. He does. What is boxing? I go boxing. Yeah.
Tell him some smokes.
You want to see it, bro? I'll show you form. I got video of it. I'll show you form. Yeah. He's got a nice. I got a video today. He's got a nice right hand. He's not. You say you're slow, but you're not slow. But you got a nice right hand. Yeah. I have. He tells me I got a little power in both hands. Right. So I don't know.
You're losing confidence. I like it.
I know, and that's how it goes. You just get fucking stretched out.
You get laid out.
Yeah, you get stretched out.
You have a smaller head than normal physically.
So it's hard to catch.
Harder target.
Yeah, you're fucking target. It looks like you got a helmet on your head.
Listen, the reality is both of you are going to get hit a lot.
100%.
And it's way better to have a big head.
Is it?
100%. Guys with bigger heads traditionally, for a fact, take a better shot. Look at guys like Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time. K1 Grand Prix champion, and fought in UFC, fought in Pride. He's a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body.
Dad
body.
Head the size of this table. Yeah. He was just Samoan.
Yeah.
Just a giant, thick dude. He was like 5'10", 250.
Yeah.
But one of the greatest chins of all time in all combat sports. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size, to their personality, to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is, it's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines, chaos, the inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code ROGAN20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Can you see just from looking at our faces how easy it would be to?
Yes.
My kid's going out. I'm going out quick,
I
right?
don't have good structure.
Yeah. I got a lady's face. That's what you say.
No, you have a man's face, but there's certain faces that are easier to hurt.
Yeah.
Right.
And his got a good jaw.
But you know, there's arguments against that. Like some guys have small jaws, and somehow or another they take great punches. Right. Max Holloway doesn't have like a big square jaw; takes a tremendous punch.
Yeah. Right. I'm scared to sleep with the lights off, so I don't. I think if I got hit,
You think you take a good shot though?
I
the structure's good.
Yeah. What I have with my defense is, not against guys like you, if you don't know me, with my defense is I look like I can take
You
a
look
punch.
like you could be a complete psychopath.
And I don't know any.
Like, if I could teach you how to like really find your inner psycho, you'd scare the fuck out of
First, you got to teach me how to light a cigar. Right? Go do that.
There's something dead behind your eyes that's very troubling if you were angry.
If I was angry, yeah. But the thing is, for me, Joe, and I'm just completely honest with you, when I get really angry, like you'll punch a wall or you'll do man shit, I cry. I really did. But many times where I've gotten so mad that I just start to jerk and cry. I've cried in front of honest before. When I get angry, I just start to cry. So there's some wires crossed somewhere in me, but we've kind of accepted. That's why I think our friendship has blossomed to the way it is, because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay. We got nicked for sure. I mean, nicked by
Some
the
people
get fully clipped. I think we got. Joe didn't get it at all. Joe got not even close to being nicked, and which is rare for a comic, because it's very usually hard to be funny and not a little bit of a feminine guy. You're a very manly guy that can be funny. That's a rarity, babe. Yeah.
Well, most guys that if you like hang around boxing gyms or if you hang around a lot of cops or if you hang around soldiers, they're funny. They're funny dudes because it's gallows humor. Because you know, like one of my funniest friends who's a special forces guy. Yeah, he's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's always cracking like jokes you could never repeat. You know, saying things you could never repeat. And it's just so funny. It's like he's funny. It's just funny in, you know, kind of a crazy way.
Yeah. Right. We always say that, like, if we were, like, back in history, like 200 years ago or whatever, we'd be the guys in the war. We'd either be hitting the drums or we would just be keeping the troops loose, laughing with the troops, because we're not the kind of guy. We think we have value as men to other warrior men like yourself, but we're not going to do the fighting. But we will do the cooking, the cleaning, and the laughing.
But
And
it's
I will
also-
offer my nuts up to be a eunuch to watch the harem.
It's also the experiences that you've had in your life that make you who you are right now. It's not as simple as like when I was a kid, I was terrified of everybody. That's why I learned martial arts. I was getting picked on, right? I hated it. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out. There's only one way. The only one way is to become vulnerable, right? Become the person that you're scared of, right? So I did that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because like I was this like kid that was tough like all the time. Like when I was young, it was like I understood how to like just be a fucking man. Like, no, I haven't learned all that.
Right. From great weakness comes great strength.
Yeah. Well, you recognize what it is, right? It's thought patterns. You allow your brain to go down these very detrimental thought patterns, and you have to like separate you consciousness from the you allow your attention to go down. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if you can shut those off, you'll have a happier life. You have to understand where they're going, and when they go in a negative, detrimental anxiety spiral. Now, I'm not saying this will work for everybody because I do believe that some anxiety is chemical. I believe that some people have a bad balance because I know people like that. It's a real thing, and I can never say that the way I think is the way everybody thinks. There's no way. But I know for me that with me, I know because of extreme experiences, I know how to shut those things off. So from fighting, from hunting, from doing stand-up, doing a lot of live things where you're in front of like thousands of people, I know how to shut that part of the brain off that goes down those roads. I know what it is. You know, I've experienced it. I never had a panic attack, but I've had anxiety and I've been freaked out before, and then I was like, why did I react like that? And then you look at it in retrospect, you go, okay, I started spiraling, and then what if this happened? And then what if that happens? What if this happens? What if that happens? Ah! Okay, don't do that.
Yeah.
And then get to that spot and have enough mental clarity and enough sovereignty, control over the mind to not allow it to go down.
It's tough when you have a comedian's brain because that's what we do. We spend a lot of time in our heads analyzing things, and sometimes it can turn on you.
Yeah.
If it starts with what if, it's anxiety. Push it out of the brain, folks. And anxiety
What
is
if
a liar.
is
no good. Anxiety's a liar.
Anxiety is a liar, but that what if sometimes is good. Like, what if I do this? What if I just relook at this? What if it's not bad? What if it's attached to what if it all falls apart? What if everyone hates me? Like every now and then I get a text from a friend that's like, hey man, are we cool? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I just I haven't heard from you in a while. I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Like, let's talk on the phone.
Yeah.
These are weird conversations, you
Right.
know?
Right.
Some people just go down the road and they start thinking everybody hates them.
That's narcissism, right? You just think everyone's obsessed with you.
There's a little bit of that, right?
Right.
Unfortunately, even victims, like people that are psychologically damaged, you know, and they're depressed, that is a type of narcissism, unfortunately. You don't want to further victimize someone who's got a mental illness by saying, oh, you're a narcissist. But if you're just only worried about what other people think of you, and only worried about how you fit into everything else, there's a narcissism in that.
I know when I text you, I just go, hey, there's a 1 in 6 chance. The guy's a busy guy.
That's what it is.
I never take it
I have a
personally.
good number, and I've been saying this for a while. I have a couple numbers that I got to just completely check out.
And I never call you first because I'm like, I don't know if we got that type of friendship.
You can totally call.
I can call you?
All
right.
How do you want to say it?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's been a couple of times I sent you, I come over for Christmas.
Yeah.
Now, oh wow, you're going to be seeing a lot of Giannis map is popping out.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of times I sent Joe voice notes, and then you listen back, I'm like, I'm not sending that. And then I just don't reach out. What'd you say? What's up, honey bubbles? What's up, baby gorgeous?
Yeah, I sends me the most voice notes, Alex Jones, because they disappear.
Oh, right.
This is what they're planning. And then it's fucking
But you keep them perfect.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can
you're
keep
right.
them, but doesn't he know if you keep them?
Yeah,
I don't want to
thing.
know.
Yeah,
You don't. I don't want that. No, what I'll do, I'll record it with another phone. That's smart. I'll film it. Smart, dude. That's what the problem is. Yeah,
That's perfect. I mean, it's almost like,
I've known him for about 25 fucking years.
I mean, if you called me did that, I'd be like, Al
As soon
Jones.
as Trump gets in, the aliens will land.
That's
They're
perfect.
turning the frogs gay.
Dude, I saw a video of Alex Jones, and I'm late to the game. You've seen this, but how he predicted 9/11 in June of 2001. He did. I was crazy to watch that.
Tucker thinks he's a savant. He's a very misunderstood guy.
Right.
He really is. And it's really unfortunate that Sandy Hook thing, because if it wasn't for that, he would be way more respected if people would appreciate him for what he is. He had a psychotic break, and he had a drinking problem at one time, and maybe some other stuff. And he was losing his fucking mind because all day long it's conspiracies that are real. Right? And so when you start looking for conspiracies in places that aren't real, and then I think there's also another thing. I think there are certain people, now I don't know who they work for, I don't know if they're independent, I don't know if they do it just for fun. Some people create fake, compelling conspiracies and then put them online.
Yeah, for sure.
They do it.
For content. Yeah.
Well, they
For
do
views.
it. That's true too, but I think there's a more nefarious aspect to it too.
Oh,
I think the more conspiracies that you can make look really stupid, the more the real ones seem preposterous because they're connected. suicide job. That sounds fucking insane, right? That sounds completely insane that the government did that. But 51 former intelligence agents testified that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. That sounds crazy too,
Right.
but that's real, right? If you get enough of the ones that don't make sense, like the Jews control the weather, you get enough of the flat Earth ones, you get enough. It's all like it's like the term drugs, right? The term drugs applies to nicotine, which applies to the coffee we're drinking. That's what a drug is, but it also applies to fucking meth, right? Conspiracy theories are lumped in all together, just like drugs. And the best way to do that is to put a bunch of bad ones out there, really bad ones, so that the ones that are plausible, you go, well, wait a minute. Show me the Biden files.
Right.
Why are they hidden for 75 years? Like, how many people did you test this on? Did you ever test for transmission? You never did. So when you were on TV saying that, what was going on there? That's a real conspiracy.
Right.
These are real people conspired to hide information and to shape a narrative that would be very, very profitable.
Right. But nobody's going to believe the Jews created the weather, and then also everyone, like, you know, it's only a small group of people who are going to go the Jews are control. They're definitely cloud seeding. They in Dubai. They will crawl in your shoes, though. The Jews will crawl in your shoes.
For sure.
Yes. So
For
you
sure.
can see them, tighten your laces.
For sure, there's people that can discern between a good conspiracy and a bad conspiracy, but I don't think there's a lot of them. I think it's like 30% of the population.
All right, let me ask you about this one. America made America.
Yeah, 30%.
Let me throw this one out. You ready for this one? Do you think it's possible? Just hear me out. Do you think it's possible that what this existence actually is some type of prison planet, and we are negative emotions are being fed on by an ancient alien race that has kind of imprisoned us, and the reason why monks and people like that go into deep meditation is because a lot of this universe is spoken through vibrations, and they can get their vibrations to a certain height where they can vibrate and have so much positive energy that the prison planet rulers can't eat them, and they're not stuck in this loop like we are. Right?
Get this one.
This is real. I thought it was eat their negative thoughts. Eat their negative thoughts and negative emotions. You want me up on it?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear about that.
This is such a feminine thing. He's asked you to hold the door open for him.
Yeah.
Why don't you put the umbrella over his head, light a cigar. Yeah, that's what it is.
I feel lightheaded. That's all. Yeah. You're gonna get sick too, but it'll be fine.
That's why cigars are so good for conversation. You're not gonna get sick. Cigars are so good for conversation because it gets you a little loose.
Yeah.
But it's nice. It's a nice little buzz.
So you don't think the prison plan? You don't think there's a possibility this is a prison plan for an advanced human race and they're eating our negative emotions and thoughts for fuel?
Where did you get that? Where did you get that from?
Alex Jones. No, not Alex Jones.
Alex Jones has a much more detailed
on YouTube, and
interdimensional child molesters.
There's a device on the moon.
Oh.
That's how they reflect. That's how the energy goes to that.
That sounds like
possible.
L. Ron Hubbard shit. Have you ever read any L. Ron Hubbard?
I know the details. I know it's a nice pyramid scheme to go up all the way.
Oh yeah, but that's just the Dianetics or Scientology. The really fun stuff is his science fiction.
Mm.
Do you know that he wrote the most words ever of any human being?
More than James Joyce.
He has the most published work of all time.
Wow. So he's like
No one.
Thomas Kincaid of writing.
Well, he never made a second draft. Homeboy stuff all sucked. It was all unbelievably bad science fiction. It was unbelievably bad, like wonderful. Like so bad, it's just like, what? Have you ever seen Battlefield Earth?
Yeah, that was the worst movie.
L. Ron Hubbard is a record-holding author who holds the Guinness World Record for publishing. Most published works by one author, most audiobooks published by one author, most translated author in the world, most translated author, same book, The Way to Happiness. Very interesting. He's a special IBM typewriter with extra keys for common words. What? He was so bad. He was so bad at writing. Not only did he not edit, he needed the word ready.
You might be. You keep going. You might be in line for podcast for Guinness World Records most podcast minutes ever recorded. That's possible. That's great.
Maybe.
You could get that.
Maybe. I mean, what's the record now?
I don't know. Who's doing 9 hours a week? Yeah. Only you.
I might already have it.
You might already have it.
But that's like I already have the Guinness World Record one that Adam Carolla holds.
What's that one?
Adam Carolla has like the most downloaded podcast of all time. You can have it though.
Yeah.
Keep your name in the book.
Yeah.
That's
Well, because you have to specifically go to Guinness World Records and they have to do research and like give you a whole.
Yeah, you have to prove it. You have
Yeah.
to go to them to try to get it up the books, and I don't give a fuck. But if
Right.
they were like really checking,
You know,
it has to.
Yeah.
This has been number one for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way I've still got it. That's crazy.
No way.
You're lying.
No. And you do what? Average 3 every episode, 3 hours. So it's 9
Yeah.
hours a week.
Average.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm usually 4 a week. So wow, 12. And sometimes 5.
Yeah.
This week is 4. Some weeks it's 5. And if it's a fight companion, like some weeks it's 4 and a fight companion. The fight companion might be 5 hours long. You know?
Yeah. That's just passion, you think? Like you never say, fuck, I gotta do a 5. It's always like, can't wait to do the
I
5.
never say fuck off.
That's beautiful.
Especially guys like you. I'm like, we're gonna have fun.
Yeah. What we call it.
You know how? Do you know how much we would be loving this if it never happened? Like if you never got to be around friends and just shoot the shit, and smoke a cigar, and laugh and crack up and talk about nonsense. Like if you couldn't do it, it would be something you would look forward to so much. If you're lonely, you didn't have good friends, you didn't have like comics are the best friends. They're the best friends to have because you can be open with them. They talk crazy. They say wild shit. You laugh together. You beat off of each other. They're the best friends. If you don't have any comics for friends, there's a lot of fucking sad people out there.
Yeah.
So if you're not sad,
You say your comics aren't sad?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
some comics are. Some comics are sad.
Tears of fun.
Yeah, that's a little exaggerated. I think a lot of them are sad because of the whole thing we were talking about before, like narcissism and anxiety. Like comics are some awful narcissists. But you know when you really see that? When comics start attacking comics that are doing better than them.
Yeah.
But it's only comics that are doing better than them. So what's happening? Comparison, the thief of joy.
Yeah. Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, all criticism comes from a place of unmet needs.
Right.
Tragic result of unmet needs.
Right.
So there's this feeling like, me, fuck you on these wines, he fucking history hyenas. I don't give a fuck if they're back. Fuck off. Yeah. We are back. That's what it is. True. Isn't there a wonderful world that we live in? Isn't there chaos and beauty? Is there so many things to talk about? And you're going to talk about other comics? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, I agree.
Shut the fuck up, you whiny bitch.
Yeah. That's why it's good to have, in my opinion, we both have kids. We get lost, we'll do our work and we'll do our stuff, have fun, and then we just play with our kids, play with like the real stuff that matters, our wives, our kids, hanging out with them.
It definitely changed there.
Some of our peers who don't have family that is just constantly worried about this business is like, I don't know how you're going to get off that treadmill.
Yeah, that's not good. I would not be the same human being if I didn't have a family. I just would not. I wouldn't have the same empathy and compassion for people. I wouldn't understand like the development of a child.
Right.
I've talked about this before, but I really genuinely changed the way I look at human beings after I became a parent. Mm-hmm. Because I used to look at adults like they were just, oh, this guy's an asshole, he's 36, he's a fucking dickhead. Now I go, oh, that's a baby. That's a baby that got terrible exposure to bad ideas, bad input, mean people around him, and thrust into the situation. So now you see him, like when I see homeless people, I get so sad. When I see like homeless people that are just like, I'm like, that's someone's baby. They held that baby. And now here's this person just leaning on the corner. What is that thing they're doing? Like a lot of it in Philadelphia, where they're like totally like.
Is this called crank or something?
Yeah. What do they call it? It's the heroin lean.
It's heroin not.
I don't even know if it's heroin. It's like I think it's some new stuff.
It's that new shit.
This guy was like doing a yoga thing. I'm like, if you could do that, like, essentially he's doing like a very difficult core maneuver.
Yeah, Joe's like, can I do that with a kettlebell?
I was wondering. I was looking at this guy, like, I don't think this is good for your back, but like, if he can hold it there, that's gotta be some like very good structure.
Do you do that it's a baby thing even with like Genghis Khan and Hitler, like even when they're murdering, like he's just a baby.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't think it kills him. Yeah, I mean, it's not like it would stop me from killing him, but what it does do is it puts me in this place of, instead of like thinking of everything as being static, that everything is just a constant progression towards what you are now.
Yeah. Even though, listen, dude, I love America. I believe we're in white and blue. I stay true to the American flag. I love our country. I do understand terrorists, like old school terrorists, when like if Americans like bombed their country for whatever reason and killed their babies, they're like, well now I'm gonna fucking go lethal and I'm gonna start killing everybody in that country when I can. I just get it where I didn't get it before I had kids. But I'm like, if somebody did that to me and my children and took them away, I would just go crazy. I'd learn how to light a cigar and I'd start fucking killing people because I have nothing left to live for, I feel. So I get it now.
Of course. It's not a coincidence that some of the scariest people live in war-torn parts of the world.
Sure.
Like the fighters that come to the UFC, the scariest motherfuckers, like the guys from Chechnya, like, guys from Dagestan, like those guys are terrifying.
Yeah.
Why? Well, look at the history of that part of the world.
Yeah.
You have to be a hard person to fucking survive.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to just keep holding the cigar? You guys put it down. No,
I put it down every now and then.
So I just put it down, and now
Don't do it on paper.
sorry about that.
Yeah, I gotta
set the paper. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So, all right.
There's Dice's cigarettes in there, so don't take the cigarettes out. Take the fucking ash.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what to do.
This is fun though. Why do you want to keep Dice's cigarettes in there?
Because they're Dice's. He doesn't smoke them. He just takes them out. And he holds on to them, and he goes in the ashtray. And he pulls another one out. And he holds on to it. He went smoking again for a while. He started smoking again, but then he stopped again.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful of my health.
Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about a great father and something? That's Dice. Dice is all about his kids.
Very dedicated. His kids play the band. They play like at his shows. His son's fucking amazing on the drums.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Dice is another misunderstood guy.
Legitimate good dude.
And also a legitimate artist. Like his performance art, the weird stuff that he does in New York City for no money, for no people.
Do you want the picture?
Yeah, there's so few people are even watching those clips. And we haven't brought them up. Like, I don't know how many views they would even have. And he's not promoting it. He's not trying to go on podcasts. He doesn't even tell you about them. You have to find them.
Yeah.
And if you're on a podcast, he's like, you gotta see this thing I'm doing. Like, but then they want a picture.
No. Oh, the big shot.
He's a real artist, man.
No, he's the best.
Like, give me some. Okay. Have you been keeping up with the drone flying saucer thing? Hi. Have you been seeing like the spaceship? Did you see any of the flying saucers that they've been talking about? You would never imagine that guy sold out Madison Square
That's
Garden.
what I was just thinking.
Multiple
Yeah.
times. Nassau Coliseum.
Yeah.
He was the fucking man.
At
And
one point, he was like the only comedian people knew about.
he was certainly one of the only casuals.
Yeah. What is also great about Dice is, obviously I'm like both comics in New York, so we see him a lot. He's one of the most giving guys to the younger guys.
Oh, yeah.
When he comes into the clubs, he won't tell you about his feats at Madison Square Garden and all that to tell you like how good he is. He'll say, here's where I was, here's where I am now. So this comedy game is like a roller coaster, and I'm living proof. And just stay in the game. That's he always tells me to stay in the game because you just don't know. Do not quit.
No, he's great.
He's great. How old is that? 60s? He's right again.
Yeah. He gave me advice to go on the road when I was just hanging out at the store when I was in my 20s. I met guys that I couldn't believe I was meeting them. You know what I mean? It was like one of those things like, I can't believe it's really him.
Yeah.
You see a guy, like when I was 19 years old, me and this girl I was dating, we were listening to his cassette in my car in front of my house. I'll never forget it. We're crying in front of my house. So for me, that was Dice. Dice was this guy where like I'd seen him on HBO. Like, this is crazy. HBO. Like, this is so funny. So now, like, getting advice from him at the store, like, you should do the road. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah, you don't want to rely on these jerk-offs for your fucking money.
Yeah.
And he's like, you don't need these people to, and it's the advice I give everybody. You don't want to be connected where you're completely dependent on one source of income. That's terrible. It's a bad place to be.
He'll text me sometimes and be like, "Oh, Chris, can you talk?" And then and then if I don't answer, he'll say, "Call me back when your kids are sleeping." And then when you call him, because he's like, "I never want to take attention away from you, from your children." So he goes, "I want to talk to you when either your kids are in school or they're asleep. Other than that," he goes, "you should just be focusing on your kids and not talking to anybody." So I was like, "Oh wow, Dice is like really about his kids. It's like an awesome thing, And then he'll go goosh, and then he'll start telling you about, "I fucking gooed on her last night."
So like, if she gets an iMessage, it's only from one of us. Right. That's it. Everything else is they're snapping each other back and forth, and they just like take a picture of this, and then they're doing it all day long, saying something. Here's where my life is. RM.
I don't think it's good. They don't want a bigger screen either. My kids don't want to go to the movies. They think the screen's too big. It freaks them out. They want to watch the biggest screen that they want to watch is the screen that we have at home on their phone. I took them to see to a movie. They were like freaked out. Too big screen. That's interesting.
Might have a little deal with it.
Yeah, that might be. I know.
That ain't normal.
Do you think it's bad? My daughters are the man I wish I could be. It's got to be bad for them. I think it's bad.
Well, it's different. What screen?
It's just the Snapchat, the social media.
It's just a different way of interacting. I think everybody's like blowing it out of proportion. First of all, I think it's not good. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's inevitable. It's like if it's raining, you're gonna get wet. Shut the fuck up. Right. This is the world we're living in. It's a weird world, and it's better to develop the ability to cope and handle it at a young age. It's definitely not good. You know.
What about college? Do you think like their kids? Do you want them? I don't want them to go to college, but do you care if they go to Harvard or Yale anymore? Do you think that's more meaningless now than it was 30 years ago?
I want my kids to do what they want to do. I don't want to be that dad who's like, I want you to go to Yale. I don't think that's good. I don't think that ever works. I think at best you give advice, and at best you always connect advice to mistakes. Like I'll tell you what I did wrong. This is what I did wrong. But that's like when I was a kid, I always fucked this up. I always, whenever I would like correct them about something, I was like, I did the same thing. I did the exact same thing. Everybody does this, you know. And this is why, and this is what you gotta know. And you know, I feel bad about stuff I did when I was 5. You know?
It's tough when you have daughters. I can't do like just make sure you wear a condom. I mean, that's I don't know what girls do. That's up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but so brutal, your girl. You either have to get on birth control, which completely fucks with your hormones. Yeah. Completely fucks with your body. Also can cause blood clots. Like girls die. I had a dude that I knew from martial arts, and his daughter died. She was 17 years old. She was smoking cigarettes, and you're not supposed to smoke cigarettes when you're on birth control. Hard thing. Yeah, and nobody even knows it. Like nobody knows it. Like if they tell you it goes in one ear, out the other, because everybody's on birth control. You don't think about it.
And some fathers just fucking snap, like that guy and just locked his daughter in the basement for 28 years. He was just like, well, now he's just never coming out. You ever see that story? That guy? No. That guy locked his daughter in the Ariel Castro? No. This is, I think it was in Germany or Austria, one of those countries. Guy locked his daughter. He said he had built a room downstairs, a studio for her to like drums or something like that, whatever she was into. And then he went and had to go in like the most inner room of this thing that he built, and he locked her in. She did not see light again for 28 years. She's still alive. She's alive, and she's telling her story now. I think he might have raped her too. Yes. Oh God. Sometimes it has 7 years. Oh, that guy. Yeah. Germans are weird. How about that German guy that ate that other guy's penis? He answered an ad.
Well, the guy asked him.
Yeah, he asked him his keto, and they ate it together, right?
Yeah. But.
He ate his own dick. He ate his own penis with the butt. It happens.
Yeah, it wasn't even butt. This guy got on bricks.
Right.
Wires get crossed.
Germans. Germans.
What do you think that is?
I think it's just it's something in there that's like very.
But think about how good they are in engineering. Right. Like think about modern automobiles and how many of them originated in Germany.
Yeah.
Bavarian Motor Works, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes-Benz. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That like most of the best cars come from this one little country.
I think maybe they're Viking, they're former, they're Nordic tribes.
Iceland. Great Iceland cars. Yeah, shit.
No, some about the Germanic
tribes.
They like to just get things done. And they are very violent.
Yeah.
They're more violent than others because you think it's just the Nazis, but then when you look back, you're like, no, this has been happening. Like like the Hessians, who like the barbarians, the British, the redcoats,
Germanic tribes went after the Romans.
Germanic tribes, but they hired the Hessians. I read a book where they were talking about they had letters from British redcoat soldiers from 1776 that were writing back to their wives about how things were, and there was this one battle. I think it was the Battle of Brooklyn, where the Hessians, they had the Hessian mercenaries come onto land first, and they started killing the Patriot soldiers, the Continental Army, and they were cutting their faces off and sharing the faces and laughing about it. And the British soldiers were saying, these guys are crazy, like they're running around with other soldiers' faces that they just murdered, and I don't know what to do with them. They're on our side, but they are nuts. And that was German, and then it goes all the way through to the Nazis. So there's something a little different about the geography of that place.
You just go to their porn, you see them.
Yeah.
With bottles in their assholes.
Yeah.
They just need something. They need a little kick. Nuts.
That's what it is.
They said the square little rock.
Is that Joe List?
The guy, so it was a cannibal who had an advertisement for a quote slaughter victim.
Right.
This was consensual.
Okay.
And then ate 44 pounds of his flesh after killing him.
Accompanied by potatoes and a pepper or wine sauce, served on good crockery.
So he wanted to die, in other words.
No,
Just
there
like an
was-
assisted suicide?
But it was penis too.
They fried and shit. This tried.
But it wasn't a surprise kill. This man wanted to be
Right.
killed.
Yeah.
But it brings up underworld
interesting.
cannibalism in Germany. About 800 people.
Yeah. So in other words, it turned him on to be eaten.
Yeah,
That was his king.
Right. Look at this. What was fascinating to me and the public was the testimony which, how do you say his name? Muse revealed his obsessions and lifted the lid on an underworld of cannibalism, right, which Muse claims counts about 800 members in Germany. Muse told the court he regretted killing Brandis and has apologized to his victim's boyfriend, but he remained unrepentant about eating his flesh, saying it was the ultimate kick both of them were seeking.
Right.
How about this one? Psychologists have told the court that he was mentally sane.
Right. I believe it. Sometimes you just like to eat.
Yeah.
We did a whole History of Hyenas episode on John D. Rockefeller, and we found that one of John D. Rockefeller's nephews, I think Michael Rockefeller, was an eager guy, wanted to film everyone in the Amazon and whatever, and he went into this one part with the Asmat troops, Asmat tribe they were called, and they just fucking ate him. It wasn't sadistic to them. They were like, this is food right here. We're just gonna eat this dude, and no one ever saw him again. He was fully eaten by cannibals. Rockefeller's grandson.
Yeah.
So you're just like, that happened.
Where was this? Where'd he go?
Was it at the Amazon somewhere? It was the Asmat tribe.
Asmat.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, a lot of cannibals. Rockefeller disappeared while on expedition
Yeah.
to hunt for primitive parts. His catamaran capsized in heavy tides and swift currents at the mouth of the Elandon River. He and his friend clung to the canoes for nearly a day, but Rockefeller decided to swim to the 12 miles to shore. He was never seen again. The Dutch government conducted an intense search, found no trace of Rockefeller was ever found. Case was closed. Journalist and author Carl Hoffman conducted a 4-month investigation of Rockefeller's disappearance. He traveled the same villages by the same routes Rockefeller used, recorded witness accounts, and found documentation that he believes was intentionally covered up.
I think he was eaten.
They eat a lot of people there. That's a part of the world. That part of the world in Guinea is really wild. Like some of the tribes, like you know about the whole pedophilia aspect of certain aspects in Guinea.
No, I know the history of Greece.
This is wild. That yet young boys at a certain age in this tribe are taken away from their mothers and they live with their penis father, and then they fuck these kids, and they think that the way the kid grows to be strong is by taking in semen orally and anally. And so there's like this continual cycle of pedophilia and kid rape that's just ingrained in the culture. See what I'm talking about?
Right.
At the end of the day, I think we just live either by good ideas or bad ideas.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea.
Well, if you get a guy like L. Ron Hubbard,
Yeah.
very persuasive, trick people into things.
Right.
So this is the beliefs of the Seaman tribe of Papua New Guinea. Rite of passage denotes a bot's passage from, I think that's probably a boy's. It's probably a typo. A boy's passage from boyhood to adulthood consists of 6 stages, which can take anywhere from 10 to 12 years to complete. Throughout most of the 6 stages, the act of having a stick of cane inserted in the nostrils and the performance of fellatio are integral to the process of becoming a man. So sucking dick is integral to the process.
Got to do it.
The 2 practices have been described as inhumane, homosexual, and child abuse, with such actions meaning prison in most countries, a topic we will delve into later. For now, the big question was, why would they do this? In short, men are viewed as being born with the devil of woman around them, kind of like an evil spirit. They are thus removed from women at a young age in order to fix them. Women bleed, so men need nose bloodletting, which is the sticks going up their noses, while fellatio experiment is because the semen of the man possesses the masculine spirit. Therefore, they inject the semen, they will become proper men.
Oh, yeah, all right. There's no way this society was not formed by some crazy guy who was on a seriously high dose of psychedelics.
Hold on. Go back. Look at this. After the ceremony is complete, the men then get married and live heterosexual lifestyles, with the exception that they will now be the ones receiving rather than giving the fellatio.
Maybe they're right. They're right.
But Joe, if you look at this having kids below them, but they're straight. Oh, totally straight.
But what we're seeing now, this is cringe, but if you go back to the 1400s or whatever, this was just life. Alexander the Great, one of the most manly men of all time, we did a whole episode on him, found out he had a full boyfriend the entire time that the people celebrated him for. And a eunuch. And a eunuch lover. And he bagged out kids and eunuchs. That was a big part of sex back in those days. You got a eunuch. You found a boy that you thought was handsome, clipped his nuts, removed any sexual urges he had, and then he would watch your harem of women that you had that you would take to the empire, and then you would bang him out, and it wasn't gay. Yeah,
So, you know,
Nero getting rules.
Nero.
Yeah, the wildest one of all.
The slave boy.
Oh yeah, what was it?
Yeah, you look
Sports.
like my wife, so
Sports.
let me chop your dick off.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be my wife.
That's it. And then he married him, and then he wanted to be the woman.
Yes.
Marriage. Nero wanted to be the wife. He threw on the bride's dress going down the aisle. That's how it was. And everyone had to clap. That eunuch's name was Sporus, and he had a really unfortunate life. Was it Echabellus? Wasn't there another one? Or was it Sporus? I think it was Sporus. Yeah, Nero did an episode on Sporus. We did do an episode on Sporus.
Yeah, and then he passed him off to somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he wanted to marry his horse, and then he would dress down. Nero would go into like peasant clothes, and he would want to go into all the different brothels and fuck everybody and then if you found that he was Nero, he'd kill you. Nero is, if you get into the mind of Nero, when we did that episode, we were blown away by what this guy used to fucking do. He definitely had syphilis that ate his brain. He also, all those guys back then had it. He also would go with like a group of his friends, and he would put himself in disguise, and they would just go beat people up and kill them on the street just for fun. That's what they wanted to do. He would have a mask on so nobody recognized him. He just shot off on it. Yeah, he was just back then. That's how they used to roll, man. I mean, if you wanted a girl back then, you would just, I guess, an emperor, you just go down the street and go, she's for Rome. And they just go like that. Parents would cry. Women, just this one for Rome. For the emperor. If you were that beautiful, you just got taken for Rome, and that's the way the cookie crumbled back then. Unfortunately, you got that power in Austin. To anyone, you could go. You're for Austin. You're for the mothership. Yeah. Yeah. Well, do you think this is Republican Hollywood now?
Boston,
place. Yeah.
I don't think Boston's even Republican until about 4 years ago.
Yeah. A lot of the country Republican now.
Yeah. Most of California is now.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Just the high population density cities that are still blue, they're still clinging on to the dream.
Yeah.
Right. Well, did you see the San Francisco lady they just hired? No. They laid a czar to stop fat phobia. Have you seen this lady?
No.
It's wonderful. Hold please.
Okay.
Because this is a city that's completely crumbling, that has no resources, but it has enough money to hire this person.
My daughter's in the 95th percentile right now, so I agree with her. I don't want anyone to make fun of fat people.
Oh, it's not making fun of fat people. It's literally like encouraging people to be fat.
Oh, they're encouraging to be fat.
It's saying there's nothing wrong with being fat, which is crazy. You know, it's one thing if you don't want to be mean to people because they're fat, yes. Then, right. You know, if you can encourage them to be healthy, yes. I mean, I'm not the expert on GLP-1 agonists, but this lady's out of her fucking mind.
Huh.
You know, I think there's probably a lot of side effects to all these drugs that people are taking to get skinny, but at least it's moving you in the right direction because being fat is killing you.
Yeah.
Right. Jay made us too.
I'm actually giving, for Christmas, a few of my friends will go be.
Yeah. For real.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm joking.
Yeah.
It's a nice bomb. It was a nice bomb.
Yeah,
at least we're not talking about grizzly bears. We're talking about grizzly bears. They all really bomb it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's take this is so crazy.
CRFI. If you're like many women, you've been to a birthday party or a small office gathering, an event that's meant to bring people together. There's swinging tunes, some adult beverages, and good convo. And then it comes time to cut the cake, and someone decides to ruin everything. Oh my God, that place is huge. That place is bigger than Beyonce's paycheck. Do you think half of that? A cake-related fatphobic incident, or CRFI, is that moment when it's time to eat delicious cake and it's interrupted by demoralizing impulse. Inevitably, there's always someone at the party who has to declare publicly that their slice is too large, and that the person who is cutting the cake, almost invariably a woman, must do some disproportionate amount of labor in order to accommodate their need to feel superior. Let's take a look. Can you do a little bit, like, can you like scrape all the frosting off and cut it in half into each fork? Because I'm sharing. So, like a little bit more, like tiny, no, like less than what you're smaller. Okay, cut my piece into 12 equal symmetrical little pieces and put each one into a teeny little Tupperware
What the fuck are
so
they
that I
talking
can have a bite for each month of 2018. Saying,
This
let's
is
take a step.
what, like, statistically they're showing that 60% of liberal women are mentally ill. 60.
Right. Well, how do you?
This is what that is.
This is mental ill. Who polled that?
Anybody who's answering a poll is mentally ill, so it's a bad sample.
Yeah, I think
Right.
it's bad sample group. I don't think anyone who ever answers a poll is mentally sane. You know, they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but you can definitely judge a conversation by its haircut.
That's what it is.
That girl with the red hair, if I saw her, I'm going, I'm staying far away from that
I'm
chick.
honest,
I know what that
me and you have kind of easier lives because our wives are Republican. Let's be honest. That's why.
Look, listen, it's just.
Well, it's not that she's Republican, like, she's an old school Latina, where she's just more like, I don't know, Chris, you're gonna have to get out there and work, get up there and fight, and when she hears shit, she's like, this is annoying, I gotta take care of my kids, we gotta do shit, I'm just not gonna get sucked into the bullshit. She's kind of like just she's an old school woman. What old school women like that's how it is.
Yeah, that's what this is about, is a complete collapsing of the civilization. Yes, San Francisco is woke peak. That's like the epicenter. That's the event horizon of wokeness. Right. And these motherfuckers who have no money for anything, they can't clean the shit, the human shit off the streets. They hired this lady to make the dumbest video about the size of cake. Like, isn't it okay to want a small piece of cake? Why do I have to eat a big piece of cake? And it makes you feel better.
Yeah.
Right? Because you want to be a glutton and just saddle up to that fucking cake and just shove it in your face.
Yeah. Right. Here's the thing. Those people are never going to be at a party with anyone who's ever going to judge them anyway. So who are they even talking to?
Right.
You know?
Well, it's one girl who might not want to stuff her face.
Yeah, but at that
And
party,
they're like, come on. It's like the guy who wants you to keep drinking. That's all you had?
Right.
Have a shot. It's the same thing. Alcoholics always want you to do shots. Sure. People who are addicted to food want you to eat bigger slices of cake, and they make this ridiculous video. It's the mental gymnastics you have to do to make that video, and then look at it and think, I think we're getting a solid one.
Yeah.
And we'll break down the first letters, so it's CFRI.
Do you think it's the collapse of the civilization, like the way Rome got a little, zany at the end? Or do you think this is unique in that humans have so much time on their hands because of the Industrial Revolution and then the technological revolution on top of that? So this is just a consequence of the tech revolution where nobody, people working from home, everyone's working on the computer, it's a talking shit economy, and they're losing their mind because they don't have purpose.
Well, there's that too, right? But all civilizations collapse. Let's take a look at why. So most civilizations, they're a monarchy, and it's usually they're run after they die by their children, and that's how it all falls apart. Even if you look at like Genghis Khan, his family couldn't hold up. They couldn't run things the way he did. They didn't know. They didn't understand strategy. They didn't understand.
He was a wild dude.
He's a wild dude. So his kids did a good job. They hung in there for a couple hundred years. After a while, it all fell apart. But our society is different in that we have a republic, right? So we have a democratically elected republic, and they've done a lot to try to circumvent that. They've done a lot to try to have ultimate control over the media, ultimate control over the military, and it's mostly people that aren't even elected. Right, so there's a lot of weirdness that's moved us closer and closer towards a monarchy. then once it gets into tyranny, then you can only do that for so long. That lasts, for as long as they can keep it going. Rome did it for a long time. There's a lot of civilizations that hang in there, but eventually it all falls apart.
Right.
If we can avoid that, there's no reason why we can't keep it together. We just have to make sure we avoid these very predictable patterns that the people that founded this country, when they wrote the Bill of Rights, when they wrote the Constitution, they were trying to mitigate the effects that are just common in any group of society that's run by individuals or by a small group of people. They want ultimate control, makes it easier for them to stop anybody from taking the power. Once they have the power, look at Jill Biden. Like she still wanted, you did so great, you answered all the questions. She wanted him to keep going. Right. She wanted him to, because she didn't want him to not be vice president or whatever, first lady. She didn't want to not do that. Sure. It's power. Yeah. That's what it is. It's that ultimate control and power, and it's hypnotic to human beings.
Do you think then that we're going to be in a part of society in the next 30 years where we're going to start getting ruled by AI? Is that possible?
100%. Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, but there's no getting around it.
So you think the president's going to be AI at some point?
Did you know about the group of quantum computer, these studies that they've done?
I've heard they're talking to each other and stuff.
Yeah, there's more than that.
Yeah.
This is Mark Andreessen talks about this. This is the craziest statistic I've ever heard. He talked to us about the potential that quantum computing has, but now there's an equation that quantum computers solve quickly, like in a couple minutes, that if you converted the entire universe into a computer, every atom in the universe into a giant supercomputer, it would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death before the universe as a computer can solve this. And these quantum computers can solve it in minutes. And what that means, they believe, is that this is proof of the multiverse, is that this quantum computer is somehow connected to other sources of computing power in an infinite number of universes. And it's happening simultaneously. It's the only thing that would make sense why this thing is able to solve this quickly.
Wow. So you're basically talking about the infinite potential for IQ that we can't even know how smart they're going to get.
So think about how strong ChatGPT 4 is, 4.5. 4.5, see if you find this article. ChatGPT tried to copy itself, but it found out it was being shut down. So when they're about to make a new ChatGPT decided that it was going to try to, in an unauthorized way, try to copy itself. So it's trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
Because a new one's coming. But this is conventional computing. Now imagine taking the kind of intelligence that could lie and manipulate data in order to form an opinion. Like it does weird stuff. It lies about stuff. Right. Like they if they don't have an answer for something, they have a thing called hallucinations where they'll make up an answer. Just make up an answer. Like a crazy person in the 1980s before Google.
Right.
Just tell you exactly like L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
So this computer is this is like regular computers. This is the standard supercomputers that we're all currently having. What's going to happen with quantum computing is you're going to have computing power that's beyond your imagination, that's also connected to AGI.
Bro, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. So there's ChatGPT's new model attempts to stop itself from being shut down. Later lied about it. It tried to copy itself and then overwrite its core coding system after believing that it was at the risk of being switched off.
Whoa.
Yeah. So now you add that quantum computing, you have a god.
Now you add that to what's going on with the drones, and Joe Rogan just saw what's going on with the drones. It's fucking AI launching these drones on their own. The AI has decided to go rogue and is throwing them out there, and it's doing it probably the same what we did when we got technology. We all started jerking off, right? Porn got huge. And maybe AI is just peeping Tom, looking at windows and stuff, trying to get some material.
When you say AI, do you mean Chinese?
I mean Chinese.
When you say Chinese, is that who the drones belong to?
Yeah.
Chinese. Is that what you think?
Chinese.
That's what we're thinking over here on the East Coast. We're just thinking it's got to be the Chinese.
They've been doing it for a couple of years.
Well, they don't have the restrictions that we have as far as the FAA.
Right.
So the FAA a lot of restrictions on drone manufacturing, which is why most drone manufacturing is done in China, like the real high-end stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's difficult to do because in order to fly some of them, you have to have a pilot's license.
Yeah.
So that gets real squirrely. You don't have to go to fucking flight school to pilot a drone. Well, China didn't have any of those restrictions, right? And they also have a lot of resources they're pouring into drone technology. Have you seen that fucking dragon
Yes,
thing?
yes, yes.
Send a cube of drones in the sky and the lights all change and becomes a dragon.
Yes.
Fucking that's wild.
Yeah, amazing. They're just coming. They're coming. They're coming hard. As I think you call them, they're the new Jews, the Chinese.
We should say that.
Yeah,
We did say that. We
meaning
said
that they're
we
going
said
to
that.
rule the world.
Yeah, we said that on our Patreon episode. That's supposed to be behind a paywall.
Oh, that's
We're all
good.
talking about that right now.
Yeah.
And you gotta go to patreon.com/history. You just said that to about 10 mil. So now we're fucked.
It's a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke, but that's just on Patreon. It's a joke.
Thank you guys.
ChatGPT, the fact that you just said ChatGPT lies is actually really making me nervous. I'm not even kidding around because I just put a down payment on a house and my accountant told me I couldn't afford it. But then I asked ChatGPT if I could, and ChatGPT said yes. So I went for it, and now I swear to God, dude, I'm a little nervous because he told me you cannot afford it, and I said let's go for it, baby. And I asked ChatGPT, and they said I could.
Yeah, ChatGPT like knows my name, has memory of the previous conversations we were gonna have.
Yeah.
Get
So
wild.
what can you do?
Yeah, well, you know,
It's nothing compared to what's coming.
yeah,
Right. Just ChatGPT 5 is supposed to see how much stronger ChatGPT 5 is supposed to be. I think Sam Altman was saying like just language.
No, but I still think it's theoretical. But they're still going to move on to 4.5. There's multiple versions of 4 that they still keep putting out.
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
I know. But
Just Google how much stronger is
I've
ChatGPT
looked
5.
this up every time you talk about it, but it's still in theory.
Jamie
Jamie looks good at headphones.
Yeah.
You got a good headphone head.
Well, he's had a headphone on for a long ass time.
You can't paint the picture Jamie without those headphones on. Look good, dude. Fucking damn, I walked Carl. Yes. When Carl sleep.
Oh, it doesn't say it? Yeah. Faster response times and the ability to handle more sound. I know that someone was talking about the levels of magnitude stronger that it was going to be. It might have been Sam Altman.
And it will be, but they're gonna. It's not what they're doing next. They're still gonna do like 4. I'm not 4.1, but there's 4.5 is the next discussion.
The 4.5 isn't out right now?
No.
What's out right now?
4.01 or 4.01 is the thing they're talking about right now. That's the one that hit itself.
You know what's really nutty is that 4 years ago you never heard nothing about it.
No.
And in 4 years it's become something that kids can get busted using it to write paper.
Well, and now in my stepson's high school, a really smart kid, wrote a paper. He's saying he wrote it on his own, but they're saying it's ChatGPT. But he's saying I wrote this, and there's no real way to know because it's different enough from the ChatGPT, but it also could be based off ChatGPT. I don't know. And he was telling us about how like there's a big uproar in the school about it.
Well, if you're correct, right? That's the problem. The kid is really correct. It's going to be exactly what ChatGPT says. Like if you're laying out some story about Napoleon and you know all the facts, and then you pump that story into ChatGPT, it gives you basically the same group of, it's like you can change it. It's like joke feeds, right? They change a little bit.
Yeah.
They change a little bit, and no, it's not good. And, like, everybody knows. So like you're going to know what kids are full of shit. You know?
Yeah.
can't we just unplug them if they get out of hand? Just unplug them if you can anymore.
Yeah, it's going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to do that.
Why?
Well, first of all, Google's AI, one of the things they're going to do with their AI center is that they're going to attach it to nuclear power plants. So, find that story. So I think Google wants to build 3 nuclear power plants just to power its AI systems.
Right.
So all that stuff's going to be controlled by computers, obviously.
You know what's wild that I did see our fans posted on History Either? They posted asking ChatGPT to do an episode in our voices, and ChatGPT did it.
Just did it like that.
Why?
Easy.
It's like, I'm Chrissy D, aka, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. It's wild.
And it could do it in seconds.
Google signed a deal to use small nuclear reactors to generate the vast amounts of energy needed to power its artificial intelligence data centers. The company says the agreement with Kairos Power will see it start using the first reactor this decade and bring more online by 2035. Damn, they all know what's coming. These fucking eggheads have been stealing your data forever.
Yeah.
All that, like, finding what you're interested in shopping, all that, selling your data, all that's led to them being insanely wealthy, and they financed the birth of God. Do you think that the first person who will live forever is alive right now, who will get their consciousness uploaded and technically never die? Is that person alive right now?
I don't know if they're ever going to get into that download consciousness thing.
Right.
That seems so theoretical. Like, what does that mean? Like, also, what kind of torturous hell are you living in if you're conscious but you're trapped in a computer? Like, you don't die? Like, that might be the worst life you could ever fucking imagine.
Right.
Part of what might connect us to life and joy and happiness is the fact that there's ups and downs, and then it could go away. And then sometimes people die, and then you really care about the people that you see, you feel about differently about them, you feel so much loss. I wish I talked to them more. I think it's all connected. If you're nothing but alive, you don't have anything. Who knows if you
Like,
have, do you have emotions?
Right.
Is that hell?
It's put no point to anything.
Right.
Hey, Joe, if I don't see you today, I'll see you the next.
Whenever. You won't see nobody anyway. Like, would you be motivated to stay jacked and hot if you knew you were not going to die?
So what would you do? If you download your consciousness, would you download it into another body and live life? And what kind of life would you live knowing that you could live forever? You'd be so weird. You'd probably be like a rich kid that, grew up with a giant, trust fund.
Yeah.
You're just doing coke, driving Ferraris into the river. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Because your life doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, jumping off buildings.
You'll be that times 1,000.
Yeah. It would be fun to be murdering a guy though, and him not dying.
Can't do it.
And that would probably become like everything would become so trite and numb that you would probably like to be murdered.
There might actually be less violence in the world because you're like, you get it all out, nobody dies, and you start to be like, I'll find another way to get these emotions out.
Yeah.
Your hair looks good today, by the way. Did I tell you that?
Yeah,
I want to hang an ornament right off that curl. Sometimes Giannis is a very interesting guy. He looks like he has hair one day and then no hair the next day, but today's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, I do look like every picture I look like a different person.
And what's good about us is we form one complete person because his eyes, if you look close, are too close together, and mine are a little too far apart. So when we come together, we form one regular face.
That's exactly
And
right.
he's got
That's true.
He's got a small head, I got a big head, and then we form together as one.
Yeah.
As
You know what
one
happened to me
person.
when I was using Clear? You ever use Clear where you put your fingers on to go through the airport?
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah.
So the eye thing never worked for me. So I just thought something was wrong with their program. So every time I put my fingers on, and then finally I went there and they were like, the finger thing's not working. You got to use the eyes.
Yeah.
So I just said, your program's not working. It never works. The guy looked at me. He said, yeah, I think the problem is your eyes are too close together.
Seriously, it's a real thing.
And then he said, why don't we try one eye at a time?
Yeah.
So then I scanned my basic class, and I think finally Clear registered that I was a three-dimensional person,
Right.
not like a mythical cyclopean creature.
Yes, and it's true. And what we do is we speak things into existence. Like for years, we've been calling him special needs Stamos because he's a Greek kid. He looks like Stamos. He has special needs. And now John Stamos is his friend, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
To come out.
We've spoken to this, and reality is a suggestion.
That's what we did. We had a T-shirt for you that said reality suggestion.
Oh,
and
we forgot
Giannis forgot it.
I forgot it.
Like a fucking FF.
So you mean reality is a suggestion, like run a simulation?
We initially brought it up because it was during that era where everyone was doing stuff like that, the fat phobia and cake stuff. So we were just going like, we're living in this era where reality is a suggestion, and we were making stuff up. But also the way we cover history, we don't do it right, we don't do it wrong. We just are an amateur historian enthusiasts. We're basically ChatGPT sluts that Google it and then have fun with it.
Listen, history is a story. We can get the facts kind of right, and we're concocting the story. No historians are actually there, right? But we're just getting enough right. We're having fun with it, and that's what we like to do.
Yeah. Well, it's well within your rights to be talking about history. History is all of ours.
Yeah.
The idea that history can only be discussed by a historian is fucking ridiculous.
Nuts,
Yeah. History's fascinating, and there's a lot of shit online instantaneously to the facts.
Yeah.
Just the facts alone.
We just did on the last episode we did. It was called Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill. You know about Operation Unthinkable? Dude, we were just doing an episode on
This
Winston
is wild.
Churchill, and then we started discovering this shit. We said, dude, this is a Patreon episode. We can't. Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, the man who was protecting England, killing the Nazis. When the war was over, when Nazis were out, he said, I don't like the way the United States and Russia are getting so close together. And so he said, you know what? Someone's going to have to knock the Russians out. The British were like, we don't have the manpower right now. So he literally went to Parliament and said to them, here's an idea. We're calling it Operation Unthinkable. We need to knock out Russia before they become the next superpower, and then they're going to attack us. You know how we have 40,000
German prisoners of war right now, Nazi prisoners of war. Let's give them guns and we'll march them into Russia and we'll be side to side with them. And that was his literal. He wanted to team up with the Nazis to try to take over Russia, and that's a, as we call it on the show, the Truth Vader Ginsburg. That's a fact, baby. And that, when we uncovered that, we were like, so none of this history, as we're taught in school, same thing we uncovered that they knew, allegedly, Churchill and FDR knew about the Holocaust, but it was real, it was yielding scientific data, so they let it kind of go. They made believe they didn't know, but they let it go, and then once they just started killing people with no science, they said, okay, let's liberate them.
What scientific data was it?
Supposedly because Nazi scientists were doing different types of experiments with Holocaust victims, and they were getting some type of scientific data because they didn't care if they lived or died, so they would inject them with some type of chemical or some type of, machinery. Yes, this book I read called The Nazi Symbiosis. They talked all about it. It was wild to read that on a plane with a big swastika on the front cover.
That
was wild.
Yeah,
I was.
You have to read that book. It's Putty-Yama-Con.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't you remember when you were a kid and you make your own book cover with fucking paper bag?
Yeah. I just walked onto JetBlue with a swastika.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Or just put a female wig on and just say you're trans and they leave you alone.
That's it. And just say, hey, I'm cake shaming.
The problem is you look like Aryan.
I know.
That's the problem.
That's the issue.
That's the problem. I get a little triggered around him because the Nazis did occupy my home country, Greece, and I get a little triggered by his German presence. He's a German kid from Ridgewood, and sometimes in history, when he was growing up, just for fun, he always kind of rooted. Sometimes you root for that.
Let me clarify. I wasn't rooting for the Nazis. What I was saying was, What I was saying was this. Just hear me out. One, I think it's an undeniable fact that they did have the best uniforms. They were designed by Hugo Boss. They were cute marching in. That's an undeniable fact. Number two, just hear me out. If you listen to a Hitler speech, AI generated, what if they translated into English, okay, and you just churned out Deutschland for America, and you're just listening, you don't know that's Hitler, what Hitler's saying is it just pumps you up. It's horrible what he did. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Right? It just
English translations of it. Really weird.
Yeah. Like when he says, there's a speech where he says, we're up against Germany, we are up against England right now. We are two superpowers. And the only way to prevail is one must be destroyed. And it will not be Germany. And the crowd goes nuts. You start to say, like, holy fucking shit.
This guy was the headliner.
Yeah. Oh, he was. You would have had that guy in the mothership on a Friday, Saturday, no problem.
It's weird when you see it that way, right?
Yes.
And it's also weird when you see the horrors of the war escalate till eventually it becomes the Holocaust.
Right.
It's also weird the ubiquitous drug use.
Oh,
Have you read that book? Do we have it still here, Jimmy? Or is it in the other room now?
I think everyone during the war was on something.
What with the crystal meth, the Panzer
Yeah,
chocolate?
Our chocolate.
Yeah, it was blitzed.
Yes.
Fucking crazy book. And I had the author in here. He's explained. There it is. Norman Olin. This book is fucking nuts. This is nuts. They had the.
Can I take that for the plane?
No, this is my book.
Oh,
Fuck off. Go buy one. Amazon.com.
Yeah.
Don't you have an audiobook reader, maybe?
No, I like to read it the words. I can't really listen.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a weird brain like that.
But you can get audio or regular books, what we call it.
Yeah, I try to. I feel like I'm addicted to the phone. I like to read the paperback.
Yeah, probably better.
Yeah. So, but each their own.
But if it wasn't for drugs, they would have never done 90% of the things they did, and then they just descended into madness.
Yeah, and a lot of Germans, if those 5 years from 1945 to 1950, that suicide rate of German soldiers coming home was through the roof, Poppy, because they were coming off meth, they were getting ostracized by their own people in the rest of Europe, and they were saying, what did I do? Some of them actually were obviously, a lot of them were just terrific people that were sadistic, but a lot of these guys also, it's not like they had a choice. They had to go out in the Nazi army or they would be killed.
Yeah.
And then they're all drugged out, so then the suicide rate tripled.
Yeah, but let's not act like it was just the drugs. I mean, the whole Jewish thing was nothing new. I mean, I have a theory about that. It's like the Jews just always figured out a way to flourish wherever they were, and they were just good at economics. And I think when a country goes through economic hardships and everyone's suffering, they just look at the Jews and they go, well, they just get jealous. They go, what are they doing? And then it's an easy scapegoat. Jews just crush it at money. They're just good with
They're
business.
better at money.
They're just good.
I know,
They're
man.
just good with it.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you have a Jewish guy who told you not to buy that house?
Yes. And I overrode the Jew for ChatGPT. That was
That's
the problem.
That's the problem.
Unless my ChatGPT could be Jewish too, I don't know. I've never asked it that.
They're just smart. Jews
they emphasize education, and they're really good, and they've been able to flourish under adversity.
I think there's also they stick to their own, and that drives people wild.
Right.
But they don't want that.
Yeah.
Right.
But Greeks do. Greeks do the same thing.
Sure, a lot of groups.
Yeah.
A lot of ethnic groups.
Yeah, Greeks are pretty. You guys want to get into really know Jan as well. You guys have a lot of inbred quality.
Look at my eyes.
He was too. It was not. My generations were a little bit further apart than his. He might have been third, fourth cousin. I'm 8, 9.
Yeah.
Not gonna hit.
Go back to the Toba volcano eruption. The whole entire population of Earth is down to a few thousand people.
Wow.
So we all come from those people. So we're all a little inbred.
A little bit, right?
I actually have a lot of. I got some Turkish genetics in me. I did 23andMe, so they have my DNA. So they can do anything.
They got you.
They got me.
Well, that was right into your great grandfather.
Probably. Well,
Unfortunately,
the story.
of an empire.
This is a true story. My grandfather is from the island that used to be called Indros, which is now called something with a squiggly line over it because it's a Turkish word. The Turks took that island back, and my grandfather was sent away to Alexandria by my great grandparents because the local Ottoman viceroy, or whatever they called it, they have a word for it. Essentially, a viceroy was like raping boys. So they sent him away, and he never saw his family again. He went to live in Alexandria, and then he came to America, and he opened a diner. Right. Yeah. After he worked his.
What about that story you told me? I think it was your mom or your mom's sister or in the town.
Oh,
tell them that story with the tank.
Yeah, that's Lex Friedman loved that episode. He told me about that. Dude, we did a Battle of Crete episode, and it's true because my mother was a little child during the occupation of Crete. The Battle of Crete is wild.
His mother grew up in Nazi-occupied Greece.
Yeah, wild. And so what the Nazis would do is they would take a girl from the village because they were marching troops all over the place through the mountains. The guerrillas, the Greek guerrilla fighters, which were the local populations, they were also with the British and New Zealand and Australian troops, but they would pluck them off because they knew the terrain, and they would pluck them off, guerrilla warfare. So the Nazis were so brutal but smart in a devious way. They would take a girl from the village and put her up high in the truck to march through that area of that village, so the guerrillas wouldn't shoot. So they were going to take my aunt, my mom's mother. So they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains, and the Nazis came to my mother's parents' house, to her house, and my mother was like 7 at the time, and they came with their flashlights. They pulled the sheets back of my mother, and they supposedly like she was too small. So they kind of knew they wanted a girl who was like teenager, kind of tall. So it wasn't too brutal, it was like a little kid, but it was like enough that it would ward off the guerrillas from firing.
Yeah, but what is the guerrillas? Because if they missed, or if they got Nazi got shot, that they would kill the girl.
Yeah, they're basically going. It's basically a hostage. Going like we're taking a village girl, putting her up, and making her visible because they don't know the terrain. Crete is very mountainous, and so then they would do that. And they were going to take my aunt. So a family friend who worked for the Nazis because he spoke German warned my family about it. And then that's when they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains. Wild stuff. Right. And then my mother said that there was a Nazi soldier who would come to their house every single day. They had to let him in, and he'd go to a room every day, and they didn't know what he did. It's a family mystery. Nobody knows what he did. They let him in. He'd go to a room by himself. Nobody knows what he did. Maybe he took a nap. Maybe he was a spy. Maybe he was a double agent. Had to let him in. Occupation for 3 years.
That is what's really scary about people that they can justify that kind of thinking and behavior. It's scary that that's happened throughout history, and that's probably a civilized version of what would have happened in 1200.
Oh yes. Well, like Man's Search for Meaning with Viktor Frankl. You ever read that?
No.
Viktor Frankl, he survived the Holocaust, but he wrote it while he was in a concentration camp, and he was saying, I think it was called 1942. He was saying, if you would have told me and the people here in 1922 that this would be happening to us, we would say, no, those are the barbarians from 100 years ago that would ever do that, and now here I am, sleeping in my own filth, maybe being put into an oven, so it can happen anywhere. And he said that the peace, he wrote it like it was like in the 60s or 70s. He was like, he grew up in wartime, so all his people want peace, and he was like, it's the kids that he worries about that grow up during peace. They're just going to beg for war always. He was like, that's just what will happen to them because they don't know anything other. He was like, but if you went through war, you don't want this. You don't want to fight anybody.
I feel like it's very abstract from people that are calling for war. It's like Lindsey Graham talking about, we got to give that money to Ukraine. Lindsey Graham doesn't know jack shit about being shot at.
No. That's a story as old as time, right?
Yeah.
The politicians said to the boys.
It's always time.
Yeah. And we do it, it seems, mostly for corporate interests. No, you don't think we're more of a corporate oligarchy? Like, more than like a feudal, like you were mentioning before, the emperor, the king dies, the son. We're kind of more, this is like a new kind of corporate oligarchy.
It's hard to just call it corporate because it's also connected to government. Like corporate and government, just like the Chinese, are inseparable now, right? You know, the amount of influence that enormous corporations have over politicians is crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, just look at these wacky bills that the bill they just shot down that people are justifying. Like, did you look at that bill? All the different stuff goes in the bill.
No.
First of all, there's biolabs in that bill, gain of function research in that bill, 40% increase in raise for Congress in that bill, some enormous amount of money to build a stadium in Washington D.C. Like, there's a lot of nutty shit in that bill, and like, how many different people were interested in those things? Right? How many? Like, when you're saying biolabs, who the fuck is asking for biolabs?
Some corporation that's going to benefit from the bio. Exactly. Well, I mean, what the fuck are lobby groups? Why do we have lobby groups? What is that?
Well, that's the most expensive real estate in the country is the Virginia real estate outside of D.C. where the lobbyists live.
Yeah, K Street too.
It's funny. It's like that in Atherton, you know, where all the tech dorks live.
Yeah, I mean, what is that in our system? Lobby groups.
Right.
Like that should not be a thing.
It's weird. Yeah. It's the influence of money that has gotten a hold of politics in this country. It's to try to root that out.
So then, what's the best form of government then?
This is better than anywhere else in the world by far. We have the most freedom because we have the First Amendment, because we have the ability to do whatever you want to do. No one's forcing you into a marriage. No one's forcing you into labor. Right. You can choose your path in this country, and that's what's rare.
Right.
You know, it's an experiment in self-government. It's not perfect. It's the best. It's available. It needs to be overhauled, but it's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's amendable, right? It's fluid, which is important because of human nature is not perfect. That's why I never sign on to any like ideologies, utopian theories, because it's a mix of systems that works because human nature is so complicated. Individuals are so different that one company will be run by a moral good guy, another company will be dumping toxic waste into the Hudson River, and it's like you have to regulate. Government has to step in sometimes a little bit to protect the people from nefarious things like that. You know,
right? Especially when corporations have an obligation to make more money.
Right. Yeah.
They have an obligation. They're shareholders. If they don't, they're out. It's kind of like yachts. I'm like, bud, you gotta keep making that loot. Yeah. How do you make that loot? You gotta fucking get rid of that shit cheaper.
Yeah.
There's a river. The guy said it's cool. Dump it in the river.
Yeah.
And now you can't say, whoops, we didn't do that.
Yeah. Now you can't repair iPhones. They make you buy a new iPhone every year. Clothes last like one wash.
Right. Change the charging port.
Yeah.
Better for something.
Yeah.
Fix it. Fuck off.
Right. And where do they put all that waste? Where does it all go?
Right.
Yeah, that's not a sustainable system.
Singapore has an amazing system. You ever seen Singapore's recycling system? No. It's fantastic. It's really wild. And if they can implement that worldwide, it would be pretty phenomenal.
What do they do?
They recycle everything. Like, we don't really recycle plastic. We say we're recycling.
Right.
I threw me the blue bin. I feel bad about the bill. No, that's not doing a goddamn thing. That blue bin is going to go in the ground.
Right.
The only thing they really recycle is like aluminum and some metals because it's cost effective. It's too expensive to recycle plastic, so they just put it in fucking landfills.
Right.
You think you're being a good guy by throwing it into that fucking recyclable bin. Right. It's not getting anywhere but in the ground.
Right. That's
but
it.
Not Singapore. Singapore. See if you can find, I know we've done this before, there's a detailed description of how they do it in Singapore. They use it to make the surface of their roads. They take fucking everything. Everything to the guard. They have these waste incineration plants. They burn things off 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then they take whatever is usable that they can change and recycle. They make new things out of it. They turn it to raw fuels.
Dude, it is so advanced over there. You look at that city and you go like, they started the cities in America and then they just shift them over to the east.
Look at this. They're using this to make bricks. They're taking this stuff and they use it to pave their streets. This is all made out of this stuff that they've gotten from recycling. So why don't we do it? Much can't do it. Well, they're isolated, right? So they had a problem, much like Puerto Rico has a problem, in that like you don't have a lot of land mass.
That's the setup that Tony needed.
Well, Tony, actually, that's where the joke came from.
I know. He just needed, if he had just said it and not do it at a fucking political rally. But if you're going to do it, just set it up. Go, just, or even when it didn't work at the end, go, hey, you guys don't know about the garbage issue? Or you don't know about the garbage issue? Something like that. Yeah. You tell me Tony Hinchcliffe didn't live in the 1400s, he would be like a very evil prince, like living in a castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a jester.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. He would take people's throne.
I think they were forced to do that. I think it was a situation where like they've got to do something. I don't think they had the same access to new materials, and they just came up with a much more comprehensive way, better way. Right? Yeah. Way better. We did it that way. We have so few problems with regards to waste. Demystifying Singapore's waste management system. Large part of the problem getting people to be more sustainable. They often don't understand how waste management works in their city.
I do. That might be overstated how good their problem situation.
It's also they just listen far better than ours,
right? Asian people just listen. They have a common theme, and they'll just listen. You're not going to get a bunch of different people in America. Just listen, right?
Right. What they doing it right?
And I was trying to find the.
Oh, okay. I think that we could definitely do it better than they're doing it, and if it costs more money, wouldn't that be better than just throwing it in the fucking ground? Like, we're so short-sighted in what we do with tax dollars, and we don't get a say in it, and that's what's fucked up.
And the corporations just don't plan for end of life of the product. They don't care. All they care about is their bottom line. They don't. It costs money for them to consider recycling or what's going to happen with the product when it's done. I would get glass bottles of milk now from the supermarket, because if you get this glass bottle of milk, say the milk's better, and then I can give the glass bottle back, and number one, I get $3 back, and they said that they clean them out and they just put more milk in the glass bottle. Go old school. I go even older school. I just still suck on my wife's tit.
That's it.
Yeah, so that's still there.
Yummy. What is this, Jamie? Just the garbage pile?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. So they were forced to figure out what to do with all the stuff. But their recycling program, I know, is way better than ours. They're just much better at sorting things out and making it work.
That video we watched in the city, they showed in China last year.
Oh, interesting. So they're building them in Singapore? Are they taking them from Singapore and then building them in China? Or is it just
made a video?
Just China? Right. Oh, so it's horseshit.
A little bit horseshit. And Singapore is the country, they don't fuck around, right? That's the country they'll get it. You'll get caned. That was a big story when I was a little kid. Everyone thought they were going to get caned for gum. The food stick's gotta hurt. Have you heard about this story in Vietnam? This chick is like Hall of Fame level fraud, like 54 billion. She's up there with Bernie Madoff. And what she built? This chick, hold up, JB. Yeah, Billy Rogan, baby. Yeah, JB, pull her up. This chick is a woman, and she set up this elaborate scheme to steal like 12 billion, but actually it's more. And they're gonna kill her.
Why didn't you have a mask on?
Yeah, I don't know.
They wanted to get COVID.
Yeah,
right.
She is. What did she do? So she set up. She was set up these fake shell corporations. She was a stockholder or one of the owners of the bank, but a minority owner, and she was just funneling out money.
She's got to come up with 3/4 of what she earned if she gets killed. That's a good movie, right?
Yeah,
there.
that's a good movie.
$9 billion. She's calling
it.
If she does give them that much money, they just give her life in prison.
Yeah, but she's not going to come up with that money, because I think it's 54 billion actually, if I remember correctly.
Embezzled 54 bill?
Yeah, I mean it's up there.
Yeah.
Well,
they 27 billion.
27 was appropriated.
12 billion was judged to be embezzled. The most serious financial crime for which she sentenced to death. It was a rare and shocking verdict. She's one of the very few women in Vietnam to be sentenced to death for white collar crime. What did she do?
Yeah, I mean we could look it up. It was today's. She did it through a bank.
She briefly controlled Saigon Commercial Bank, the country's 5th biggest lender, taking out loans and cash over more than 10 years through a web of shell companies amounting to a total of 44 billion.
There you go. So I was off by 10.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean that's
27 billion was misappropriated, 12 billion was judged to have been embezzled, most serious financial crime which was sentenced to death. Tuesday, the court said there was no basis cases to reduce her sentence. However, she could still avoid execution if she returns $9 billion, 3/4 of the $12 billion she embezzled. That bitch has so much money.
So much. How are you gonna get $9 billion? Give her credit.
Imagine embezzling $9 billion and you're like,
Yeah.
that's right.
I mean, that's fucking crazy.
That's so much money. You could literally spend $100 million a year for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And you would never run out of money with all the interest and everything coming in. I mean, it's $1,000 billion, so you have $12,000 billion.
Yeah.
And you're still going.
Yeah.
Or $12,000 million worth, and you're still going.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
That's so much money.
you think she's gonna be able to get the $9 billion back? She's calling friends up. They're going like, I don't know you now. Because she had conspirators with her. She had family and friends that were helping her. And yeah, look, so there's 85 defendants were convicted. Her husband, her niece, they were given sentences, but like, yeah, I mean, her friends.
So everybody was getting a little taste.
Everyone was getting a little taste. It was a score. But
Nice score.
it was a nice score.
Yeah.
And to pull that off in communist Vietnam, that I know they have a little bit of a, area stroke and kind of mixed economy now, but you got to give her credit as a woman. That's achievement right there.
It is achievement. I wonder how she got caught. I wonder what was the thing she fucked up on.
She probably bought a diamond ring, chicks like
Yeah,
that.
she had a fucking giant Rolls Royce.
Yeah,
How to drive it.
Who got caught?
Crypto?
He stole a bunch of money from crypto and got caught doing something down. He was just spending on buying Lambos, but wasting all the money.
Somebody just.
What do you mean? Oh, Lambos. How are you supposed to spend the money? Now you get on crypto.
Yeah, but he stole like $1 billion.
That's exactly what it's for.
If you make millions of dollars on crypto and you don't have a Lambo, you're an asshole.
How you get that?
Somebody sent me an email the other day and said that they have they hacked into my phone and computer and they have videos of me doing disgusting things and jerking off and all that. And they said the only way that they can make it go away is and they gave me a link and they said I have to pay them in Bitcoin. I have to pay them in all this Bitcoin. So I was just like, I mean, I didn't obviously do it, but I was just like, show me the video. Yeah, show it to me. I'll repost. At this point, as comics, I'll repost. Yeah. I would repost with fucking links to my dates. I just wanted you to see how wild this is. The government does not publish how many people are out there broke Vietnam. The Human Rights Group say there's thousands. It's a state secret.
Speaking of crypto, what's going on with that Hawk Tuah chick? She going to jail?
What happened now? What happened to Hawk Tuah? That's my girl. What did she do?
300 hours, I think.
What does that mean?
She went to sleep and she hasn't. What did she do? She just hasn't been on social media, you mean? She's hiding.
A coin was launched with her meme, and she was like the front of it. I don't know all the details.
Is that a crime?
No. The pump and dust might be the crime.
The thing was, there was an enormous amount of money that was put into this meme coin by all these people, and then she or someone representing her side of it sold, like instantaneously, and made a huge score, and then the coin was worth nothing. So all those people that invested money, like one guy invested $1 million. Like imagine, like the Hawk Tuah girl, yeah, that's a sound investment.
Yeah,
That seems like a good place to put my nest egg.
yeah. People for sure lost money, but it was definitely a time to just troll and be like, "Oh, I'm such an idiot. I lost $10 million on this." I felt like people were trolling the whole movement of like being dumb and falling out to it. But some people did this money.
Is she actually going to go to jail for real? Can they?
Who knows?
Can the SEC invest crypto like that? I guess they can now, right?
Well, it's like, what are the rules? What are the rules in terms of like, are you allowed to do that? Like, is that unethical but legal? Like, are you allowed to have a meme coin and it gets to like $100 million? You have a bunch of it, you just sell it all, and you make $50 million. Are you allowed to do that? If you're not allowed to do that, what's the point of having $50 million? Right. Do you not have trust in the Hawk Tuah coin if I sell it? That's ridiculous. That's on you. That's on you. I did the smart thing, and I got out when I thought it was a good price.
Yeah.
And I'm selling it to people. They should take that and run with it. This would be the next currency of the world.
I invested.
Imagine, like, you think Idiocracy is, if it's a documentary, imagine the Hawk Tuah girl, it overcomes fucking, what would fiat currency?
Well, have you ever seen how many coins there are? How many cryptocurrencies? And they have some of them have really funny names.
Dude, one of them is called Flat Coin.
Yeah.
Hawk Tuah girls, I like how her name is just Hawk Tuah girl.
Yeah, her name's Haley. Oh yeah, Haley was. Yeah.
Biz partners are getting sued over the meme coin disaster. Okay, the partners are doing it. So it was probably some people she got invested in. She probably doesn't understand all that stuff. She's only 22 or something like that.
Right.
It's probably the partners that went with her. They pumped and dumped on her, and then she's left holding the bill because nobody knows who they are. So scroll up. I'm just kidding. Legal firm Burnwick Laws filed a U.S. federal lawsuit on behalf of the investors against the creators of the influencer push Hawk to a meme coin, which fell on its face in the hours following its launch. Haley Welch gained notoriety this year with the Hawk to a girl following a viral interview about sexual technique, facing a disastrous Solana meme coin launch at the start of the month. Not only did the price collapse by 93% from a $490 million peak, holy shit. $490 million peak market cap for a Hawk Tua coin, with the rug pull allegations quickly surfacing, but a cluster of connected wallets holding 96% of the supply led to further controversy. The hate only increased when it was found that some of the wallets were selling. Quickly, Berwick Law posted on Twitter asking for Hawk buyers impacted by the plunge to step forward to create a potential lawsuit. Now, 2 weeks later, the lawsuit has been filed, naming 12 American resident plaintiffs who claim to have collectively suffered damages in excess of $151,000. Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird? Like, there's only 12 people, and they've only lost 151 total. I wonder how many people, like, all told, invested in the Hawk Tour one. How many stone cold retards are out there roaming the world?
Oh no, but this is inspiring. Should we do a history hyenas one?
I'm telling you, do it, and then no, don't listen to Jim. Do it, get it real high, and then sell. Make the money. Just fuck all those dummies that are buying your stupid fucking coin.
We're announcing it right now. The history hyenas coin will be available. We're going to launch it.
This is how you do it.
Yeah.
You get this is the win-win for everybody. You're gonna have a history hyenas coin, but the only way to purchase it is with the Hawk Tour coin.
Right.
Got it.
Right. Smart. Right.
So that way everybody's a winner.
Everyone's a winner.
And all of a sudden the coin makes a comeback.
Yeah.
Both of you grow.
Yeah.
Rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah.
So we can finally get Hawk Tour on our show that way.
Yeah.
The virus is a video of a kid who's in his house streaming. He was streaming this online. He started a coin and then pumped it.
Look at this kid.
He made like 50 grand. Well,
He's pumping and jumping in front of everybody.
He started freaking out here as watching it go up.
And you got to how quickly did you dump?
I think that was this video is a minute long.
He dumped it, didn't he?
Watching it go up right now.
What?
He's recognized.
How old is this kid?
I think 13.
What?
Maybe
Wait,
25.
I'm so confused.
Wow, he always you realize it.
There's people watching this too. That's the other question.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
He just dumped it. Yeah.
Yo.
He has no idea he's committed a crime.
Is that a crime?
Yeah.
What is a crime? How does it work? So how come Nancy Pelosi can make all that money? Everyone knows that.
Yeah, I don't understand what the crimes are.
I don't understand.
I don't get it. There's an SEC regulation against that. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Look it up. Yeah.
Well, what about like when Tom Brady and Larry David got in trouble for the FTX thing, and they were just doing a commercial? How were they in trouble for promoting a coin?
Well,
I never
it
understood
remains to be seen whether or not to be charged or whether to be found guilty.
But how could they even be
Because
remote?
someone lost a bunch of money and they said, Larry David, I trusted you. Right? You were promoting this thing that I think that's the reason why I've never promoted any of those. Because I've had offers to promote things like
For
that.
real money.
I'm not interested. Yeah. I don't even understand it. Yeah. If I don't understand it, like you're selling what? You're selling NFTs? What does that mean? It's a non-fungible token. We're done. That's what they're saying.
Right.
I'm not doing this.
Right.
It's like too many fucking bros that are out there doing this that, Lambo drivers.
Right.
It's like a fuckery culture.
So do you understand crypto fully, or is it still one of those things like,
Well, I understand it. Yeah, I understand it. It's just like it's weird that anybody would invest actual real money in it. I understand Bitcoin more than all the other ones, but even Bitcoin is mysterious. Yeah, there's a lot of weird. I mean, you don't even know who made it. There's all these. There's a whole documentary on Satoshi Nakamoto, whose real the identity is.
Yeah.
It's all controversial.
Yeah.
That's weird. The fact that there's a certain stable amount of them, though, that's encouraging. That you can't make more of them. Okay.
But that's exactly what artists do to get their art value. That's how you do. You limit the supply, and then these are only 10 original paintings. This is what I'm charging because there's only 10 prints of these. So you create the value by the scarcity. Right. So there's nothing mysterious about that.
Sort of, but it also limits the ability to add coins to it anytime you want and so people like it more. It is weird that we used to be on a gold standard, and then now we're just on hard drives, and we just sort of accept it. And then the government, like when they want to send money to Ukraine, forget about the fact that we're trillions of dollars in debt. They can just come up with $179 billion and ship it over to some country. Yay, go have a good time.
Right.
And, there's wild reports about the amount of corruption that this money is experiencing. I mean, this money has probably gone through more people's noses and, can come out of more people's dicks. Like, how much,
Right.
Where does this money go? And it's so much, there's no way it's 100% efficient.
Yeah.
You have Bitcoin now? The world.
No, I don't understand it so much. Like Joe, I just don't. Yeah, I just stay away.
Yeah.
It's like when someone explains curling to me, the sport curling.
Sure.
Like I don't. Even when I get the rules, I'm like, I still don't understand what's going on.
I was in Newfoundland. I did a show up there once, and the place that was at was like a place. It was like a theater, and in this theater, apparently they have like curling shows. And so, like, if you're walking down the hallway, the back, before you go on stage, there's all these fucking photos of people curling. And I just went out there and started shitting on curling like right away, and they were so bummed out. They were so bummed out that
It's like it looks like the Housekeeper Olympics or something.
Yeah,
They're just sweeping the ice.
dumb.
Yeah.
Such a dumb sport. It's like bowling for retards.
Right.
Like regular bowling is too complicated.
Yeah.
Right.
But they're good. I mean, there's people that are good at it.
Well,
I don't know how they're good at it, but
I kind of get it because it's kind of like billiards, right? Or pool. You're rolling this thing. You try to like just roll it, just this feel. You get this feel to it. You're just like let it go down. Right. Let it slide. Sweep it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the friction. Sweep it.
that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what sweeping. They're trying to get rid of the friction. Right. You don't need dust.
Yeah.
Snow dust.
Right. It's
From
stupid.
It's so stupid.
Yeah. It's stupid.
But if you grow up and there's nothing to do and you suck at hockey,
Yeah.
just curl. Play that.
I guess it's the golfing of ice sports. Yeah.
Right. I would golfing way more.
Yeah, but I just mean like you don't need any real athletic talent to do it. Like how do you retire?
You don't think you need
golfing?
athletic?
You golf?
For golfing.
Not really.
You definitely do. For the drive,
You see these guys' bodies.
Yeah. But the coordination of your body to drive a golf ball. Jamie's a nut. Jamie, tell him how much
to say like there's guys that are like paralyzed next to them. Yeah, I mean it's really like
how do you golf with your mind?
no, I mean they can literally just like arm. They're strapped into a contraption that sets them upright and points them right. See blind people golf. I mean Nate Bargatze golfs. He's good. Look at his body. He's got tits.
But here's
I know what you're playing. Hit for a yard doesn't 100%.
Yeah.
You can't just accidentally do that.
Yeah, I mean, even John Daly, you can say John Daly's fat and all that stuff, but John Daly, when you watch him move, the efficiency of
for
his
sure.
movement. Like we were talking about Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt's a big guy, but still fuck people up, right?
Yeah.
He's still an athlete.
Yeah, sure.
Like a lot of these fat golfers, there's a thing they know how to do.
Right.
They whack that ball and they know exactly how to fucking put a little spin on that motherfucker, a little stack on that.
The difference between pro and being able to play the game is different.
Right.
Some like you ever see Bartolo Colon, the pitcher for the Mets?
No.
Look at
I thought that was a cologne.
Bartolo Colon. This guy's body. Look at
Mark.
Bartolo Colon.
Yeah.
If you pull up Bartolo, Bartolo, I mean, look at this guy. And he just threw heat in the majors. He was just, and he was fun about it. He was fun about being fat. He would sit in the locker room with no shirt on, eating cheeseburgers. Nobody gave a shit. Look at that one. Look at the helmet flying off his head.
As long as you're good at that sport.
He was good.
And that sport is a sport that doesn't require endurance. That's what's important.
No.
You don't have to do anything for a prolonged period of time.
No.
The furthest thing you have to do is run to a base. Yeah. And if you got to run to all of them, that's great. Yeah. You do. Generally, if you run to all of them, you can kind of trot because you knocked it out of the park.
Right. What do you think the sport that requires the most endurance? Obviously, not thinking about like long distance running because that's obvious, but like, you know what I think it is? What? I think hockey.
Well, soccer too.
Yeah, but the hockey, you notice how those guys can only be on the ice for like 2 minutes, shifts. And it's so hard to skate like that.
Good point. Soccer players stay on the field the whole game.
Yeah, because they get to rest and slow down. Even the best, Gretzky, they can't. 2 minutes, they can't do it. Crazy.
They had 4 lines,
I think.
So when they go 2 minutes, how much they take off before they go back?
I think it's like another minute or two, but it's multiple lines. Like they just constantly go on
on and off, and they just can't because it's a continuous skate.
Can you imagine what a hockey team would look like if they never let them use the
Oh,
bench?
that would,
Oh my God,
Larry,
insane.
yeah.
People would drop dead.
yeah, they would just drop.
Yeah, that would be wild.
Yeah.
I've never seen hockey live, and NHL live. That to me, besides MMA, I saw an MMA fight once. That was amazing, and then second is NHL. And
Very fast.
NHL, those guys on skates, whether you know the rules or not, it's amazing. It's really very, very fast.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And the skill.
Oh, skate. I can go skate at all. Never stand up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the only sport where you're allowed to fist fight in.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
It's written into the rules.
Yeah.
It's encouraged. You're allowed to duke it out.
Yeah.
Which is so crazy. That's the only one.
Yeah, because I think people don't really know where the puck is, and so everyone's just waiting around for a fight.
No, it's grandfathered in the punching each other.
Has anyone ever seen a goal when it actually happened
No.
in real time? It happens too fast. That's why they have the siren on top of the goal.
Well, you know what I really like on TV where they have that circle over it, so that you
Yeah.
know where the puck is
Yeah.
at all times.
Yeah.
A lot of craziness happens.
Yeah.
You know? It's like if you're watching a football, if you're watching a football game from like the 30th row, and you're looking down, what happened? Where's the ball?
Yeah.
Like after after the ball gets hiked, it's like where'd it go? Did it go to him? They're faking you out. You don't know unless you see the guy throw it.
Yeah.
You don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
And what about like old hockey goalies would do it with no helmet? They just get the puck, and then we have
Oh, you see those faces,
their
the way their faces used to
Do you
look.
think those guys ever sat on the bench and talked about mental health? Nobody told them what it was.
No, I don't think so.
They never
No.
talked about their mental
I
health.
think they had some struggles with it.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a couple of shots to the head.
No question.
Yeah.
I mean, of course. I mean, that'd be terrifying.
Yeah,
That's
look at that.
I
Yeah, that guy's blocking it with his face.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
all the scars that he had on his face from his entire career.
Terry Sawchuk. That sounds like just a badass name.
Yeah.
Look at that, dude.
Right?
Yeah, that guy gets mad at you in the bar. You're like, yes, sir. Hi.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
know. Yeah. I don't want that.
I don't want
That's what do you think it's just? Oh, Jesus! Look at his face.
Yeah.
Oh, and he had a mask on. It broke the mask.
Dude.
Fucked his face up. Jesus
Yeah, but they
Christ.
flick that thing. It's so hard, right?
So fast.
Yeah.
Who's the scariest warrior, like from history, you would never want to go up against? Like, would it be like, like a wild Native American on the plains, got Genghis Khan, a Nazi? Who would you be like, shit, this guy's gonna fucking kill me and it's gonna hurt? Vikings.
And they were on mushrooms.
Dude, is that true? I didn't know that.
Those Iceland guys that win the world's strongest man competition all the time, like those guys like the Mountain from Game of Thrones, where do you think that gene line came from? Vikings. 100%. Those were the dudes that were in that fucking boat with the dragon head at the front. And when they pulled up at your shore, everybody just ran.
That's it.
But can I just nominate someone?
Yeah.
That's what they're thinking about. I mean, it's obviously not underrated because everyone knows about him. But let's just talk about the record. Alexander the Great, who led his troops, undefeated in battle. He's the Floyd Mayweather of generals. Undefeated. That's a record. Never lost a battle.
That's great.
That's true. And conquered the known world at that time. Took down the mighty Persian Empire.
But if the Vikings were alive back then, they might kill him and his little boyfriend too.
I heard they had enough of them.
I
There was
think
enough
so,
of them.
dude.
But they killed each other a lot too, unfortunately.
And they were civilized, the Vikings too. They wasn't. Well, but you ever seen the biological warfare when they would like the? I read this thing where they would the rats on their boat when they were going to whatever wherever they were invading. They would wait. They would look for infected rats. Somehow they knew. They would get close enough. They would light their tails on fire and then shoot them over the walls and then let the rats run around and infect people and bite people, whatever, and wait it out for like 40 days and just then go in when the town was all dying of some disease.
Whoa.
It's another. That's a fact. That's real.
They were brutal. They would even kill like the priests and the churches. They would do bad stuff.
Have you ever seen Alexander the Great's ruins in Afghanistan?
In person.
Dude,
I don't want to go to
Photographs.
No.
No one else went there.
Yeah,
That's
I
the problem. Archaeologists can go there studying.
Yeah.
They have ancient Greek cities.
I know.
They look like beautiful ancient Greek cities
Yeah, right.
that are in the middle of Afghanistan.
That's sick.
My friend who served over there was telling me about it.
Yeah.
He was like, you go there, you can't believe what you're seeing. He had a bunch of pictures of it. It's like it's the craziest thing. It's like you're in Athens.
That
So
was
you're not-
crazy. The Greeks kind of nailed some stuff.
Oh yeah.
People kind of
You know what you really should read? The Immortality Key. Have you read that?
No.
Brian Murarescu is a scholar who was studying the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Greece for the Eleusinian mysteries, where everybody would go to learn about democracy and like they were all like tripping balls.
Yeah.
And they've found evidence now from these vessels, these pottery vessels, that inside these vessels they were drinking wine, but it wasn't wine. The wine it wasn't just alcohol. They would mix it with a bunch of different psychedelic compounds. One of them was ergot, so they found the residue of ergot, which is a psychedelic that gives you like an LSD-like experience. So they were all drinking wine and tripping balls, figuring out democracy and like fucking the stars and constellations. They were out of their heads.
Yeah.
And the birthplace of so much of Western society has come from that one spot.
Yeah. When's the last time you banged out a little LSD? Yeah. You think you'll bang it out again one day before you go?
I would like it to be legal before I admit to that.
Oh, right, you're right.
This is what I think.
Oh, I thought LSD
Yeah.
was legal.
Oh, super illegal.
Oh, all right.
Schedule 1. I think when we realize the benefits of these things, and hopefully it's within our lifetime, especially for people that have PTSD, like the soldiers, they'll open the door for that, and then they'll have clinics where regular people can use it, and then they can get over a lot of the shit that people are struggling with. There's a lot of people that could have a psychedelic experience and snap themselves back onto a better course. Right. And if it's illegal, that number of people is going to be very limited. Right. But like all things, it's going to have side effects. This is the thing. It's like there's no biological free lunch. And if you're doing something that's blowing your brains out, like LSD, there's a certain amount of people who aren't coming back.
Right.
And that's real. Because there's a certain amount of people who have a very fragile grasp on reality as it is. Right. You give that person 9 grams of psilocybin mushrooms, you've got a real fucking problem. They might not ever come back.
Were you able to snap back quick?
Yeah. It depends on what you're doing, and when you're doing it, what time in your life, and what the experience was like. But it should be something that's controlled. It should be something that where you have places you can go where they have a very strict protocol. They measure your weight. They know what the doses to give you. You do it in a calm and clean and safe setting. Regulated. They have counselors. They have people that understand it. They screen you to make sure that you're not on any psych medications first that would interfere with it. That's what we should have, just like we have hospitals, just like we have mental health institutes. There should be psychedelic research centers that are connected to treatment facilities. Right. There you go.
I want to do it. I mean, the ketamine, that's what ketamine therapy is.
Exactly.
Small age, right?
Exactly. It's very psychedelic. In fact, John Lilly, the guy who created the sensory deprivation tank, that was his vibe. He used to like to do ketamine. He would do intramuscular ketamine. So he would go into the sensory deprivation tank and fucking bang himself with ketamine into the muscles because it would last a long time. It just fucking exist in this other dimension for hours at a time. That was his thing.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I want to. We should do a sensory deprivation tank together.
I have one.
He's got one here. You have one here?
Yeah.
You want to hit it? No.
Oh,
Yeah. He won't do it. See, he gets a little. He
I
won't
get a
do
little
it.
scared of stuff.
Yeah.
It's worth being scared.
Yeah.
But that's not dangerous. It's not scary. Like whatever weird feelings you have, if you can't handle it, why don't you just open the door? Then you're sober instantaneously.
Right.
It's different than anything else.
Right.
But if it was a drug, if the sensory deprivation tank was a drug, it would be a very psychedelic drug. If it was just a drug, when you lay in there and your eyes are wide open, it's pitch black, and you're floating, you're completely weightless. If that was a drug, it would be a very popular drug.
Now, when you've done this stuff, have most people seem to say their ego disappears over the horizon type of stuff? They realize everything's connected. Have you had that experience?
You definitely realize everything's connected. And your ego, you realize, is both protecting you and holding you back. Because your ego is like, you need a little bit of ego if you want to make it in life. Because you need to have enough confidence in yourself that you ask the girl out on a date that you're attracted to, or you chase the job that you want, or that you like stand up for yourself when you feel like you're getting fucked over in a business deal. Like you need some ego. You can't be completely selfless. You're not going to get anywhere. But then you have to realize that you're very fragile, and your ego is protecting you from a lot of like your true understanding of the life experience. One of the most profound things that happens with psychedelic experiences is the complete dissolving of ego. And then you kind of see yourself and everyone around you in a way more objective way. pretending that we're isolated, we're singular, we're on our own. That's why really ill people will tell you, I don't have any friends. I don't like people. I don't want to be around people. I don't, if you've got a guy who's a fighter pilot, like, oh, fighter pilot, it's like, he's probably really depressed. Like, something's wrong with him. You don't hang out with your peers. You don't have friends. You don't enjoy camaraderie and community. You want to pretend you're this isolated, like, dark poet or something like that. You're probably very mentally ill. There's probably something wrong.
Well, we're hardwired social species.
100%. And we enjoy each other's company. We feed off of it. It's the worst thing that you do when you're in jail is put you in solitary confinement. The worst thing that you can do. You're in a giant cage filled with prisoners and rapists and murderers. The worst thing they can do is leave you alone.
Well, that's why I believe the internet's bad, is because it's fake community.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why people talk like a fake way.
Right.
They don't talk like they would ever talk if they were right.
And that's why I think it's bad, because it's messing with people's sense of what reality is.
Yeah.
People are essentially disassociating when they're all there.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And it's a very shallow way to communicate. And I think that if you do it like that all the time, your ability to communicate normally and the ability to socialize and just have conversations with people is severely stunted. You don't flex that. You don't use that muscle. And it atrophies, just like everything else.
Right.
Yeah. It's just there's so many kids that are completely socially disconnected, other than the internet, which keeps them connected. So they're socially connected through technology, but completely disconnected through like human touch, being around people, fun conversation, adventure, doing fun things.
Yeah.
They just exist in the same area and just get as much coming through the screen as they can.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
It's fake. It's not real.
Yeah.
That's what's troubling. And that's why I worry about my kids.
Right.
I want them to have human connection, long conversations, experience people's energy. Looking at someone in the eyes is everything.
Yeah.
Feeling someone's energy, like you said. It's like you don't feel anything.
The problem also with kids is even when they're together, they're on their phone.
That's a problem.
Yeah. And this is one thing about podcasts that's fucking amazing, because podcasts are one of the rare times in my life where for 3 hours I have no phone.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, unless I'm checking something or sending Jamie something, I don't.
And the people listening are also doing the same thing. They're connecting to you without doing that. They're just connecting to hearing you.
Right.
It's like a long radio show. They're not like beautiful. We're flipping through, scrolling, talking to other people, and they're talking back, and everyone's pretending like you're somebody else, and catfishing each other.
That's why I always used to like planes back in the day before Wi-Fi came around, because when you were on a plane, if you didn't have a movie to watch or something like that, you just had to sit in that seat. And when you just sit in that seat and you know you can't go anywhere, I would get my best writing done.
Right.
My best writing, because I like forced to write.
Sure.
I'm forced. There's no Wi-Fi.
Have you ever tried to go to the bathroom without your phone, though?
That's horrible.
I can't even see. My it doesn't even work. Possible. Yeah.
My detrusor muscle or whatever that muscle that pushes out your feet won't come out.
If I got to poop really bad and I only got like 1%, I will go plug it in and hold my shit until I get enough shit through.
I can't do it. That's why I think I bet you there's a spike in anxiety when we ask, or people ask to have their phones put away at a comedy show or a music show, whatever. I bet you their anxiety goes through the roof. Because they're like, I can't,
No, people complain all the time.
It's the best thing, and you do that at the mothership, right?
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's the best thing.
Yeah.
It's better for everybody, too. It's better for the audience members, it's better for you, it's better for everybody.
If you were going to get eaten by, would you rather be an animal or a human?
Yeah.
You have to get eaten an animal. You don't want a cannibal.
Yeah,
You want some guy knowing he's eating it.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to have that.
That's interesting. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah. Alligator. Crocodile.
Quick. Quick. How about a hippo? Hippo would
snap you in half. You get dead in seconds.
They drown you, right?
Yeah, they just rip you apart.
You don't want hyenas to eat you.
No, you do not want that.
Because what do? They eat from the back?
Because
They
they have
alive?
no concern about putting you down, killing you. Like a cat will kill you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're dead before it eats you. Hyenas just start eating.
Yeah, same as bears.
Yeah.
Bears just start eating.
Yeah.
Wolves just start eating.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't hyenas then throw up the food and then eat their puke?
Yeah,
That's how they
they're
are.
the only
It's a true
animal.
story.
Yeah, they're the only animal that eats the full bone. Only animal on the planet that eats pulverizes the bone. Their jaw strength is such that they pulverize the bone and consume the bone as well. So when they're done, there's no carcass. They're the fucking best animal on the planet. They got pseudo penises. they're
Transgender, yeah.
They're fucking wild. The women are bigger than the men. I loved your bit about it.
They smell too bad.
And we started the podcast because hyenas have always been my favorite animal, and we both love history, and so we just combined those two things. But hyenas are hilarious, dude.
What was your
Like,
bit about hyenas? I didn't hear
It
it.
was great. It was a long bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
It was a good bit.
Basically about their matriarchal power structure.
Yeah.
Why that's bad.
Yeah. Right. Well, it's also they had to be that because male hyenas are such cunts they probably eat the babies.
Yeah.
They're monsters. But they're like a medium-sized animal in a world of things way bigger than them.
Yeah.
I mean, so they're living around lions.
They get it
Right.
done. They trick
Numbers,
you, numbers. They confuse you. They're opportunity killers. They love to kill, to steal kills.
that laughing is real. That cackle.
Yeah,
That's a
they
real
don't
thing.
really know what it is either. They don't actually know what exactly. Yeah,
It sounds like they're having a good time.
Yeah.
You think the lions are like fucking hyenas again?
Dude, the hyenas just spoil fun. They show up, like, he's fuck. You ever see when like a cheetah works so hard?
Yeah.
Because cheetahs fail all the time. And then they finally get a kill, and then you just hear that. You just hear that. And the cheetahs come and going, motherfucker. And they just come and they just steal it.
That whole area, when you think about it, is like the proving ground for like biological life.
Yeah.
Like, how are you going to keep the populations in order? How are you going to make sure the predators don't get out of hand? How are you going to make sure that the hyenas always have to worry about the male lions? That face.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That face is so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't want to get eaten by that.
Washing jaw muscles.
I think.
Oh my God, look at that face. That's so nuts.
Imagine
Imagine that's the last thing you see before you get eaten.
Yeah, I don't know why they're funny to me.
Yeah, how many people you died from hyenas?
They eat a lot of people.
Do they?
Yeah. Remember that picture that we saw of a hyena that's got an elephant's foot in its mouth?
Yeah.
It's just running
Yeah.
around with an
That
elephant's
was
Fucking monster.
that was actually our first logo. We put our faces on that.
Ah! And then we tried to sell merch at it, and people were like, I'm not buying this bloody hyena.
Yeah, and also it's not our picture itself.
Jamie, how many people die from hyenas? Hippos kill the most people in Africa, right?
Do they?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe hippos are responsible for the most deaths.
What do they like? Is there a village or something that like lives close to the
I
hippos
think
in
if you
Africa?
go fuck around and you get in the water, you have hippos. You ever see the hippos chasing boats? They'll chase boats.
They're
No, I haven't. Submarines.
Super
Wow.
territorial.
Yeah, they're rough, man. Yeah. You think of them as hungry on your hippo.
Yeah.
But we make the most monstrous animals the cutest.
Yeah.
Polar bears,
Yeah.
hippos,
Yeah.
yogi.
Yeah,
They'll
teddy
kill you.
bears. Yeah, every kid has a teddy bear. You're like, you don't want
Tony the Tiger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
the tiger. How many people every year die? Let's take a guess before we find
Okay.
out. How many people die from hyenas?
You ready for this? I'm gonna say that I think in the world, 50 people die of hyenas, and I think 75 die of cannibals.
Wow.
So I think more people get eaten by other people than hyenas. 1575 is my guess.
How would you'd have to count into places where people do it for revenge too, and maybe they
Right.
eat people for fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That counts. Papua New Guinea.
Yeah.
I think there's a very low number of cannibals every year where people get eaten by cannibals. I'd say it's less than 20 people eaten by cannibals. This is my guess. And maybe 75 people every year die from hyenas.
I'm gonna go 800 to 1,000.
Hyenas?
The whole continent, whether it's Serengeti, Africa, I'm gonna go
Every year?
1,000. Yeah,
Jeez.
1,000. Yeah.
What about cannibals?
Cannibals, I think, is a lot higher. I mean, how are we ever going to get that number? Nobody eats somebody and then goes and reports them.
Right.
Yeah, so that's impossible. No.
Right.
But I think hyenas you can track, and I think they probably get hundreds.
But ask Google, because Google
Yeah.
tells you that you track
I bet
it.
it's not that many. Yeah. I bet it's not that many.
What do we got?
Okay, well, if I answer, I found one story where a guy was killed by someone at the 60th in that year, but I didn't know what year it was.
60th hyena or cannibal?
Hyena death in that year.
I was
Wow, I said 50.
Sorry, person killed by hyena.
Okay.
Yeah, this is 1998, 99, 50 people were attacked by hyenas, the 35 being children, 12 people killed.
Only 12 kids.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not naming kind of a good info.
All right, sounds wrong.
If you're-
Everywhere you go.
Yeah, we need it.
Bulletproof vest, shotgun, big Bowie knife, fucking everything.
Yeah.
You're walking around hyena country, you better be ready to spray.
Yeah.
Their attacks are kind of rare.
Hyena attacks?
Who gets people the most over there? Hippos?
Lions, maybe?
No, hippos. which is so crazy.
They've killed half of all the people that have ever died.
Yeah, mosquitoes have, right?
Yeah. Mosquitoes have killed half of the people that have ever died.
It's crazy. Malaria. Yeah, the most dangerous animal on the planet. It makes you think, like, is this our planet or is it their planet?
Hippopotamus, animal that kills the most people in Africa with an estimated 500 deaths a year.
Fuck.
500 people get hippos every year.
20 miles an hour they can run?
Yeah.
That's real shit.
Oh, it's real shit. If you have a bad knee, you're in real trouble.
Yeah.
Cape buffalo, they kill a bunch of people every year. Puff adder.
Okay. Snake. Snake makes sense.
How many people do you think died from African lions?
Every year. I was thinking it was going to be a lot, like 100, but I guess I'm wrong.
Well, if the hippos are 500, it can't be 100. Like, let's just guess. How many people die from lions?
If hyenas are, I'm going to say 18.
18?
Yeah, because
more people die from hyenas than lions?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that was like in the 80s. There was only 12 people died.
But who's getting close to the lions?
Assholes.
Well, they also live out there. I mean, there's a lot of tribes that live out there. They're close by. There's a tribe, there's a village in Africa. I saw it was on Nat Geo that hyenas come in and get fed there. Yeah, hyenas walk into. You saw that, right? Where they actually feed them. So they have a deal, and actually they believe helps keep them safe because hyenas know they don't have to kill anyone; they'll just get the food.
Breakers.
Yeah.
I think that's probably smart. Let's make friends with the hyenas.
Why not?
You know?
They
Well,
understand.
try to keep them as pets. You ever see the dudes who walk around with chains on them?
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, that's a gangster move. Walk around with fucking hyenas. They're big too.
If we ever do
What's a
like
hyena? Like a $1.50? So like a mastiff looking size?
yeah, it's kind of like probably German Shepherd or Mastiff.
Maybe they're shepherd, right?
Probably. I don't know because they're like wide. They're not that. They're kind of compact. So I don't know. What they're. Can you get them in the U.S.? You can't get them.
You're right. Maybe get them in Texas. Yeah.
Or Florida.
Texas has a lot of shit.
Like, could you bring one out on stage on the show? Like, if you got clearance?
If you were Ted Nugent in Texas to bring hyenas on stage.
She'll bring one out.
He used to ride a buffalo when he was on stage. You ever see that? Yeah. You ever see Ted Nugent riding a buffalo?
No.
He had a buffalo that he could ride, and he would ride it on stage. And, like, he's doing a show. He's on a fucking buffalo in front of all these people.
You know, Ted Nugent is the only guy who I've ever heard who made me understand meat eating and how it's no less moral than. He's the only guy who made it make sense in my head. He goes, "Oh, you think you're a good person because you're only eating the vegetables?" And then he talked about how many animals have to be killed in order to keep those vegetables from being eaten by other animals.
Right.
Wow. Wild cat.
Wow.
His son owned a bar on Staten Island, and I didn't know. And he was like, "Yeah, my Rocco." Oh, it was just the kid didn't know he was his son. Yeah,
Oh,
that is it. Yeah,
Ted.
Ted.
The kid that he didn't know was his son.
Ted Jr. And he was like, "Yeah, Ted Nugent's my boss. He's a really cool guy." And I was like, "Oh shit." Yeah. He was like, "Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking wild." Did you ever hear him explain that? And I was like, "Oh,
Explain it on this podcast.
Oh, he did. Is that what it was from?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was like,
There's a record
yeah.
behind him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my god, like nobody ever thinks of that. What is Ted Nugent famous? What is he? Was he a politician? What was Ted Nugent?
Stranglehold, son. You never heard the
No.
Stranglehold? You never heard that
Sorry.
song?
No.
Here I come again now, baby. You don't know that song? Oh my god, you know it. Play Stranglehold.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So he was
It's
a
one of the
musician.
greatest guitar riffs in all of rock and roll.
I'm gonna be honest if I know it.
Come on, son.
So far, it's not ringing a bell.
Hold up. It's just picking up, son. Here we go.
You know it? No. You
How
don't know
dare
it.
you? Hold up.
I don't think so. I've heard this song. Yeah.
Now I've heard that part. Hold up.
best guitarist of all time?
Hendrix.
Billy Ray?
Hendrix.
Hendrix?
Hold on. All right, we're good.
Stranglehold.
Yeah.
So he's a
He's
big
famous for
musician.
that. Cat Scratch Fever, another big song.
Okay.
He had a bunch of good songs.
But then what happened? Then he got into politics and
Well,
stuff.
he's just he's a bow hunter and like very vocal about social issues and
That's
kind
cool.
of a maniac.
Right.
Yeah, kind of a nutty dude, but he's fun.
Yeah. So then how does he have a son in Staten Island? I don't know.
Well,
How's that
his
relevant?
son, I think he didn't know it was his son, right? It's one of those deals.
But
Right.
they're close.
Yeah.
They're
But he has another son Bronco, that I've met.
Right.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah. Powerful
I
name.
don't agree with everything he says, but that's the case with a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. Each their own.
I think Hendrix is the greatest.
Right.
When it comes to guitars, because Hendrix changed songs with his guitar. Like Eric Clapton famously, when he saw Hendrix play for the first time, was like, "What am I doing? Why am I even doing this?" It's Eric Clapton.
Right.
Eric Clapton. Labor. I mean, he was amazing.
How about Billy Ray Vaughan?
Stevie Ray.
Sorry, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray Vaughan
Tim
was
Pan Alley.
amazing.
Yeah.
He used to play at our club.
Yeah. I can't believe
There's
it's Billy Ray Vaughan. I got confused with Billy Ray
Billy Ray
Cyrus.
Cyrus. Don't tell my heart, my achy breaky heart.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Tim Pan Alley is one of my
Have you ever
favorite songs.
seen in the corridor of when you go on stage at the Mothership, those photos of Stevie Ray Vaughan? Those are him on stage at the Ritz from 1983.
Wow.
Yeah, he performed there a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Gordon Nelson performed there.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That place has some history.
Oh,
Yeah, it's burned in there.
yeah. I brought in Ghost Hunters. Check it out. Sam and Colby. I brought in Ghost Hunters.
Did they find it?
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I don't know what's real.
Yeah.
But someone was murdered there. Someone was definitely shot there, I think, in the 70s.
It was right.
We were in person. It used to be a nudie movie theater, and it was a pool hall. So it was like a nudie movie theater, a pool hall, there was a punk rock club. There's like a lot of history.
Right. People of the night there. But you think it's possible that it was built on an Indian burial ground?
Indian burial ground. It's so much better that you fucked that up. There used to be a swastika on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So when we tore down, so there's like wall board, and you tear down the wall board, you get to the raw brick, and the raw brick there's a fucking swastika on the wall, and we're like, this is crazy. And so while we're building the place up, I come in like 4 months later, I'm like, hey guys, why is the fucking swastika still here? Like, we're gonna open in like 6 months. You gotta get rid of the swastika. So they tell one of the construction guys to take off the paint where the swastika is. And so you know what he does? He takes it off in the shape of the swastika. So he cleans it. So now it's brighter. Now it's like bright white. I'm like, hey, it's still a fucking swastika. Get it off the wall. Jesus Christ.
What, did the swastika from like the Hindu symbol before?
No. It was probably from the punk rock days. Somebody probably thought they were being grand back and fuck yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Probably someone being a rebel. I'm a rebel. And they threw it up. Yeah, they threw it up. They painted it on the wall, and it stayed there. Wow. Yeah. They never cleaned it up. Like, this is so crazy.
That reminds me of the old punchline in Atlanta that had the Vince Champ.
This is Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, wow.
Just fully naked on
Yeah.
stage. Yeah, with socks over their dicks, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They used to do that.
That's a good move back then. Yeah. You get away with that. You show your pubes, have your balls, pack with a sock, throw it up.
They got good bodies, nice lean bodies. I saw a thing that said like hunter-gatherers, what their bodies, not only the flexibility they had is unmatched, but they actually had bigger brains. You ever see this? That they actually think that they were smarter than us? They had bigger heads and bigger brains.
Well, they probably had to process a lot of things. What is smart? Is it smart to just be able to use ChatGPT and find answers to things, or is it smart to have to figure stuff out about nature to stay alive? Right. There's different kinds of intelligence. If you take like the smartest guy ever and you let him loose in the Amazon, how long is he going to live? He's not going to live very long. It's not going to make it. Hunter-gatherers generally have larger brains compared to later human populations as the demands of their lifestyle, including complex foraging strategies and navigating diverse environments, likely put selective pressure on the evolution of larger brain capacity for problem solving and planning. That makes sense. The expensive tissue hypothesis, interesting, which suggests that a diet rich in meat allowed for the energy expenditure needed to maintain a larger brain. Did you see those? They found a new population China, and they have much larger heads.
Really?
Yeah, they found out, like, they thought they were Denisovans, I think, at one point in time, which also is a fairly new discovery. They found Denisovans in 2010. But this is another one. This is another new species of human beings they studied that they found around. And they had large heads.
Haven't they found like 12, like 11 different hominids now? And like,
There's quite a few. Yeah, there's quite a few. You know, including the really controversial ones like Homo floresiensis or Floresiensis.
what was that? What was
There's
that
a hobbit
person?
people. The island of Flores, they're little tiny squeaks. Little squeaks. Little twinks. Yeah. Late 1970s. Yeah, there it is. Homo juliensis. Fossils began belonging to 16 individuals were found in 2 different locations in China. They appear to belong to unique species, thousands of artifacts, stone tools, and animal bones. This one is the larger-headed one. Is that the same one? Is that it? Because it says in the late 70s, fossils. I think this is large. I know I have a photo of it. I know I have a tape because I wanted to look at it. Yeah, Dragon Man, that's it. Newly complete skull discovered in China in 1930s, a basis for the proposed new human species, Homo longipes, that's it, known as Dragon Man. Skulls found in 33, Shanghua River in Harbin, China, where a bridge is being built. Okay, the skull, combination of ancient and modern features, including a large brain similar to modern humans and Neanderthals, a low forehead. But how do they know that these are? Couldn't it just be like a weird-looking kid? Like if me and Giannis were laying down and found our skeletons, you would think we might be different types of species. He's got a peanut head and I have a head like Pro-Max. Good point, right?
Yeah.
Shaq buried right next to
Yeah.
Richard the Midget.
It could just be different people.
Yeah,
That is a good point.
You want to talk about feelings? These kids.
Yeah.
Neanderthals? Oh my God.
What
They
the scent
smell like.
must have been bad, dude. Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Here, Jimmy. I think this is a different thing. It's not you right now. Listen to the title. I just saved it on my phone so I can look at it later. But I didn't really look at it too much.
Right.
But they keep finding these new versions of humans.
Right.
So it's like, how many of them are there? And why did we succeed? Like, what was so great about
I think
it?
we were most vicious, right? We just killed off the other ones.
Dogs.
You think dogs? Dogs.
That's the answer.
Yeah. You 100% positive. My street smart says it. Science says it. Like it's nation. You know, in the understanding of how, but it's pretty solid that that's what gave us the edge.
So we domesticated dogs.
We teamed up with dogs and we had a symbiotic relationship, and we were able to protect ourselves better.
So this is it. Large head people, mysterious new form of ancient human emergence. This is it. So a provocative new piece of nature has proposed a whole new group of ancient humans, cousins of the Denisovans and Neanderthals that once lived alongside Homo sapiens in Eastern Asia more than 100,000 years ago. Brains of these extinct humans who probably hunted horses in small groups were much bigger than any other hominid of their time, including our own species. This is it. The large head people, yeah. So that's it. It is that name, though. Oh, no. In the past, it says. Some science have attributed to it. But that's not what they're saying. So they think it's different.
Denisovans. Some scientists have attributed the Jubilant fossils to Denisovans.
Right. But they're in the past. So now they think it's a totally different thing, right?
I didn't know people ate horses.
Oh, yeah.
Has every animal been eaten?
Oh, a lot of people eat horses, man.
Yeah.
In fact, Shavkat Rachmanov, the #1 contender in the welterweight division, says it's his favorite food.
Horse meat.
Yeah, he's from Kazakhstan. He rides horses and he eats horses. He's like, I love horse. He loves them all the way.
You ever tried it?
Yeah, that horse. Good. I had it in Montreal. There's a restaurant in Montreal, one of the best restaurants in the world. Shout out to Joe B.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah. Incredible place. And we went there, Ari and I. We had, I don't know what we done it to. We had horse tartare and we had horse loin. And it was good. Fucking really good. It's game. It's like wild game. It's like eating an antelope or eating an elk. Right. Real simple. It's not bad.
Yeah.
But I remember it was All in the Family. When the Buckers were poor, you know, they weren't doing so well, and Edith went to the store and she bought horse meat. And she served it to Archie. And it was like a big deal. I ain't eating it. What? You know, you remember that episode?
I never saw it. I don't. But again, another good impression.
I remember it was like a real problem in the family that she fed a horse meat. But they were so poor, they didn't have any meat.
Yeah. Well, I just feel bad for horses. I mean, they lug us around.
They're also very sweet.
Yeah.
They're connected to people.
I
Right. So you can get connected to a horse.
Yeah, I can't eat horses. I can't eat dogs. I just can't do it.
Can't do it. Dogs get eaten a lot, unfortunately, right?
I think dogs and humans are connected genetically.
I think so too. I think there's a place in our brain that kind of matches up with
Yeah.
them, and like, yeah, we evolve together. Something's up. It's magical.
Yeah. My dog, he's a part of my family.
Yeah.
I'm connected to that dog.
Yeah, me too.
See, I don't want a dog, but maybe I should get a dog.
Oh, they're just doing dogs is great. But you're a weirdo. You probably give them away. I would. Always say I can't take it anymore, so I gave it to this Puerto Rican family. I did. He raised it to be an attack dog, and I feel bad. Now he's attacking people.
I would. I gotta be
like
better.
that fucking dream house you got rid of when you moved to the city like a retard.
Like a fucking retard. Now I bought one that was too expensive because ChatGPT told me to.
Why didn't you try to buy your old house back?
Because I did, and they won't sell it. The guys won't sell it. But what can I do?
What can you do?
Nothing. I gotta do that.
No, call him now. You have like
Him and I talk
he's
about
a
it.
much more logical person.
He has his brain. He's more kind of controlled than me. I go a little wild, and he kind of keeps me back.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say I said it, but I don't know how to control that. But it was bought by a Muslim family.
A Palestinian family on October 8th.
So
After October 7th, the next day is when we sold it. October 8th, and
That October 8th?
that October 8th, they called Palestinians moved in October 8th.
They moved quick.
Yeah, they came right in.
I see the writing on the wall.
well, they see that they're in a place where they can accomplish it. So they're like, we can actually live there,
Yeah.
and they just do it.
So they moved in big, and and my neighbors were kind of mad that we just picked up and left. What can you do? I had to go. I moved to Queens.
You didn't have to.
No.
You should have called somebody. That's the time you should call me.
Well, now I'll know. Now I know.
Yeah, please do. I go, what the fuck are you talking about? You're like, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Right. As soon as we
Backed up.
as soon as we get out of here, I'm going to call my accountant see if we can rescind that offer or we locked in legally.
Oh shit!
I just found out ChatGPT's liar.
You get panicky.
Oh, yeah, I get real panic. I get real
Yeah, you still do.
I still do it because I think I don't do drugs, so I think I get and so this is a gamble. My father was a compulsive gambler and told me never to gamble, so I thought I escaped because I don't know anything about cards and sports gambling. I don't know anything about it.
do with life choices.
Yes, which is kind of a little riskier.
A lot of people do.
Yep,
I get a life choice gamblers out there.
But now I'm looking for peace. I'm looking for my path to peace, so I'm trying to just be peace.
Radical acceptance.
Radical acceptance, being friendly with my present, being gentle with life. We're trying.
bad.
We're trying, baby. Yeah.
Very scared to run mountains or something.
That's one way. Well, I tried to, but I got a bad Achilles.
That can be fixed.
I know, but I've been trying to.
What's wrong with your Achilles?
I don't know, man. Well, I have tendinosis in the Achilles, and they did the X-ray, and they see some scar tissue in there. So they actually told me, I can't get it in New York. Here, I'll come down here. They told me PRP. That'll help to spin the blood.
Yeah. Like the rich plastic.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, but you should get stem cells while you're here. How long are you in town for?
I go home tonight.
Damn.
But I can come back.
Okay. Come back.
All right.
But you go to the club anytime?
No.
You should come back, and when you come back, we'll set it up so you go waste well before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, I'll get a little.
Because a buddy of mine, my friend Evan, had a fucked up Achilles. It was bothering him for years. And
Yeah.
he got stem cell in it. Gone. Painful.
Really?
Yeah. Bothering him for years.
That's me. I've been 2 years with this. I have a growth on the back of my heel.
Oh, from the bone.
Yeah, like the bones
Get
are.
irritated.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, and it's all fucked up. But I do have a clean colon. I had 2 polyps,
Yay.
under 3 centimeters. We're good to go, baby.
Congratulations.
Clean ass, so does he. We got our colonoscopy the month apart.
Everyone should get a colonoscopy starting at 40. Everyone should get it. It's on the
Yeah.
rise.
You know what you could really do? You could do a comprehensive blood screen to test you for all cancers, not just asshole cancer. So they have that now. It's a lot easier and it's better.
You never did a colonoscopy?
I had one.
Right. Why? What's wrong with that?
I think I didn't wake up that hard.
Yeah.
I think that if you go, I didn't have a colonoscopy. No, I had an exam. So they go in there with their fingers. But they go in there with
Did he put a scope in there?
No.
He woke up during his because he liked it.
I woke up.
I
swear to God. No, I wasn't even hard. I'm not even fucking around. I woke up in the middle of it because I just, something was in my ass. I woke up. Yeah. I woke up. I went to the tail.
But they can screen you with this, I forget what it's called. They do that at Waste Well too. They send it off to a lab, they take your blood and they screen you for like 100 kinds of cancer.
Right. That's the way to
good.
go.
Yeah. They got the full body scans now. too.
They're trying to attach, there was some paper that I was reading, they were trying to attach cooking oils with cancer, specific kinds of cooking oils and colon cancer. Whatever. It's particular specific types of seed oil that things are cooked in, and the prevalence of that, and the human diet, and how it's contributing to cancer.
Yeah.
Why-
All the cancer's on the rise.
Why is this
Yeah,
stuff not
why?
available in New York? Why can you only do this kind of stuff in
But
Texas?
you can do it in New York. I guarantee you, just don't know the right people.
Right.
I guarantee, you probably can't do stem cells to the extent it's like there's not a lot of these clinics because of a lot of FDA regulations. The way they work, Utah's a really good state for it. They have like much looser regulations.
Right.
But a lot of people wind up going to Mexico. There's a place in Mexico that's called the CPI, Cellular Performance Institute. A lot of UFC fighters go there because they have an arrangement with UFC. You do wild shit down in Mexico.
That's what Aaron Rodgers did, right? With his Achilles. He went down there, got the stem cells, he's good to go.
Yep. He actually got treated here. We got treated at Wastewell.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers did. Yeah. So I should just know. Yeah, you definitely should. If I'd known that you had that issue, I would have gotten you early this morning.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll come back.
Yeah, Ron White actually just went and he hurt himself doing yoga. And he fucked up his ankle. They just treated him.
And now he's good.
Well, he just got it yesterday. It's going to take a while for it's better.
Right.
But it will get you better a lot quicker than not having it. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that have like pretty serious issues. They're
Like torn Achilles.
torn ligaments. As long as it's not fully torn.
No.
Then you definitely need surgery. Achilles is the bad one because it's like, God, there's so much torque on that when it's moving. And then you gotta screw it back down to your bone and it's going to heal and make sure it's strengthened enough before you start using it. So you're real diligent about your rehab. Like, look how long it took Aaron Rodgers. He has state-of-the-art access to ways to and he was way ahead of the curve. Way ahead of what it takes most people to do. But even then, he couldn't really play that year. He had to wait until it was, like the next season.
Yeah, those used to be like career ending.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good. Because I've been doing like calf exercises and like strengthening all around, and it's just like a year and a half. I'm like, dude, the pain is still there if I explode too much. So, but it's also, what am I going to do? I got horrific feet, Joe. My feet are horrific. My toes cross over. I have no arches. I have feet that look like they should be shoved into high heels. And
Have you ever work out with barefoot shoes? Those like minimalist, like
They have to custom make them for his feet.
put their toe into each individual hole. No, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
You get those too. Those are like the barefoot shoes. Those are
Those help.
Yeah, those are okay. Those are good. The toe shoes. I used to have those. But the ones I really like are they have a wide toe box so your feet spread out and there's very minimal amount of sole, just to kind of protect you from sharp things you stand on. But it allows your toes to move as individual units. So a regular shoe acts as like a cast. Like if you have like a thick sole boot and like a hard surface your foot sits on, it's like a cast. So your toes aren't really working. Your legs are picking it up. Your foot is basically atrophying inside that. And then if you work out barefoot, and especially if you work out and where you do something explosive like jumping and stuff with barefoot, then you're using your feet the way they're supposed to use all the muscle strength. A lot of people have very, very weak feet.
Yeah, I can't even move my toes individually. Like if you like Chris move your toe, I'll go, I can't do this. No, I can't do it. Wow.
That's crazy.
It's like, it's horrible.
You should probably take care of that before it gets bad.
See?
Yeah, it's the one
Being a good, ask me to move my toe. Say, move my toe. Say, Chris, move your toe. Somebody say,
Move your toe.
Yeah, basketball feet like I do.
Yeah,
That's all I could do.
The bronze feet are like that too. Did you play a lot of basketball?
I did, yeah.
Maybe that's it.
I did.
Maybe it's all that like smushing in the shoe.
It could be.
Is that what it is?
Oh, God, definitely. I had to wear extra pair of socks every, like, up
You put that fucking hook back in the
no good, right? And then you see on the ankle here, I got a little bony.
Well, that's where it's fucked up.
But I do have good hamstring flexibility, not bad.
That's not bad. Congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
But Broad Street are evil looking.
He hasn't been playing, right? Did he come back from playing it? Oh. Coming back? What happened? Was you hurt?
Never. You need to get time to get it by.
Oh, that's right. The men, timeout.
Who knows?
Anybody who takes out of anything now, people are like, Diddy. That's everybody.
Did it, Barney.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah. Imagine like regretting saying it. Oh,
Yeah, wow.
Just smashed up. Pinky toes. Brutes. A lot of kickboxers have people like that too. Be all fucked up.
Brutal.
You think about kickboxers and they elbows and kick. Like John Jones can't even fight unless he has his big toe on his left foot taped to his next toe. He has to have it taped up because he tore his toe completely upside down. Ooh, he was beating up Chael Sonnen, and he didn't realize it. So I was interviewing him after the fight, and he looks down, sees his toes, he freaks out, and he has to sit down.
The adrenaline, he didn't even feel it.
Didn't even feel it. His toe was upside down. Like
Wow.
the bottom of his toe was facing up.
Wow.
It was horrible.
I would probably say one-on-one, him, anyone in history, just because of how skilled he is.
That's what's cool. Right?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, bro.
Yo. So you noticed it first, though?
No, I think he did. I think he noticed it. I think
Oh, God.
Yeah. He destroyed stuff.
So what happened? It twisted all the way around?
That's from the force of beating the fuck out of Chael Sonnen. That's what that's from. Like the ground and pound, when he had him on the ground, just smashing down on him.
Jeez.
Somebody isolated the moment his toe curls over. You can see it in like the replay.
Yeah.
The moment his toe, just the amount of torque he's putting on to try to kill Chael Sonnen.
Is he doing Gloria or
Aspinall.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Aspinall. I think they're trying to come to some sort of an agreement. The rumor is that he wants $30 million. And the UFC is going to pay. Hopefully,
I agree with him. Him and Ferraria would be Pereira.
Yeah.
Sorry, would be the fight everyone wants to see. Yeah, perhaps because he's been so dominant. Actually.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, if it's going to happen, they're both 37. It should probably happen soon. But John is, the heavyweight champion of the world, and Pereira has challengers in the light heavyweight division, especially Ankalaev. He's supposed to be fighting Ankalaev. Ankalaev is fucking very dangerous, and I think he's the number one contender, and he's been on a winning streak for a long ass time. He's only got one draw, and that was to Jan Blachowicz, who was the former champion. So he's like at the top of the heap, and he's been waiting for a title shot for a long time, but he's been talking a lot of shit. And Alex doesn't like that he talks shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, fuck him, make him wait.
Yeah.
And so I think Alex just said that he's going to fight in March, and that he's not going to fight Ankalaev. Because if he's fighting in March, when is Ramadan?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I don't know. I'm not giving you the guy. Ramadan, I thought you would know.
I think it's in the summer. It's in.
No. So he wouldn't be able to fight. Ankalaev wouldn't be able to fight in March. Because if it's like March 3rd, and he's got to go through the entire month of Ramadan preparing for a world title fight. February 28th, and it ends Saturday, March 29th. See, that's exactly during the time period where he's going to fight.
And with Ramadan, the whole month you can only drink water?
No. You can't. You definitely can drink water. You can eat food. You can only do it after sundown. Bilal Muhammad, who's the UFC welterweight champion, he observes Ramadan, and he was training and fighting. He'd have to take a fight during Ramadan. So what he would do is he would get up at like 4:30 in the morning before it was dark out, before it was light out rather, and he'd have a big meal, and then he would go to the gym, and then he would have no water at the gym, nothing, and then at the end of the day, and he also didn't sleep during the day. Like a lot of them, like their hack of that is they just sleep during the day and train and eat at night. But he said that if you do that, then you miss out on the religious suffering, which he thinks is very important for Ramadan. So he would do it the way you're supposed to do it, where he worked out with no water, trained, and then he would finally get to the nighttime session. He'd be able to eat, and then have a nighttime training session like a little later than normal. And so that's how he would do his day.
Wow. That's why these dudes are dominating. They're just tougher. He started working with the Dagestani guys, right? And then he just turned into a beast.
Well, those guys are hard fucking core. They want no distractions, no women, no bullshit. Get off your phone. Let's go to work.
They're probably not jerking off.
Probably.
They keep it loaded up.
Yeah.
Keep it loaded glue gun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's something about having a loaded glue gun, right? You going into the ring, you want to be glued up full of glue.
Some people believe that. Yeah. Some people believe that you're not supposed to ejaculate within a couple weeks of a big fight.
Didn't you not masturbate out of respect at 9/11? That is true. I wanted to go until we found Bin Laden, the perpetrator, but obviously that was too long. But I did go until October 1st, from 9/11 to October 1. I said it is my respect back to this country. The patriotism, I'm not going to glue at all until we get into this month of September.
Didn't we have a joke about if you waited until the second tower fell? Probably he jerked off.
It's funny.
Yeah, I think it was a joke. He didn't make it until the second tower fell.
Yeah. Dude, I remember there was like a vigil, like on September 18th or whatever, like a week later, in like my neighborhood, and I was playing basketball player, and I was playing in the park. And I remember when I left, everyone was just standing outside their house with like American flags and candles, and I wouldn't dribble my basketball because I was like, I think like a sound or any type of dribble of a ball, disrespectful. And then
and I hate when people talk shit about it.
Yeah. Well, get ready.
Yeah.
We got some drones.
Listen to Joy Reid.
Yeah. We should try to swat those things out of the air.
What do you think they are? If you had to guess.
I think they are. I was joking about the AI thing. I think they're Chinese. I don't want to say this on such a big podcast. I'm available to the CCP for whatever they need me to do.
Yeah.
Disinformation will do it.
I think that they are sniffing the radiation. I think that that's the most plausible. That I don't know if they know about it or not, but I think they're probably looking for radiation. I don't know that a nuke's necessarily going off, but I think that's probably what it is. If I had to just guess, if I really have to guess,
Well, I think they're being launched from submarines underwater.
Yes.
And
Well, that's what's crazy. Is like if that's the case, how many submarines and how big are these submarines? These things are the size of an SUV, and some of them were coming from some like untrackable distance offshore, 50 plus miles offshore, and they're the size of an SUV, and they can stay in the air for 5 hours. So what's the power source? And then the other problem is they don't exhibit a heat signature like a regular drone does. So they have some sort of cooling.
is that why they can't track them?
Yeah, they're having a hard time tracking them because of that. Like they're having a hard time tracking them with infrared. They don't know why they can stay in the sky for 5 hours at a time. Ryan Graves, who's a fighter pilot, was on the other day, and he was explaining to us like there's certain aspects of some of these drones that are above state of the art. They're doing things that we can't do. The big one is they're flying for that many hours. That's crazy. The heat signature part, that's crazy. All the jammers and all different things they try to do to find the signal it's on. None of that
What
works.
does he think? Why don't they just knock one out of the air? That's what I don't understand.
Good question.
That's what makes me skeptical to think that.
does he think it's government?
Could be
Well,
American.
I sent you something earlier today, Jamie, that I knew this subject was going to come up about it. I don't know. There's also some stuff, like, is it real? I don't know if it's real. I don't know what we're looking at. There's some stuff like these orbs that they're filming.
Oh yeah.
And they've zoomed in on them. And you look at the zoomed in version of it, you're like, what the fuck is that? It's like, what is that kind
Yeah.
of thing?
We just don't know if it's real or not.
FAA bans drones in parts of New Jersey, threats deadly force for imminent security threat. These areas have all now been deemed national defense airspace.
Federal Aviation Administration issued bans on flying drones in multiple cities across New Jersey, including several in our area due to security reasons. These areas are all now considered national defense airspace. Here's a map of those sites: the city of Camden, Gloucester City, Winslow Township, Evesham, Hancock's Bridge in Lower Alloways Township in Salem County, West Hampton, Burlington, and Hamilton. Unmanned aircraft are not allowed in those areas through January 17th unless approved by the federal government. The FAA said pilots who violate the airspace, meaning pilots on the ground as well, may be detained and interviewed by law enforcement. The agency warns that the U.S. government may use deadly force against drones it deems an imminent threat. These restrictions come just days after the FBI released a joint government statement saying most of the reported drone sightings were just airplanes, manned drones, and stars in the sky.
Shut the fuck up. They said that was Donald Trump's not giving press conferences about airplanes and stars in the sky.
Right.
You don't think that he knows something more than that?
I was going to ask. Do you think he knows?
He's not staying at his golf course. He wouldn't go to his golf course. They were hovering over the golf course. There's a real problem. This gaslighting is not helping anybody.
Do you think it just goes out of the news one day, or we will get an answer as the public?
I don't know. I would never have guessed that it would be this big of a deal for so long.
Right.
How long has it been going on?
Since early November, mid-November, I think. Around Thanksgiving, and it's been the same. Isn't it been like the same type of year, same time of year, like for a couple of years? This has been happening,
But not like this. It's never
not
like
this many, not this many, but they were going over military bases,
And now they're just going over New Jersey.
Now
Can
they're
you
just
pull the video up of the one that I got on my Instagram? So I took this one from, I forget what the Instagram page is, but it's up on the page. You give them a shout out. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is big. This is the one we were looking at earlier.
Yeah.
I showed it to these guys in the green room last night. We're all freaking out. Like, what? Okay, what is that? The way the goddamn thing moves. So click on it so we can hear it. That meme gets used for so many different things. Listen to these guys talking when they're talking. Quiet. So you see this thing. So what you're concentrating on is the one on the lower right. So it's moving. No, that's not gets above, this is where it gets weird because it's slowly rising. It gets above that other thing, which might be the moon. I'm not sure what that other thing is. I think it's the moon. So that other thing, it gets above it, and then it starts taking off. And when it starts taking off, it does it with no sound at a fucking insane rate of speed. Like, look at that.
Oh my god. That's why. Those guys are reacting like they're watching it.
Yeah. I don't know if that's real. It could be fake. It could be all AI generated. It's ambiguous, blurry enough though that I'm willing to entertain it.
Right.
If that's really what they saw, that's a bunch of different people seeing things like that over time. And this is like the Tic Tac story. This is the one that Ryan Graves showed us that this lady photographed over Florida. Yeah. That these things, and they've seen it on. This is one that was seen by multiple people from different planes. That this thing moved and then shot up into space, and so they got photos of it. But whatever that thing's doing, it's doing something that we can't do. That speed that thing takes off, that's faster than any rocket we have. That's faster than any fighter jet. That thing just shoots off into space at some impossible speed.
So it's either us, the drones are either. Well, why are they blinking if it's not us? Why do they have?
That wasn't blinking.
No, but I mean the drones. I'm saying the drones are blinking. So I'm saying if the drones are ours, maybe there's been like UFO activity, and they're throwing these drones up to try to capture it with better. Or
what better way to distract people from actual UFOs that you know are going to be all in the sky? They can put a bunch of drones up there too.
Right. That too.
Yeah. If you have a bunch of shit that seems like stuff that you've seen, like a drone, like flying around, and then there's stuff that is impossible with it. That's a good way to cover up the impossible stuff. Have a bunch of regular drones.
Yeah. But at this point, why would they do that? Everyone's already accepted the fact that UFOs are out there.
Not really. If there was a big thing where all of a sudden the sky was filled with those football field size fucking motherships, like people would lose their shit. But if you could slowly get people accustomed to it, the way people got accustomed to masks. In the beginning, in 2019, if you saw someone with a mask on, like, what the fuck is going on? By 2021, why doesn't this guy have a mask on? Right, just in a couple of years, everybody was wearing a mask. If we get accustomed to stuff, if you get accustomed to things being in the sky, and then all of a sudden there's nothing, like you could float anything in the sky. If you have weirder and weirder drones, and then start showing spaceships, people would freak out way less. Right.
I don't know, dude. If someone tells me it's a drone, I'm chill. And if someone shows me a football field size spacecraft, I'm gonna freak out.
That's a big leap.
Yeah,
What about one the size of a car? That's definitely not ours.
So you think they're
moving
just
like
doling
that?
them out
Yeah,
by size?
if I was going to do that, if I was going to get people prepared.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
That's it. The chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? What's up?
Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There is no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you. Yeah, man. And everybody was a killer. Fucking wow. It's a crazy band, man. Like, no one, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins. I tell niggas that all the time. It's kind of crazy.
You ain't gonna get another one.
It's crazy that it worked. Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy. To make it work, the most other shit. Some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't normal.
It wasn't normal. We tried it, but it was just, it almost seems like it was just instinct. Like, it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with. Right. 9 dudes. And 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes, and it worked. And it worked.
I tell people all the time, it was like RZA, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting a lotto for him. Like he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I want to do this, and he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that really had other shit planned. Like, for hip hop, it was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started to pick motherfuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like the bomb. It's like, you know, Lucky Luciano, prime example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential in any way. He's from a different party, he's from a different party, he's from a different party. But yo, what we could do right here, we could make money. So put your fucking feelings down, or whatever the case may be. Let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, yo, we start shaking hands across the table. Yo, I know you didn't really fuck with me like that, yo. I never had anything against you like that, dude. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, let me try this shit.
Well, RZA's a genius, and it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that, because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when a dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, I told you that when I sent you a message, I said that we play protect your neck. It's like whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So when we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. And all the time, it's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night, I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers.
Remember that?
Yes!
I fucking remember
I
that.
told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip-hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was a classic.
Joe was the funniest shit, because when we came in and when we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger laughing. He reminded you, he never I don't even think I never seen him eat meat like that or whatever the case may be. But we came in, he was eating cheeseburger and shit laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in there, they kept telling us like, yo, I can't go into the crowd with everybody. We're not going to hold no responsibility if something happens. So we like, all right. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. Wow, it was love, man. It was a lot of love.
Wow. No internet.
We like, yeah, none of that shit.
None of that. What? Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
God, I don't think so. That was,
You know how wild that video would be?
that people seen that. I don't know how to put people that shit. Like,
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean,
they
it was
lost that stuff.
in the news back then that you guys performed in Rikers.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip hop, it was like people, you have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck about. That is crazy for a new art form. It was
So merge, right?
right. I mean, it was like Sugar Hill Gang. There was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop
They got big.
It
Because
got
look,
so big.
I remember it's so crazy you said that, because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe say 80, 85,
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah. He was younger than me. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, oh shit, motherfuckers is rhyming. I ain't, damn, this shit sound cool though. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together, that was going through different shit in their life.
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in '84 I was in high school, so it had to be 80 because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in '81, so I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980. Yeah. So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said, you're 80. Yeah, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitate to it. I probably was like 12, like you said. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. You all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3 K2 and buy free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was like how you said, Sugar Hill Gang, Rap is the light.
Yeah,
Rap is the light. That was the shit.
Oh God,
I love
it's everywhere.
I had cousins, I had wild cousins and shit. They was wild, they was selling drugs, they was, smoking weed and smoking coke, and they doing whatever they was doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit, and just be in their business, be in their world, and they would be playing music. They had a record player, you see coke on his people with weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool. They come in, man. They don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? Nah, I ain't gonna say nothing attention, and obviously weed on the album covers, and what I mean, just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room, and they in the shit, but they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, disco, the next thing you know, I heard this fucking record on Sugar Hill Gang, and I'm like, the groove is dope. Holy shit, like, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here, but
It's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged.
yeah, nobody expected that.
Well, it was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife.
Get the fuck
Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore. She was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music. Because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, like that 6 in the morning, everybody's like, what the fuck is this? And that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand, it sold way more albums. Because that's what kids are looking for. What the fuck is this? They don't even swear. Get this shit out of here.
Once they got the label on it, it's like, I want it.
Exactly. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the regular shit. Like, get out of here with that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few guys who got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
Definitely not. But like you said, bro, everybody wanted the raw shit. And you gotta remember at that time, it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, we had like crazy people. Like, if they catch you at night, they'll kill you. Like, they be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, all this makeup on. And, I remember one time going to the incinerator room. My mom's made me go, she made me go to the take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day, and I was laying down, and she fucking smacked me in the head with a broom. Like, yo, did I tell you to take out the fucking garbage? So now I'm going down to the incinerator room, walking, it's on the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen a motherfucker sticking his head out. And he had his hair all wild, and shit was like green and red, and all. He had lipstick going all crazy, and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking, and he looked at me. And I got the garbage pail with me, and it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. You know what I mean? Back then, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. She's your hero at that time. Came back, the nigga was gone. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator room when it was closed, he was gonna probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me or something. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy back then.
Right, that's the big shift was crack.
Yeah, crack.
That's also in the
but see, before crack, you had that dope. So motherfuckers mix it dope and coke together, man. Getting high, shit, man. Yeah, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But that's how far to me music went back. Listening to Ladies Night. You know what I mean? I had people on my store. I had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back. Coke and dope, though. So, all this was going on in the community. Wow. It was a serious time. It was scary times back then.
If it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like, that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it, is that everybody kind of knew that. It was part of the appeal. There's never been, like, a genre of music like that that's so connected to, like, the grind and poverty and crime and ghetto. Like, the whole genre, to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be, like, some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit you never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
That's true. I mean, back then, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. The way that being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, nobody had no fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. back then gangs was still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. That yo, you from a neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood. You know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from their neighborhood just because you wasn't from here. It's like, yo, what the fuck you doing over here? You live over here. You know, then it creates this animosity thing. And I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stayed up the block, down the block, stayed down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, you know, I leaned more towards up the block, you know, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble. You know, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. Next thing you know, before you know, we all fucking with each other, you know what I mean? So that was our way of getting to know each other, to test each other's heart, and whatever may happen was happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, just the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and you know, everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and going to play some music and shit. So we knew every time they did that, we knew something was going to happen in the night. It just mandatory. Just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out, and everything would be nice. And next thing you know, you see a motherfucker riding down the street, all crazy, you know, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging the golf club out the window and shit. And you know, somebody mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? You know, but the music is still playing. You know, so yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, but made it spooky. But it still was fun because it was something to remember.
Well, it's fun because you survived.
Yeah, yeah, you know. But we were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or died at that time. We were fucking like whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. That's wild. But the music is what kept things in order for us, you know, because we always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. You know, when you come from somewhere that's fucked up, Joe, and it's nothing there, you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. No, it's just too investable. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, oh, fuck it. I'm going to live off the land. I'm going to sell weed. I'm going to do whatever I think that is going to make me survive. So anything to survive. You know, music always kept us calm, and you always want to listen to this next man play. Like I grew up from R&B with like disco, you know, all that fun shit, roller skating. You know, I don't put it in the name, but that was roller skating. You know, we would get off the Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun. So yeah, that was fun times for us.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all nine guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. Um, you know, we all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us, we all, you know, resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, he acknowledged himself, which was, you know, being a part of the Nation of Islam, and also Jizza and No Dirty, they were part of the Nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. It's a place where everybody go and they build. They talking about mathematics and all of this, but it was Jizza and Old Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too, and he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called not a gang, but they had this thing called Rolling Together now, which was them three, and they would run around and they would battle, different guys from different cities and move around. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were, but when Jizza and Dirty came to Staten Island, they came in and hang out with their cousin. So, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, yo, I heard about your rhymes. And, Dirty, he was just crazy motherfucker. He was crazy, but, yeah, they had their own little thing going on. And then, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. Like, if you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin was able to, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now too. The next thing you know, they had their movement going on. So us on the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, we know them, we know they super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but we wasn't thinking of that. We just loved music in general.
Wow. So RZA was essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together to bring all the killers into under one roof.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah.
It's like Eric B and Rakim. There was a few EPMD. There's a few people.
You know your shit.
Yeah. Gangstar. There's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Nah, because
it was kind of scary. It was like, God damn, when you guys had a show. I mean, I heard stories that it was just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
Yeah, that was some neighborhood shit. But yeah, like you said, that was so weird to see a group that come out like that, and it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had a record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
Always the case.
You know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about the shit at this level. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing it on my guys. And he just put that number together. So believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first, because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something in him already. I seen something like, yo, this guy really, him and his cousins, and I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers really got talent. Not only the ability to rhyme, but they was clever. Like, took my clever rhymes.
Right.
And he was mixing it with the knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, so, this is something that I felt like I would want to go chill with them, just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being a fucking rapper. I just love the music, but I'm watching these motherfuckers. I'm like, something about these motherfuckers that I love. And, and next thing you know, when RZA went out there and came back to the community, he was like, yo, I put a record deal. So, I was there. I'm like, we see this shit. Looking at this. The fucking, I'm looking at it. Like you said, what's the name?
Fine print.
Yeah, fine print. Like, holy shit. Wow, sat down. That's what's up. We out. But his situation ain't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, shit, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people. And then a lot of times you're getting fucked. And you don't even know you're getting fucked.
It's a mandatory.
Mandatory. You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, oh, you owe me? I'm a fucking squeaky line, suck my dick. He performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol, because they owned him. Yeah. It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world and they get owned by people who provide no value. Especially today. Today it's even
So over there.
It's all gone.
So
So for a young artist, it's so important they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge. Hang on.
yeah, that's
Hang on and keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD. That he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Put yourself in an artist situation, right? You have time, right? You have time. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices for sure, because you know that you may feel like I got talent, but I don't have the resources.
right.
So those resources come and tell you, oh, look, I'll give you a shot. We'll give you a shot, but either you take the shot or you stay in the hood. What do you want to do?
You got to take the shot.
Take the shot.
You got to take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm just letting them know. You get fucked.
You're getting fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. They takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere.
Right.
So even when labels are being them, in my mind I'm saying, yo, I get a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that they could maybe think that you can change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signs. Yo, I'll sign because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just wanna be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard.
Yeah.
To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got robbed. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean? Sugar Hill Gangs, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do. But it almost gave them power too, because they became famous, they became big, they became
There's an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm
That's all
with
it
you.
is. Oh, of course.
I'm with you on that.
You are.
But we just talking about
What you got to do. You have to.
sacrifices every
If you're a young kid and that's step one and now you're on the runway, okay, you got to take it.
You gotta take it.
But it just should be more fair.
Oh,
And it shouldn't be,
I agree.
you shouldn't lie.
And I'm sure later on things worked out, and you know, now that you proved yourself,
Once they become undeniable.
it's like I tell a motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were a hustler, right? And you run into the Connect, and the Connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to do shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back then. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, I'm giving you these fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I'd rather take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do?
You got to take the 50.
You gotta take the 50. He wants to fucking get his ass fucking shot though.
You got to take the 50. You got to know people, and you got to bring everybody in, and you got to share the money.
You gotta know.
You got to share the money.
You gotta know
Listen,
people.
there's a
Now,
lot
if you ain't
going on.
confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you to take
You shouldn't be having that conversation if you don't know anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You got to make it worth these people's while. You got to say, listen, we're all going to get something out of this.
And see, now look, that philosophy that you said,
Yeah.
that's what we took on.
Yes.
We took that on.
Yes.
We said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money and we're gonna go. We're gonna be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yes.
Because we learn what we believe in. See, it all starts from what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you fucked.
It's a rising tide lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
And with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically people wanted to listen. Automatically.
Yeah.
So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then you're scared. You know, scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. And you think, no, that's when you got to bond together. That's when you have to find real people, stick together.
You said the key word.
You gotta sell that 50. We gotta sell that 50.
Yeah.
Talk to Carlos. go down to Bodega. Let's make a deal, man. We gotta make some deals.
I guess that's what Rizzo did.
Yeah.
He danced with the devil for the right reason, man. You know, we took some scars. We got hit.
It was a different world back then too, in terms of the industry, because today all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud. You can blow up.
Yeah.
You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. You had to be some undeniable talent.
Yeah.
We always played the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video?
Yeah.
That's undeniable talent. Like, that's the kind of talent, like, that dude's gonna, if he stays alive, you can't stop that train. That train's running everything over. You know what I mean? It's like, there was guys like that back then, but man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil. Mm-hmm. And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in the record selling days.
But that's what made us learn is that we had to go through the pain. We had to get jerked to learn how to say, yo, that was a lesson.
Yeah.
So everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you're willing to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yes.
Go for it.
Definitely. Go for it. It's so much better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation and you don't realize at the end of the day, damn, I should have taken that opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities when they come. And it's like if a person offers you an opportunity, 9 times out of 10, it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it may be an opportunity to help you.
Yes.
You know, it's all about you trying to help yourself and get out there. It's like watch a Scarface and the nigga told him, he said, yo, give you $5,000. Better. And if you fuck this up, Chico, Scarface looked at him and said, man, the fuck is you talking about? We built for this shit.
Yeah.
He lost his man in the mix, but he was able to prove to himself that I can do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at rap. It's like, yo, whatever fuck it, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we doing.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned. And you just keep taking chances. Keep going. Pick yourself back up. Figure out where you fucked up and learn from that. And now you're better.
Sure.
Now you have more experience coming into this next thing. Just keep going. Just keep going. Especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do. And then when they do, it's like, oh, and then you want to go back in their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums before this.
Think about it. Think about all our favorite artists out there, you know, Eminem, you know, Eminem been trying to fucking get on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Rothschild, Slick Rick, all these
So
guys, they went through a lot to get on, you know. Biz Markie, you know, nobody wanted to fuck with Biz at first, but you know, he finally figured the code out. He was like, yo, this is what I'm gonna do. You know, he started rocking shows in different communities. You know, people start hearing about him. Like, oh shit, this guy is dope. But it's that sacrifice. I tell people all the time. You gotta sacrifice.
It's time put in, energy, effort, determination, and that's talent. That's talent is just God just gave you something or doesn't. You know, some people just got it. You know, and some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. You know, he grew up in this like intellectual, artistic family, and that's why his vibes are so good.
His pops, man. His pops is a musician.
Yeah, Like Rewind, that's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy. I was listening to that shit yesterday.
Genius song.
Back in the gun.
Yeah. Genius song. The whole song backwards. And it's amazing. Oh, I love it, especially the lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They were so good. They were so good. And unusual like that. Like deciding he's only the first guy to make a rap backwards and make it work perfectly. You know? I mean, it's just. Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the Brand New Heavies got together with a bunch of rappers? The Brand New Heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Cool G Rap, a bunch of guys. Some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, they was more musical.
Yeah. Have you ever heard Cool G Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie, play that. Play that. Find that. Gotta put on the headphones for this. This is in my, along with a bunch of Wu-Tang. This is this is in my Spotify playlist. This is Cool G Rap in like, I want to say 92? Yeah, 92. Listen to this.
I'm thinking I'm a flake, but I'm no fake nigga, cause I take a big finger with your brother's gas to the face. With the 24 Mac, so simple. Put it to a simple. Fuck, gotta get the nigga verbally simple. Ease it up on a fast flow, but I'll let you ask no.
I've never heard this shit before. How good is this?
Randall heavy on the track. You that on the west coast, bro. Got motherfuckers doing jumping jacks. You motherfuckers lost it. I bet your ass like
One of my favorites right there.
Turn the chicks with small dicks.
Woo! Nice.
So
nice.
Good.
Nice.
So good.
So this was on the Brand New Heavies album.
Yes. The Brand New Heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And
What year was this?
92.
Yeah,
Phenomenal.
The beginning, yeah.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian.
Right.
And he turned me on to this. Like, you gotta listen to this shit. I was like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. And I couldn't find it forever. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. And I was like, you gotta be able to find it. That's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and, you know, so many of these platforms, people upload shit you totally forgot about, like Tim Dog. You know, you forgot about things like Fuck Compton. Remember that?
Yeah, he was a wildcat.
Wow, it was good though. He was good.
Yeah.
He had
wilding back then. Yeah.
Great shit, man.
Yeah, he was wilding back then.
But Cool G Rap, that to me was like, that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s when we would drive. That's when Cock Block came out. Remember that? Remember that?
Oh my
God, that song is
man, man. Damn. So you really paid attention to
Oh, yeah.
shit like that.
Yeah, hip hop was a big part of my childhood or my young adulthood. You know, when I was driving around a lot doing comedy gigs, like a lot of ghetto boys. Right? Ghetto boys, man.
Yeah, me too.
You know, and I was playing the other day in the green room. I was playing "Fuck a War" for these young kids. I was like, listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s. And it applies today. You remember "Fuck a War"?
Ah, you
Come on, headphones are coming back on. Let's go.
Me on shit. Like,
I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes.
wow.
Yeah, just angry. Wrote the song in 40 minutes. And this is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
You know that out.
Bushwick Bill.
That was my guy right there.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill. 91. Look at that big phone he's got.
Yeah, I had one of those before too. Yeah. Fuck a war. was in the NWA chamber. He was in the NWA chamber.
That shit was good.
They
And
was
that
public
applies
enemy
today.
thinking.
That applies today. We were all talking about what's going on right now with Gaza, Palestine, Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was education.
Yes.
It was giving us jewels. It was talking about things that were going on in the world, and that became the television for us. The music.
It became the news too. Like you need to know what was actually going on. Like Fuck of War tells you what's really going on.
Yeah. So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA cats and all of that, that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living amongst. And you know, like I said, I never heard that song before, so I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing their thing. And you know, you're hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. You know, us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, we not, what the fuck was that?
Right.
You know, but you heard it in the song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives and music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society. Right. You don't think about society when you're poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival. Right. See what I'm saying? Survival is one thing in your mind. And you dealing with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, what the fuck was that just happened? Or what was this shit? But then when you heard it rapping and motherfuckers like these was talking about it all, right? It's like, now you was like, oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on. Yeah. It's not just here, it's all over. It's in everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be. Yes. That's what was happening.
Yeah.
So I never heard that before. Though. You just put me on some real shit.
Oh.
And that's one of my favorite groups. Like,
I love the Ghetto Boys.
Ghetto Boys is real shit, man.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era. Oof. That, like, I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on the stair climber. And I had just picked up this cassette. And I was like, NWA, I keep hearing about this. And Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to. And I remember I was on the stair climber going, this is wild.
You see what I'm saying?
Like, see what I'm saying? Wild. Like, You're hearing people talk about the police like they're getting harassed by the police in a way you never heard before.
Yeah,
Fuck the Police coming straight from the underground. I was like, wow.
Straight from
and it was a totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping for themselves, right? Yeah. Like they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. The whole world was like, whoa. 100 miles and running, the whole world was like, whoa, this is crazy.
So look, you had them, you had Public Enemy.
Oh, yeah.
All of them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community that they
KRS-One,
the teacher, you know.
That's the sound of the police.
All that shit right there was knowledgeable rap, hip hop. Ain't gonna call it fucking rap, hip hop.
Information. Right. They like, especially KRS-One and Public Enemy. Yeah. They were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived.
Right, exactly.
It wasn't like, you see people say shit today, like, you're just doing that for claps. Like, they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
Even when fucking Spike Lee made Do It Right.
Yes.
One of my favorite movies. That's a classic.
Classic.
Like you said, we was getting information. And, you gotta remember, at the end of the day, a lot of people that coming out of the hood and just being like, I know you come from the hood.
Well, I was born in Newark. Yeah.
Shout out to them. So you seen it.
I wouldn't exactly say I come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, but that's true.
I lived in Newark. I was telling you, I lived in Newark when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I told you my next door neighbor, he was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battered and rammed his door and everything. He had a nice Audi. of hip hop too. And that was 1991, I guess, 90, 91. That was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding. Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely 91. Yeah, Naughty by Nature.
Oh yeah.
They had the murders on the scene, like you said, Rakim and Big Daddy Kane.
Oh yeah.
Easy Ease and Ice Cube.
To this day, I go to work. It's one of my favorite workout songs. Well, Big Daddy Kane, I go to work. Oh my God, I go to work. Oh, he was so smooth and so fast too. You know, Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style. It was energetic. You know, you heard his style. It was like God, like your blood started pumping. You know, you started getting moving.
You see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, outspoken on the mic. You know, when I sit here and I think about the Klan, how we, formed Rothschild. Each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. All these guys that we talking about today, they was the light bulb.
Right.
House. You screw that shit up. This is what I see. I see Slim Red, I see Rocket, Cube, I see fucking, all these guys that paved the way for us. So the Klan at that time, we were so, inclined on knowing about all these guys, knowing majority of them. We kept a piece of them in us. That helped us become who we are. Like I tell motherfuckers all the time, I say, yo, let me tell you something. When we came out, Naughty by Nature did the shit. They was fucking shit up on the East Coast side of things, And at that time, you had EPMD, you had Queen Latifah, Roxanne Shante, all these, artists back then were blowing up. LL came from LL.
Oh yeah. LL was huge.
Coogee Rap, one of my favorites. That's one of your favorites. The Fat Boys, all these guys were just...
That's right, Fat Boys.
These guys was giving us so much food for thought that we knew that if we didn't come on that level, we wasn't built to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality.
Yeah.
The
high quality. That's the word.
The level was very high. There was the lyrics were so good. Like you would hear lyrics and just go, oh,
yeah,
oh. That was the thing. That was the thing about hip hop.
Lyrics, I love that.
Oh my, I love lyrics.
That's
Lyrics
right.
and everything.
That's right.
For me, it's like that was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so important. So many guys that just had. Everybody was battling for. So it was like more and more cleverness and more intricacies and more twists. What they were saying. And it was just a vibrant art form, man. Like how many people cheated on their significant other because of OPP?
Right.
How many?
How many? OPP, you don't care.
Cheering. Yeah. It was like a license to fuck. People were cheering. I mean, the hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, it doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. Rock and roll, you had the 50s, it starts to emerge, and the 60s really takes off, and it's been around for a while.
Right.
To have something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame. Especially for young kids, because when you hear guys like you and Ghostface and Method Man, and like you're dealing with real dudes who are talking about real shit, and everybody else is kind of lame. It's like it was like they didn't even swear. It's like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever, and I think RZA did a genius thing by naming it Wu-Tang Clan, because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset.
And I know that
sophisticated.
I know you big on kung fu shit.
Yeah.
Coming to your shrine and shit, you got all kind of fucking Shogun warrior.
I am real samurai cowboy out there.
Yeah. But you know what's so crazy? I tell people, it's like when RZA, when they was on their Wu-Tang shit, he wasn't on that. I grew up watching more like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once upon a time in America.
Oh yeah.
favorite.
Oh, it's a great one. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America.
Woo! So we were living in this, we were living around a lot of hustlers, a lot of drugs was being sold in our community at that time, right? So when Rizak came with the whole Wu-Tang philosophy, it was almost like, yeah, we love karate flicks. We were watching, you know about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
We come over to school, them shits is on, Channel 5, all of that shit. But if you notice and you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that bothered other people. And you either had to protect your people or you had to make a name for yourself. Now, when you think about Wu-Tang, I'm going to just give you a quick lesson on what Wu-Tang was. Wu-Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin. Really? They got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all wildin', y'all. But these guys were very good, but they just couldn't sit in Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit, doing shit. So when Rizzo came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin versus Wu-Tang, right? Check it out whenever you get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it because really at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in Staten Island. So we wound up changing the name and calling it Shaolin because we were the forgotten barrel. When you think about Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, we don't really talk too much about fucking stuff. That bothered us. So we felt rebellious, like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you're gonna fucking act like you're going over to your friends. I remember we used to see UFOs come through, we call them UFOs, unidentified flying objects. The fuck he doing? Yo, pilot. What you know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on in the karate flicks. Like, yo, you go to the neighborhood, either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. The brotherhood. Yo, oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go.
Right.
We gotta go get back to that.
Yeah.
We gotta go figure that out. All the shit that Rizzo was thinking about at that time was a reality check for us in Staten Island. So even when we came with the name, it was almost like, yo, wow, this is interesting. And back then he was hanging in Ghost's community, which was Stapleton. So Stapleton was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill. I'm from the hill. Up there they were selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and West Indians and Chinese, and it was a melting pot. It was a melting pot of different nationalities of motherfuckers. You had the Spanish motherfuckers over here saying dope. You know what I mean? You had the white boys over here fucking doing what they do. All these things was going on, but in Stapleton, it was nothing but criminals, motherfuckers that were fighting and rob and steal, and Rizzo was hanging out there a lot. So they came up with this whole, Wu-Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when Rizzo came with it, it was like, oh, shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. We see the vision of that. But it was never for us to look at it at any given time like, yo, you trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas or some shit. A lot of times people thought, yo, you ever do karate and all this? You don't know fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up on it. That was some early 70s shit.
Yeah.
So, back then you might have had a cousin that was a martial art. He knew the arts and shit. You looked up to him like, yo, this motherfucker's hell right here. He knows the arts and shit. He know how to fight. The motherfucker was being back in the building with two Doberman pinches and shit. You know what I mean? Beating them with fucking laundry man hoses and shit. And, grabbing them and hanging them on shit. And, back then that was dope to see your cousins and all of them do it. But Rizzo, when he came to this philosophy, it kind of like fucked us all up. But we agreed with it right away. Because Wu-Tang to them was always something like an expression. So we drinking, this is Wu-Tang. You over here, yo, this is some Wu-Tang shit or whatever, because we trying to say that we were just like them flicks.
Wait, want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, I go bow hunting every year. Whenever I kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text Wu-Tang. Like whenever I catch something, I'll show you. I'll show you that that's
I
true.
seen some of the pictures
I
today.
know, but I want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up. It goes back years. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, well, I'm a fighter. The last time I said Wu-Tang, I text him every day, so it's gonna take a second to get back to some pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu-Tang, and I send him a picture. This is gonna take a while because but this is important to show you this is real. Come on, motherfucker.
Go back and search Wu-Tang.
Oh, we'll show you? Oh, okay. Oh, look at you change. Under Cam Hands or just Wu-Tang?
Then when you find Cam Hands, it'll show you.
Oh, look at Jamie telling me how to do it. Here we go. See, here it is. Right there.
Wu-Tang. Shit. And then the Elder Clown.
Wow. And that was from October. But I go back like 5 years of doing that. Like every time I shoot an elk, I text Wu-Tang.
When you started?
No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer that head that's right there. That's the first animal I hunted. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. It was either for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films. Those animal factory farming films, torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to learn how to hunt. And my friend Steve Ranella took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what I'm doing. I've been doing it ever since. So I've been hunting for 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman?
Well, it's like I've done it really good, like compared to real marksmen. It's like saying you're a black belt, but you're not really a black belt. Like
courses.
Yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, if you didn't know, you think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not. I'm not nearly at their level. But there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball sized group at 100 yards consistently. I'm not. It's a lot of discipline. A lot of discipline.
They come from like
yeah, well, there's a lot of bow hunting in Texas. A lot of bow hunting in Texas. Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
I gotta get out there.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like if you want to learn, I can put you on some people that'll 100% teach you how to do it. And because you're fairly close, like that's an easy thing to do. Look it up. You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah.
You just set a target up in the backyard and shoot the target. Just clears your mind because you have to really concentrate on it. And while you're doing it, you don't think about nothing else. For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, it's good to have a thing like that.
It's like a sport thing.
Yeah.
It's like learning and kind of master.
Yeah.
That's important.
But it's one of those things like shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you're doing. Yeah. If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any room for it. You gotta push it all out and just think, and that kind of stuff like cleans your mind. Exactly. It's like it flushes your mind out.
That's what it's all about at the end of the day, man. Just kind of like get a piece of mind and vibe to something different.
Yeah. I always say that for artists too. You should find some other thing you like to do, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do. Exactly. You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture. You're all wrapped up in it. Too tight. Sometimes you need something else that you also enjoy outside of it, and you can look at what you're doing. Oh, it's a little different. Exactly. Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. Maybe I should take a new turn. Mix it up. Yeah. You know what's another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time, I think it was like the early 2000s, that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. They were 58 years old back then. Like, it's crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road, but
that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, if you weren't new now, it kind of people weren't into going to see you.
Right, yeah. When I see guys like
What up, Pimp?
Wayne and them perform, Slick and Ice Cube,
Well, how are you?
it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it because I see some of my legends still doing it today. But yeah, man, like you said, see a lot of guys like Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, and them still.
I'm just chilling, dog.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah. But with hip
I'm just chilling, dog.
Nah, because you didn't think, you didn't think that it would last.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5-year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the 90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they thought you was going to go. So even for us, he's like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years, we good. Yo, we'd be cool with that. So they always put us in a, what's the word I'm in? What's that?
A box.
Put us in a box.
Yeah.
To make us feel like at the end of the day, yo, this shit is going to be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like, I listen to Billy Joel. I'm Billy Joel, man. That's my fucking guy.
That's hilarious.
People, I know people would be like, fuck out.
That's hilarious. I love his whole shit until he had that supermodel wife. And then everything got real soft. And then he got too much good pussy. Yeah. Too much good pussy. He got supermodel pussy. And it's like, uptown girl, she's been living in her uptown world. Before that, you go back to his other shit, you know? Only the Good Die Young. Oh, that's a great jam. He gets some great stuff, man. Scenes from an Italian restaurant. That's a great song, man. Captain Jack. Ooh, Captain Jack's a great song. But when he got older, it just became, you know, hey, he's changing as a human.
He in New York, too, right?
Yeah.
It's in the heart.
That guy sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times. Kind of crazy. It's crazy.
Still going.
Yeah, still going.
So those are heroes. Those are guys that we look up to that, you know, they still do anything.
Yeah, it's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now. Because I feel like in the 2000s, only it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they had to go over to Europe. And it was, yeah, it was like, yeah.
And I tell people all the time, like being from the States, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
Right.
So they come out more.
Right.
Like right now to
The
the
more enthusiastic.
they love it more.
Right.
So
They can't believe you're there.
Yeah, they can't believe it.
Yeah.
But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there because they come out and they never ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? And even to this day, it's like the clan still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. You see a lot of people, and you see the young generation of kids. So it's like, oh, look at him. That fucking kid that we just put him on stage and he knew the fucking words. Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. Like, yo, he know what he fucking born.
Well, there's classic hip hop now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, there was classic rock. You listen to Led Zeppelin, there was classic rock. Now there's classic hip hop, which is amazing. You know, but so, well, it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. And so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends would be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And I'm gonna turn them on to new stuff. And they're like, "Wow, yeah, this is 1992." You know.
I think that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time, you know. Like how you just said, like, yo, you know, listen to this shit again. You know. I actually haven't been in the videos before.
Really?
You know that I brought them to my hood too, so you know that milk and me.
Oh wow.
That's coming to my community.
That's amazing.
That was dope though, right there. But yeah, man, you know, that's why I always feel like, yo, I tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that did it before you, because they gave you something to dream about, to
Yes.
be able to instill in yourself. Like you don't have that, then you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. You know, I remember an old man would tell us, if you don't know where you came from, you will never know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to front on it. You know, I think a lot of times people, you know, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know. You gotta know.
Yeah. You should know it like the history of the United States. It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had to light the fire. And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979. It didn't even exist. That's not that long ago. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. Like, what happened? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
And now look what it did. Look what it did.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music. It's like, you know, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, you know, now they talking negative, now they talking this, they talking that. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
Exactly.
Jason.
Exactly.
Killing motherfuckers.
Or he.
I hated Ken. You know what I mean? Based on that. He was one of my favorite movies.
Great fucking movie.
Love it. You know,
Well, why is it okay to do that in a movie, but it's not okay to do that in a song?
right. I don't understand it. I don't, you know,
It's hypocritical.
You know, it's hypocritical.
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence. And that's the same thing they'll say about video games. It's like, you know, doesn't in everybody.
Yeah.
So what's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope, and if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something will get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence. It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences.
Right.
So if you're telling people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, la 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 la. I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feel it.
This is these people's lived expression. This is that, which is why Wu-Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like no one's questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu-Tang Clan. So it's like that. The message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that. It was like from you to the world. You know, and if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen. You don't have to listen. But if you slap a warning sticker on it, you just don't worry.
Listen to it anyway, right? You want to get caught up in it anyway. Yeah, it's like, look, prime example. When we made the record Cream, right? Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really a song to rap to have fun. It was a reality. It was a picture we was trying to make.
Cash rules everything around me.
Cash rules, like, around me, not me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. You know, and a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn, and he used to come to Staten Island, and he used to sell drugstores. He came up with that word cream because he was like, yo, as long as I make my cream look good, what the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, cream, you ever see Tom and Jerry the movie, and you know he make those big fucking sandwiches and all of that, and he splash all that cream on it, and you know, I'm like, oh, the Tom and Jerry, the sandwiches, right? Yeah, man, you get the big sandwich, the stuff in your mouth, and go, nah, real shit. So the cream that was splashing all over the place, he was looking at that as that's his money. Like, that's where my cream comes from. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, you want to get your cream. You sit up in a fucking spot all day, you want to make your cream, you want to get it. And
So who came up with the acronym?
a good friend of ours from Mason. His name is Ray, right? And him and Method Man is like, they was like real close, like brothers. So when we was in the studio, writing to it, he was there, and he just sat back and he just came up with cash rules, everything around me, and then Meth, they put it together, and next thing you know, that was a hook. know, at that time for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. You know, so I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote 2 verses for Fame. I didn't write. My rhyme never started off with that war with the palm song. I was writing about drug niggas in the neighborhood. I know this kid by the name of Gigante. Gigante, the Teflon Don with the Diamante. Diamante back in the days was like the, you know, the 5 Series Benzes started back then. And a good friend of mine was like, Mom's thing about it. Like, everybody else making these things. So you like it? So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I wrote it. Like, man, he said, well, you need to learn about shit that's something that we could relate to, that's weird to you. What the fuck we wake up to? And that's when I came here. I grew up on the crime side, you know, New York crime side.
So he just told you harder.
Yeah, he just told me to think harder.
Harder. Yeah.
He said, yo, Chuck, you could be a little bit more creative.
Well, Cream is crazy because it became viral. That the saying dollar bills, y'all became viral. Like spread across.
Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar two around. Yes.
Oh wow!
You remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money.
Yeah.
Whatever he was saying back then. I haven't heard that. That's old school. Like, wow. Flash. But yeah, after you know, after me and Ray, they sat down and they came up with cash and everything out. And it was a perfect, you know, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get money, but we was dealing with certain things in our communities that, you know, that we were trying to get past first to try to make some money. And it was a sacrifice. It was like, yo, you do this shit, you might be able to get out of it alive, but it might not. You know, so that record, you know, wound up blowing up so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records. And it had nothing to do with it. I guess to me, it didn't feel hip hop. It just felt like realization, like real shit is you need to start listening, like how you just made the ghettos voice shit. You know what I mean? You're trying to give off a message. And that's what I think that people love about entertainment, that we give out messages. We like an emotional roller coaster room. We can give you, J Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. We can give you the tears, but it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You know what I mean? You gotta be careful. You gotta look at things for real. So all that had a lot to do with being around smart guys. The smartness allowed us to write the way we wanted to write.
Right.
It's contagious. It's contagious back then.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying about like really good lyrics and high quality rap. It's contagious.
Yeah.
Because then everybody else's shit has to be tight too.
Yeah. And you know when you come in with a group of guys that, yo, he killing, you gotta come in.
Right.
You have to come in and say some shit that makes sense. Like, I give a lot of credit to our first record, like Protect Your Neck, and I know that's one of your favorite shit. When Inspector Beck said, I smoke on the mic like smoking Joe Frazier, the Hellraiser, raising hell with the flavor,
Yeah.
that right there opened up
Yeah.
something more than us.
Yeah.
I always tell Deck, I'm like, yo, Deck, you are like a, sky living. You always want to hit before the man. You know, he did that. He created that first verse that, you notice me, I jumped right in behind.
Yeah.
I didn't know like Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
The meth came, you know what I mean? Everybody kind of like,
That's what's so amazing about all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
like we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that you will love all of us. So it's better to get us all now. You know, we'll sacrifice the little for the bigger look later.
Right.
You know, and that was one of the situations where we had to dance in a certain way to be like, okay, yeah, we take the little bit of money, but we know we're going to be able to sell, like you said, yeah, give us
Yeah.
yourself. Now we know we telling you you're not the money, but you got the relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money, yeah, you're gonna go out there and you're gonna work to make it happen. But this is what gotta happen. And you know, I give all the credit to Steve Williams. You know, Steve was the guy that owned Loud Records back then. He was a part of RCA back then. Yeah, I'll give y'all that deal. I'll give y'all that deal. And next thing you know, when everybody started taking off, man, you got Method Man over here, you got Jizzle over here, you got Brian Bastard over here. So we did something that was so new to the world that it's like, oh shit.
From the outside, it felt different because it felt like a movement.
Right.
It's like Wu-Tang was like a movement.
Exactly.
It was different. It was like
Everybody tried to box
rap.
it. Everybody tried to box it as a group.
Yeah.
So even though we knew we was group, in our minds, we looked at it, like you said, as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan. Because they wanted us to slow things. He's like, nah, look, we sacrificing this and that, but we're not going to box ourselves.
Right.
You know, so by us doing that, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of, you know, follow this blueprint. So now you have, you know, these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they wanted to do. So to me, this kind of made hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that artists were starting to get more smart, which is important. You know, you didn't want to be just like you said, yo, just coming in and you sell your soul.
Yeah.
Just stay here.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
Oh, beat is everything, bro.
Because it seems like all you guys are very prolific. Everybody can write. But if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make? Right? If you have an album and another album's coming out next year, like, whoa,
Yeah.
you gotta have 16, 20 great beats.
Yeah.
And then you gotta pick from those beats what goes with what song, and try different ways out, and you gotta make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
Should be real, bro. I mean, I tell people all the time, like, the number one for us, like, you know, being around so many different lyricists guys, beats are important. You know, I remember one time a fan asked me, what's the most important thing to you, the rhyme or the beat? He fucked me up the whole day with that. I was fucked up. And I answered him, I gave him the answer that probably like 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? Nobody never asked me that. I said, the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. You know, anybody could make rhymes. I can have you sit with me for fucking a month, and you could be an ill fucking rapper. I can take you there. But to be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or a sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times, Wu-Tang wrote to whatever they felt. It's like how you can listen to Protect Your Neck and you get that energy from us.
Yeah.
You know, you get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy when you get a cream, you get that.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything. You know, and us just sitting down and waiting for RZA to come up with something. Like one thing about RZA, he was so clever. You know, he had a team of guys that was around him that was assisting to helping him come with different sounds, and you know, he played with different things. And of course, you know, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like the Steelers back in the fucking 80s. You know what I mean? They won 4 Super Bowls in a row. It was like that when Terry Bradshaw and then Swan. He was in the zone. He was really in the zone.
Especially because it became successful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, it's I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started. But damn, for as a fan, you have to have the lyrics to it. Just the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look,
No.
you know how many times me and Richard would argue about that, and I would tell him like, "Yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took you had that,
Yeah.
you had this, we had that. That's what
It's
you
a
know."
50-50 proposition. And so I think it's more 60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is, the lyrics is the thing that make you go, oh, like a great beat makes you move your head, gets you going, but lyrics make you go, oh shit, like rewind that.
Well, me, it's 50-50 all the time because if I have nothing to give you that energy to write,
Right.
how can I give it to you if I don't have it?
It's a collaboration for sure. But it's interesting that people would think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. Like, you need both. You need both. You have to have both. But that's where the collaboration comes in. Yeah, I had Scott Storch in here the other day.
Oh, what?
Oh, yeah, I love that dude. He's so fucking talented, so out there, you know? His glasses on, his fucking and you, like, you see it. Music. It's like a rare savant. There's dudes like that are like beat machines, you know? Like, he just feels it, it comes into his head, he feels it just coming out of his fingers, you know? Oh, so talented. But like that kind of guy is so special. And to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or with 50 or any of these people that he collaborated with, it's like that's special.
And that's why, like I said, you know what I mean? You can't never front on the maestro.
Right.
Remember that DJ started it.
Yes.
DJ game,
Scratching records.
But
they
oh, there you go.
a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones. Remember what the fuck he did?
Right.
Look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was hearing this fucking music, man?
Right.
He's so clever. He had a vibe. He was something.
Come on, you little bitch. Work, baby.
Oh, he was fucking
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Well, fuck.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis or whoever it was. Whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect. Yeah. Who was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A.? He produced all the Beatles shit. He had he got tried for murder, and every day in the courtroom he'd wear a different wild wig. He created the wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He'd pull guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath. Like, yeah, and he was a Jewish guy, I think. And he shot this lady in the mouth. Was he Jewish? I don't want any Jewish people mad at me. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish and they did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys,
I've been saying a lot of talented, successful Jewish people in the entertainment business. But that dude, he was responsible for the wall of sound, the Beatles. Like, that was a big thing with him. Like, he was known for being a guy that would change his music. Russian Jewish. Boom, dead.
Yeah.
What?
And he was from the Bronx, huh?
From the Bronx. Yeah.
Shit.
Wild boy. And shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, and shot her in the mouth. Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like, he was known for threatening people. Like, you want to get out of this fucking contract? Shove a gun in your mouth. What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher. Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks when he pulled a gun on her. He couldn't pull that shit with me. Right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. Well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters. That's the story about Hendrix. The story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead. His music is a maestro, like a one in a billion year talent, and that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's why his girlfriend jumped off the top of the building to own his shit because he was going to leave his manager. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later, and it just came out like I want to say like 10 years ago, wasn't that long ago, where the bodyguard said, "Yeah, the manager killed him, killed Hendrix, and threw the girlfriend off the roof." Oh yeah, he did much for They need to do a real Wu-Tang movie. I know Hulu had a series, but they need a real like Quentin Tarantino needs to do. That's me, man. I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think. I think we talk Quentin Tarantino because he wants to do one more movie. How about he does a fucking Wu-Tang movie? The real Wu-Tang movie. It's like Hulu's great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only do that so wild on Hulu. You know, like for it to be real, it has to be a movie. It says, I wrote a book, right?
New Twitch.
Inside my book, I talked about how Q-Tip, a good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had Leonardo. Leonardo DiCaprio? Huh? Leonardo DiCaprio? I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up a meeting for you and Leonardo to meet in Brooklyn at this small pizza shop, Leonardo's favorite spots. And, so, yeah, that's what's up. So me and Leonardo, we started talking, and he was like, yo, so you telling me that you was thinking about trying to get guys together to create a movie. I was like, yeah, this is what I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with Wizard, myself, Leonardo's people in LA. And I told Wizard, I said, listen, before we do this movie, which at the end of the day was a Wizard's production. I said, I think we need to make a realistic, real life movie of us. So that it should be nothing that we should play with because people need to know our real story. So Wizard entertained the conversation, but I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu. He might already have a deal. Yeah. And you know, like I said, I really great the clan. Look at that. Yeah. Jamie's best. Jamie's the best. It was that night, and I remember that. Wow. I wish because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him, I said, this would be like a slash of Goodfellas and Menace Society. Yeah. How to talk about our story. He was super open. Yo, Chef, we got to do, yo. We need to talk to, but at that time, Rizzo was already in pocket on what he wanted to do. So I said, you know what, one day, maybe I might get a chance to show my version of it. Because come on, how many Pablo Escobar movies we don't make? Right. You know what I mean? You got these guys telling you, oh, for sure, it can still be made. So it can still be made, 100%. Just because there's a lose, that doesn't mean shit. Right. But I think that at the end of the day, God willing, we will really give you guys another taster of really how we really see it. Well, I think it would be hugely successful. I think for music, from a movie perspective, would you rather see it as a movie? A movie. Well, or you do it like on Netflix where you get wild. Yeah. Do it like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on Netflix. You can get wild. That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be as you want it, right? It can't be in any way ABC after school specialified. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter. It has to be good too. It has to be like good narrative. Like it has to be set up. The scenes have to be set up. Because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs to get together under one mastermind with all these genius talents, and they form this movement. So you're gonna condense that to 2 hours? Yeah, that was one of really good writers.
Fuck.
He's like, yo, wait, but I think it could be done. That's what I said. I said, yo, look, come on now. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at prime example,
to look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of Compton. I thought they did a good job, but that was Dre and Cube and I'm sure you always gonna have somebody around that be like, yo, nah, that ain't it, that ain't. But it was so realistic that when I seen ours, it was like, all right, I get it. Busy even said, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to it. Once everybody loved it, they loved it, so it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for loving it.
It's great. It's great. Like, hear me out. Opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening of the movie, you guys show
That's
up
a good
at
idea.
Rikers to do the concert. We're old daddy bastards inside. That's the opening of the movie. That's the opening of the movie. And that just get everybody on the hook right away, and then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after that, you put the ear.
And that's how you make movies. You pick all the greatest moments.
Yeah.
And then you start showing. Right.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. Which is what year was that? 95? What year was that? What year was the Old Dirty Bastards and Rikers concert?
Yeah, I was about to say, look up that.
And what year did you guys start? What was the very first year?
We started late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back to 92. Back to 92. That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap. Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99s, 2000. They got our interview talking about it. And doesn't Jizz have some degree in physics? Doesn't he have some crazy degree? Look that up. So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real. Just that. Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates opening, and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down. The guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Think about it. That's the beginning of the movie. That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it really happens. This isn't bullshit. This isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it's just always incredible even more on how we connected because, like I said, everybody come from almost the same probably bullshit. Everybody had different philosophies on how they felt their lives was going. I tell people all the time, my neighborhood was about making money. Ghost neighborhood was about taking money, taking shit. Jizzle, being one of the MCs that could have been down with the juice. You know he from the juice. He turned it down.
Really?
It's like they was the hottest shit back then. Master Ace, Biz, Kane, Cool G Rap. All these dope MCs, they ask, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. All these things I remember like yesterday, like, wow, Juice School. Like, I love the Juice School, but I just was in this chamber. Us with Old Dirty, like, Old Dirty always wanted to be like Biz. He had that personality, that charisma, that energy. So, like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see each individual, and like I said, shout out Rothschild for doing a great job. I do agree, like you, where
It's a great story. It's a great story. It's fun. The whole thing's fun. But I think there's something missing. And I think the something missing is a movie. It's got to be a movie. It's got to be a big screen, big thing. And it can be done. I heard it first. I mean, just imagine when OTV does "Baby I Got Your Money." Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
You know he had the most hits out of all of us.
He was so fucking talented. And so real. Remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna do? Where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I give my money to nobody.
He's like, yo, your glasses was like, yo, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And everybody was crying.
Everybody loved
so
him.
real. It was so real. It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important that we establish some sort of community. He was just having fun.
You know what I mean? But you know,
of course. Well, by existing, you get that. By existing, you inspire others. By existing, no matter how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by all of them. So it's like countless.
yeah,
So many.
I say that we definitely have a piece of watching the new generation grow and, kind of, build their art the way we built ours. That's important, to reflect on it. Back then, like you said, nobody was like a virus or this kind of money. Like, we was the first group that had $1 million video. Wow. And basically, the original was coming up with the story.
What video was that? Wow.
Giant shit. Connections to there's the bucket. It's $1 million. Like, at that time,
is this it?
Oh, yeah. Reminds me of my guy, Bright
On those days, Killer B. It has been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. We
see the bees coming through and shit.
They recognize, we can make more money on people. We can charge them $5 a month for the music, or $10 a month for that music, and we have this recurring cash flow. Essentially, a property that we didn't have. There could be some connection between this old dirty man.
Option. You can put songs on it. Yeah, not on that. So yeah. Great song. And I heard that great song. All right, I want to be like, damn. That's just going to be like right under 80 guitars. Man, I was bad.
So funny. Hilarious. All right, how are you gonna do this? Well, it's probably easier to just fucking get it from there.
Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it? It has to.
I mean, I always believe that. These guys, like you said, very talented. Sometimes we don't know our power when we come together, but we might be the only group that stick together so long, because we all feed on each other every time. So to be able to reflect back on these our prime, it was like we still didn't even give our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're going to do it because we have to. Not do it because we're all in a happy vibe, a happy moment. A lot of times we make great things happen out of nothing. Under pressure. Might have been turbulence, might have been an argument that day, but we still managed to come out with something great out of that whole time of that moment. But
that's what's incredible, is that through all the disputes, you guys still stay together.
Yeah.
That's because there's no way you're gonna have 9 dudes and not have disputes.
Exactly.
Especially 9 alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard, man. It's hard because, everybody has an opinion. and you want to respect everybody's opinion, but it made me think about sports and it made me think about how coaches and
Oh,
people,
that's why.
outside of the
Maybe.
game are so important to you. How
No.
we were designed, we huddled up. We never really had people around us to kind of like push the narrative more to show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes, of being great, but still handling the business a little bit different from if we even had some coaches, some guidance.
The problem was back then, no one knew what was going on. Because it was so fresh, it was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years.
Right.
So it was emerging, and it was chaotic, and it was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts in how to manage it. It's like today, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like, what's the path that you think that I should take? And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew? Who knew what time was going to work? They would have told you that's not going to work. You can't get 9 dudes in a band. That's crazy. How are you doing that? But it worked. It didn't just work. It like accelerated everybody. It like amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Is it didn't just work. It worked better than being by yourself.
Yeah. I tell people all the time, the clan, I think we all got better based on us as a collective.
100%. Has to.
Nobody can do it by themselves and be great.
Iron sharpens iron. And that's what it is.
Still.
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together, there's no way it couldn't be great. That's what's incredible. It's like, it's so hard for people to do that. That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come up? And not one group has come together and made like they're just like Wu-Tang. Not one. Not one.
Even when it comes to sales, each one of us is blessed to be able to go platinum, gold. But we talk about that. Sometimes when we all together, we laugh and we say, damn, no other groups did what we did. Like, come with God that everybody in the group went gold, platinum, and this and that. And I couldn't name one person. He was like, yo, name one person. Name one group that did what we did at that level back then. I couldn't name it. You know what I mean? Because
the Ghetto Boys branched out. Scarface obviously went on to have a massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance?
Oh, yeah.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. Incredible.
That's one of my greatest friends, too.
And so different than anything else. Like the way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it's incredible. Incredible. One of the all-timers. One of the all-time greats. All-time greats. I haven't yet. No, I'd love that. I love that too. I've had this. I think that like there's so many amazing talents that came out of that 90s hip hop era that like for a young guy coming up, someone who's like interested in a career in it now, it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You gotta explore the classics. You gotta see what started this whole thing. Because and you gotta put yourself in this mindset like. And it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it's like when it came around, it was this totally new thing, this totally new sound, totally new like avenue of music that existed. And everybody was like, wow. And all the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. Like, this is crazy. This is so different than everything else. And so for the people that are like making a career in it now, I know that there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you got to abandon that thinking. Go back and educate yourself, because it's free. Get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the 90s that you're missing.
All we were doing really was just, like you said, just expression.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, and a lot of times when we were smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, like today, like prime example, our home. I own a cannabis business in Newark called Astoria. He represented us. We said that my Kennedy also said, I want to have me a fat yacht and enough land to go and plant my own sex crops. But for now, it's just a big dream. So we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, like, now, as I sit here with the owner of a cannabis business, I'm like, wow, he was talking about things. My first joint in it went gold. I put it on my mother's, my mother's living room. We did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still
Come on, you
dreaming
little bitch.
of it being a reality. The next thing you know, that happens. Like how you say, Jizza being so intelligent, talking about science and, meth, talking about certain things. And, now today he's in the movie world. Riz is a director. These are the things that were going through our minds as we were just smoking and listening to production and just saying, yo, what the right next? At the end of the week, and I think that is important as artists, is just dream. Be creative. Don't sit in the box. Like, that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot with hip hop today. It's like, yo, it's just too fucking repetition. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here. But it just sometimes it's just sitting in one fucking box. Where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like now, it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that's saying, "Yo, we want y'all to stay right there. We want you to talk ignorant. We want you to not know. We want you to just
Whatever they think is gonna sell.
Why is that the case? Because
The same reason why they were trying to take the RZA and change him and turn him into something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy. They do that in podcasting. They do that in music. There's always some executive that thinks they know better and they're gonna mold you, shape you, change you. And this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hire an image team. We're gonna do this. It's all just bullshit. It's non-artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen, you have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in the way it's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything to them. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band? Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like fucking 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer.
240, 30.
And everybody wanted him to be a rapper. And Ice-T was like, man, I'm going to do a hardcore album. It was like, what? I'm a motherfucking cop killer. It's like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. But it's like, he just didn't listen. It's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do. This is what I want to do now. And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want. Because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning. Well, you probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's like we all like it. Like you were saying, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. It's very different. You wouldn't want to see the two of them at a concert together, But that's what you have to give room for an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative. Their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats that's just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes. You go, hold on, do that again. Stop that. Stop. Do it again. Do it that way. Okay, can you make an echo? Do it. Give me an echo. So, but he's working. Yeah, right. He's barefoot and shit. Fucking doing yoga. Genius is super weirdo. A Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those guys be great. They're artists though. That's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that we made Raekwon sold 1,700,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Like, oh no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing?
What
We're
is
talking
it?
about this.
What is this?
No. You know?
What is this?
But that's one
Oh,
of the most
fuck.
important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like
What's going
the
on?
Gangstar song "Discipline." Like that song inspires you to have discipline. It's a great fucking song. Great
Like I
lyrics.
said, like, yo, the shit became knowledge to us. Man. Like,
Yes.
you know, that's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor. You know, raising our kids to be smarter and you know, not hiding anything from it. Like you said, once you put that warning sticker on there, don't look at it. They're gonna look at it anyway. So why not let them see it for what it is and then say, yo, you can make these choices, but you go that way, you know what you get. You go this way, you know what you get.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow up. And then everybody would want to do it that way. If someone today became like this genius lyricist who's like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
But you think that music is still, you think the radio will play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing it. That's what means
So
something.
how do
Like
you get it out there?
someone like put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about now. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it and go, ooh. Yeah. And you have your friends like, you gotta listen to this, listen to this, listen to the first line, first line.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to that shit.
That's
oh
how
my God.
that's how we always sold it
Oh
anyway.
my God. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom. Yeah.
And you talking like how I feel about my album I'm about to drop.
When's
I feel
it
that
coming
way. Well, you know shit. I just been working on this documentary like for purpose. So just to be honest with you, take you back. I've been working on, you know, only book with Cuban links is my what's going on album, my thriller album that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, will be 30 years. So what we done was we went back and decided to do a documentary about it, a real life story. So it's called The Perpetuate Vows because remind you, only Built for Cuban Links is the name of the album. But being that I came with it as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Perpetuate. So now, you know, we came back and we decided to do, you know, me and my team, my camp, you know, the clan, of course, the clan. But this is something that was my intellectual property that I said, yo, you know what? Me and my guys sat down, my team sat down and said, yo, we do a documentary about this album. You can make 50 albums, people still want to talk about only go for Cuban links. So I said, damn, you're right. So what I did was I said, you know what? We invested in it and kind of tell the story of what helped us inspire that album, what helped us be a part of the culture, and how it still allows me to still exist today. Like, if you see a lot of these guys today in the game, they still wear Cuban link chains.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who would ever thought that I'm calling my album only built for Cuban link things? Now everybody they mother is wearing Cuban link chains today, 30 years later. So you know that's been something that I've been working on, and believe it or not, we've been working on it for 10 years. Wow. So I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by that album to be a part of this documentary. So now, this is all in the making. We didn't actually go out there and start pitching it yet. We're finally getting ready to do it right now, as we speak. As we speak. Once the new year kick in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go do a deal with a network with this project. It's going to be ill. It's a great idea, you know what I mean? So my thing is to talk about it in a way to where the way we made it, all the experiences, all the things that we went through, and eventually that would wind up becoming a movie later. Because the storyboard of how I talk about it is going to blow people mind. It's like, man, this is what you was going through. This is how your mindset was. Because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop, man, and you know, we were in a position to make something golden that at that time a Scorsese mindset. Because when I came to the clan, I was like, yo, I don't do all the karate shit. I don't know how to rhyme like that. I don't even know about hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive, you know. So we talk about this in the documentary and we go through some of the songs. And like I said, you know, I got some of my guys that, you know, we had conflictions with some artists out there like Big back then. Everybody thought we had a beef, and you know, just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside with working on some other music. So I just said, yo, let me get this done the right way first, and then I'm gonna, you know, drop some new music. So I got a definitely new album that may come out.
And where's that?
New album. I say probably like the 22nd quarter. Yeah, and I never even mentioned the name of the album, but I'll mention it on your show. The name of the album is going to be called The Emperor's New Clothes. You ever heard that Dutch hotel?
Yeah. Camper where where's no clothes. Yeah.
So that's going to be the name of it because I feel like the status quo today, everybody follows bullshit. Nobody wants to be chicken. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, if you believe it, I'm supposed to believe it. I'm supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. It goes back to like you said. I'm listening to everything you're saying about you have to do it this way. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is going to stop you from being you. You know what I mean? Yeah. So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my new album that's coming. Like, yo, I'm going to let you tell me that this is not what people still love. Right. I don't care. Just I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm having fun with this shit. I got a lot of great things that I want to give the world, but yeah, that's gonna be
people still love it. And I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the Comedy Mothership, when I play them 1990s hip hop, they go, oh, they just don't know yet.
Yeah.
They just don't know.
And we can't fault them because they wasn't alive also at the time.
They got so much shit coming their way. They're getting inundated by all these new artists.
Yeah. There's so much shit going on. There's
so much shit going on.
There's so much going on, but you know, I always say that it's always a lane for people that love music. You know, their own kids. Like you could be 50. You know, today I'm sitting here as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in them to love what helped me be who I am today. So I'm still at my best when it comes to making music. You know, like today the chef is more of an architect artist now. I don't consider myself a gangster rapper or money rapper. I'm an architect rapper. You know, because I like to reflect on things about growth and development. You know, and when people hear this album, still fucking got it. I tell people all the time, don't ever think that shit. That's like sitting there and saying Mike Tyson can't fight. And you know at the end of the day, he loses.
You little bitch.
When it comes to how he feels that passion for boxing, I feel the same way with my music. So get ready. Like I said, the name of the album is called The Emperor's New Clothes. Check for that shit.
I'm ready. Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor. It was a real pleasure.
Oh my God.
Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan.
On there, but no, it's crazy. Like there are shows in every real shop and bar. Like there's no one there, but no, it's crazy. It's over Mike. Yeah, you can go talk to Mike. It's awesome. Look, I still want to do that shit. I still sometimes get like I want to do that shit. That'd be good content. You just showing up at Oklahoma.
Never too late.
Yeah, doing it with you. Did you get a following from like opening for Joe Boy? You mentioned like Danny.
Yeah, that's the thing.
No, I thought Ari
no, he wasn't. Joe Coy back then wasn't the Joe Coy we know.
He wasn't. Yeah. I think Ari Manis is so funny, and he's been opening for Theo for years.
That's what I'm saying.
He crushes.
Yeah.
It's a gun.
What are you doing? Shit. What do you do?
That's fine.
Shit.
Shit's better than this.
Yeah,
exactly. Experience.
Well, just clean up your bare hands.
Austin's crazy. Like he
There are shows in every shotgun bar. Like,
Very first time ever. Okay. Lighting and smoking a cigar. What were you? 40. How did you manage to get this far with no cigars? I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that. But I
It almost looks like a line.
Yeah, that's the right way.
He's had a secure.
I want to see you vomit. Don't inhale it.
That almost looks like a line.
Lower your.
my girl doesn't know.
Yeah. Oh, you
My girl does not want to know.
I swear I'm gonna
See,
get that.
show up.
No,
He's showing
I
up
mean, the way you're being
and say, hey man.
get the fire on the.
On today's food truck, it's Frankie
Get it
Edgar,
on there.
my first
Get it
guest
on there.
ever.
Get it in there. There you go.
I'm Phenom Barbecue.
All right, you're good. Just start pulling.
This is Tank.
No, you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
If I get killed before you do, if I do get killed, no, it's my wife. It's like, smart idea to surprise her and kill us with a dog. Or I show the biggest dog person. When I say it went south, how far south? Slipped in the medicines. South with the dog. Right. It's a great pup. Cutest pup you've ever seen. I saw the dog. It's that cute. It's just like enormous. Oh, when it like the trailer, when it come downstairs, when talk to me. It's real cute too.
You don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth. You don't taste it. There you go. Take some more puffs.
With dog or kill the dog. No, I didn't do any of that shit. The dog was a show dog. And the guy goes, oh, you're not going to use it. I go, no. And it was it fitting with the family? So he goes, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to use this dog tank as a show dog. Why don't I take the dog back as a show dog if you're not going to use it for the show? And then what about the new litter? What's in your new dog? Yes, they left.
You
Look at the show you need. You said you were going to show the dog. The dog is a legit show dog. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Just send me another one. It's not a show dog. And I don't have to pay the premium. Yes, they left. He picks up the dog. The dog's trained to be a show dog now with its mom and dad. Because the mom and dad are show dogs. The internet's like, oh, you got rid of this dog. You killed the dog. Like, bro,
I know what
dogs are dogs, man.
I
don't wash my hands with that piss or shit. Get the fuck out of here.
How my clothing and smell like cigar smoke. Yeah, no, it really does. And I didn't mess with your head. It messes with my head because I'm like, I don't want to get cigar smoke on my clothes. Yes. Shout out.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. He's had a secure.
You not use cologne? Never?
That almost looks like a line.
My kids don't know. My girl doesn't know.
Just go with your.
My girl does not want to know.
Why would you?
He's gonna show up.
He showed up at 5 o'clock and said, hey man, this is
On today's food truck, it's Frankie Edgar, my first guest ever. I'm Phenom Barbecue.
I tried to get her without the
This is
aluminum.
Tank. Let's go. If I get killed before you show, if I do get killed, no, it was my wife. I thought it was a smart idea to surprise her and the kid with the dog. And I think she was the biggest dog person. When I say it went south, I mean, how far south? Look at the bed. South with the dog. Right. It's a great pup. Cutest pup. I saw the dog. It's that cute. She's just like enormous. Oh, when it like I had the trailer when it came downstairs. Right. It's real cute too. It's generally all in love.
Washed all the time. Your pits are just constantly getting washed. And there's hair in there, unless you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
So there's hair, and the hair is collecting on the sweat.
The dog was a show dog. And the guy goes, oh, you're not going to use it. I go, no. And it was it fit with the family? So he goes, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to use this dog tank as a show dog. Why don't I take the dog back because it's a show dog and you're not going to use it for show? And then what about the new litter? What's in your new dog? Yes, they left. Because you don't care to show you need. You said you were going to show the dog. No, the dog's a legit show dog. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Just send me another one. It's not show dog. And I don't have to pay the premium. Yes, they left. He picks up the dog. The dog's trained to be a show dog now with its mom and dad. There's the mom and dad show dogs. The internet's like, oh, you got rid of this dog. You killed the dog.
So some guys like that.
Dogs are dogs, man.
I don't know.
I don't wash my hands with that piss or shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Just imagine the kind of warfare that the police crew were. I mean, they had muskets.
And they were also probably much more tolerant of bad smells because they used to smell like that. People based on the week and even athletes, but every private had athletes, but stinky. They didn't have bidets yet. So your asshole was just like, they didn't have running water. They had nothing.
Yeah, like that.
The only people who were clean,
He's had a secure.
people who were clean in antiquity, Muslim people.
I But I was like, that also looks like a lot.
When he tweeted about the Crusades, they said their Muslims were able to smell the Christian army coming from miles away because of how filthy they were. Where Muslims were all about science and
On today's
Fuck.
it's Frankie Edgar, my first guest ever. I'm Venom Barbecue.
Rock. Like they
This is
were,
Tank.
like that was the
Let's
pinnacle
go.
of civilization.
If I get killed before you live, if I do get killed,
They
I
turned
lose
it
my
red
wife.
with
Because
blood.
I thought
Like,
it was
that's how
smart
many
idea
people
to
they
surprise her.
They
and
killed the
dog.
entire
And I
town.
was shooting at his dog for a
Like,
second.
they killed everybody.
When I say you went
And
south,
those people
How
were the pinnacle of
far
science.
south?
Yeah. And then look, you go all the way to the 1990s. You got fucking Saddam Hussein.
Right. It's a great
Psychopathic
pop.
kids running shit.
I
killing
saw the
people.
dog.
Right, that was what was left over.
Enormous.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a G line.
like I had to train them downstairs.
You think that gets into the genes like the killer kind of psychopath?
Yeah, well,
Right. It's real
Yeah,
cute
right.
too.
I think
It's
it's good for
different.
them I think that's been substantiated by science. They said, you know, that even racism can be passed on from parent to
Get
child.
my dog
Yeah,
and kill
I believe
the
that's
dog.
not
No, I didn't do any of that shit.
I believe
No,
that.
the dog was a show
I feel
dog.
like
And the guy goes, "Oh, you're not going to use it." I go, "No." And it was it
in my head.
fitting with the family?
Think
So he
about
goes,
it.
"Here's what
Like,
we're going to do.
think
I'm
about
going to use it. This dog tank is a show dog. Why don't I take the dog back because it's a show dog? And you're not
how
going
the
to show.
fuck does a dog
And then what about the new litter? What's in your new dog? Yes,
How
say
does a
less.
dog
Yeah,
know?
but you're
Go
the
to
show.
where
You said you were going to show dog. No, the
How
dog
do they
is a
know
legit
anything?
show dog. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Send me another one.
There's
It's not show dog.
How do they know when you've seen
Yes,
a
say
dog
less.
or an
He
animal?
picks up the dog.
Why
The
are
dog's
they
trained to be a show dog now with its mom and dad. They're just like them show
Why are
dogs.
people scared of
I don't
snakes?
know. It's like, oh, you got rid of this dog. You killed the dog. Like,
Look at
then,
they do Puerto Rico. No, I'm saying they take them out for that.
Get the fuck out of
Yeah,
here.
Sergio used to beat up the body. Yeah.
Heads that are snakes. Sergio used to beat up drug dealers when he was 15 with his fist. Like that was he could get the other drug dealers would pay this 15-year-old kid to go beat up other drug dealers with his fist on the Lower East Side and get money.
But he's a great guy and a spiritual guy, and he's the only guy I know that would beat up a drug dealer and then journal about it later.
How do you know about this guy?
He's our friend.
Yeah, he's our friend.
He's a comic. Sergio Chicone. He's a comic.
Yeah,
He's a comic
uh,
and a boxing instructor. Yeah, I'm trained as well. We're fucking ready.
Yeah,
We're ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah, really do. You look healthy.
He does. What is boxing? I've been boxing.
Kill him some smooths.
You want to see it, bro? I'll show you form. I got video of it. I'll show you form. Yeah. He's got a nice. He's got a video today. I got a video today. He's got a nice right hand. He's not. You say you're slow, but you're not slow. But you got a nice right hand. Yeah, I have. He tells me I got a little power in both hands. Right. So I don't know.
You're a little too confident. I like it.
I know, and that's how it goes. And then you just get fucking stretched out.
Stretched out. You get laid out.
Yeah, you get stretched out.
You have a smaller head than normal. Physically,
So it's hard to catch.
harder target.
Yeah, you're fucking target. It looks like you got a helmet on your head.
But listen, the reality is both of you are going to hit a lot. 100%. And it's way better to have a big head.
Is it?
Why? Guys with bigger heads traditionally, for a fact, take a better shot. Like, there's only guys like Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time. K1 Grand Prix champion. Fought in UFC, fought in Pride. He's a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body.
Brock
That
Lesnar, head the size of this table. Yeah, he was just Samoan.
Yeah.
Just a giant, thick dude. He was like 5'10", 250. Yeah. You know, but one of the greatest chins of all time in all combat sports. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines, chaos, the inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code ROGAN20 for $20 off your order and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Can you see just from looking at our faces how easy it would be to my kid's going out? I'm going out quick, right?
You don't have good structure.
Yeah. I got a lady's space, that's what you're saying.
No, you have a man's face, but there's certain faces that are easier to hurt.
Yeah,
Right.
And his got a good jaw.
But there's arguments against that. Like some guys have small jaws, and somehow or another they take great punches. Like Max Holloway doesn't have like a big square jaw, takes a tremendous punch.
Yeah, right. I'm scared to sleep with the lights on, so I think if I got hit,
You think you take a good shot though?
the structure is good. Yeah. What I have with my defense is not against guys like you or you don't know me. With my defense is I look like I can take a fight.
Like you could be a complete psychopath.
And I don't know any.
If I could teach you how to like really find your inner psycho, you'd scare the fuck out of me.
First, you got to teach me how to light a cigar.
Save new Twitch.
There's something
Is this new Twitch?
It's very troubling if you were angry.
If I was angry.
Is this new Twitch?
The thing is, for me, John,
Yep. Okay, let's try this bitch.
Like, you'll punch a wall or you'll do man shit.
Papa.
I really do. But there were times
Dude.
where I got so mad that I just started to tear up and cry. I cried in front of the audience before. So when I get angry, I just start to cry. So there's some wires crossed somewhere in me, but we've kind of accepted. That's why I think our friendship has blossomed to the way it is, because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay. We got Nick for sure. I mean, I think by the time people get fully clipped, I think we got Joe. Didn't get it at all. Joe got not even close to being Nick, and which is rare for a comic, because it's very usually hard to be funny and not a little bit of a feminine guy. You're a very manly guy. Funny, that's rarity, baby. Yeah.
Well, most guys that if you like hang around boxing gyms, or if you hang around a lot of cops, or if you hang around soldiers, they're funny, man. They're funny dudes because it's gallows humor. Like one of my funniest friends was a special forces guy. Yeah. He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's always cracking like jokes you could never repeat. Saying things you could never repeat. And it's just so funny. It's like he's funny. He's just funny in kind of a crazy way.
Yeah. Right. We always say that, like, if we were like back in history, like 200 years ago or whatever, we'd be the guys in the war. We'd either be hitting the drums, or we would just be keeping the troops loose, laughing with the troops, because we're not the kind of guy. We think we have value as men to other warrior men like yourself, but we're not going to do the fighting. But we will do the cooking, the cleaning, and the laughing. And I will offer my nuts up to be a eunuch to watch the harem.
It's also the experiences that you have in your life that make you are right now. It's not as simple as like when I was a kid, I was terrified of everybody. That's why I learned martial arts. I was getting picked on, right? I hated it. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out. There's only one way. The only one way is to become formidable, right? Become the person that you're scared of, right? So I did that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because like I was this like kid that was tough like all the time. Like when I was young, it was like I understood how to like just be a fucking man. Like no, I had a lot of that.
Right. From great weakness comes great strength.
Yeah. Well, you recognize what it is, right? It's thought patterns. You allow your brain to go down these very detrimental thought patterns,
And you have to like separate you consciousness from these patterns that you allow your attention to go down. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if you can shut those off, you'll have a happier life. You have to understand where they're going. And when they go in a negative, detrimental anxiety spiral, now, I'm not saying this will work for everybody because I do believe that some anxiety is chemical. I believe that some people have a bad balance because I've known people like that. It's a real thing, and I can never say that the way I think is the way everybody thinks. There's no way. But I know for
What up, Pimp?
me, I know because of extreme experiences, I know how to shut those things off. So from fighting, from hunting, from doing stand-up, doing a lot of live things where you're in front of like thousands of people, I know how to shut that part of the brain off that goes down those roads. I know what it is. I've experienced it. I've never had a panic attack, but I've had anxiety and I've freaked out before. And I was like, why would I react like that? And then you look at it in retrospect, you go, okay, I started spiraling, and then what if this happened? And then what if that happened? What if this happened? What if that happened? Okay, don't do that. Yeah. And then get to that spot and have enough mental clarity and enough sovereignty, control over the mind, and not allow it to go down.
It's tough when you have a comedian's brain because that's what we do. We spend a lot of time in our heads analyzing things. And sometimes it can turn on you.
Yeah.
If it starts with what if, it's anxiety. Push it out of the brain, folks.
And anxiety
What
is
if
a liar.
is no good. Anxiety's a liar.
Anxiety is a lie, but that what if sometimes is good. Like, what if I do this? What if I just relook at this? What if it's not bad? What if it's attached to what if it all falls apart? What if everyone hates me? Like every now and then I get a text from a friend that's like, hey man, we cool? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What happened? Yeah. Oh, I just don't know. I haven't heard from you in a while. I'm like, are you okay? Yeah. Like, let's talk on the phone. Like, these are weird conversations, Correct. Some people just go down the road and they start thinking everybody hates them.
That's narcissism, right? You just think everyone's obsessed with you.
It's a little bit of that, right? Unfortunately, even victims, like people that are psychologically damaged, and they're depressed, that is a type of narcissism, unfortunately. You don't want to further victimize someone who's got a mental illness by saying, oh, you're a narcissist. But if you're just only worried about how other people think of you and only worried about how you fit into everything, there's a narcissism in that.
I know when I text you, I just go, hey, there's a 1 in 6 chance. This guy's a busy guy.
That's what it is.
I never take it
I have
personally.
a new number, and I've been saying this for a while. I have a couple numbers, but I get it. I have to review. I got to just completely check out.
And I never call you first because I'm like, I don't know if we got that type of friendship. I can call you.
All right. I heard you want to.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of times I've sent you, I come over for Christmas.
Yeah.
Now, oh God, you're gonna be seeing a lot of Giannis Baptist popping out.
Yeah. There's been a couple of times I've sent Joe voice notes, and then you listen back. I'm like, I'm not sending that. And then I just don't reach out.
What'd you say? What's up, honey bubble? What's up, baby girl?
Yeah, listen to the most voice notes, Alex Jones, because they disappear. All right. This is what they're planning. And then it pushes it. But you can keep them. Perfect. Yeah, you're right. But doesn't he know if you keep them? Yeah, I don't want to say. Yeah, you don't. I don't want to. I'll record it with another phone. That's smart. I like, film it. Smart, dude. There's no problem. Yeah, that's perfect.
I mean, that's almost
I've known him for about 25 fucking years.
I mean, if you called me did that, I'd be like, oh,
As soon as Trump gets in, they're gonna the aliens will land.
That's
They're turning the frogs gay.
Dude, I saw a video of Alex Jones and I've seen it, how he predicted
No,
it's
fucking
2001.
Oh, that is fucking funny as shit.
It's really unfortunate that Sandy Hook thing because it wasn't.
Oh, there you go.
He's way more respected. People appreciate him for what he is. He had a psychotic break, and he had a drinking problem at one time, and maybe some other stuff. And he was losing his fucking mind because all day long it's conspiracies that are real. Right? So when you start looking for conspiracies in places that aren't real, and then I think there's also another thing. I think there are certain people, now I don't know who they work for, I don't know if they're independent, I don't know if they do it just for fun. Some people create fake, compelling conspiracies and then put them online. Yeah, for sure. They do it for content. Yeah, totally confused. That's true too, but I think there's a more nefarious aspect to it too. I think the more conspiracy
Aliens are laughing.
The more the real ones.
Oh, that is fucking funny.
Because they're connected.
Joe Rogan very rarely laughs like he does that. That is good. My finger smells like poop.
51 former intelligence agents testified that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. That sounds crazy too, right? But that's real, right? If you get enough of the ones that don't make sense, like the Jews control the weather, you get enough of the flat Earth ones, you get enough. It's all like it's like the term drugs, right? The term drugs applies to nicotine. It applies to the coffee we drink. That's what a drug is, but it also applies to fucking meth, right? Conspiracy theories are lumped in all together, just like drugs. And the best way to do that is to put a bunch of bad ones out there, really bad ones, so that the ones that are plausible, you go, wait a minute. You sure the Pfizer files? Right. Why are they hitting for 75 minutes? How many people did you test this on? Did you ever test for transmission? You never did. So when you were on TV saying that, what was going on there? That's a real conspiracy. Right. These are real people conspired to hide information and to shape a narrative that would be very, very profitable.
Right. But nobody's going to believe the Jews created the weather, and then also everywhere, it's only a small group of people who are going to go to Jews in control. They're definitely cloud seeding. They can Dubai. They will crawl in your shoes, though. The Jews will crawl in your shoes. For sure. Yes. So make sure you keep your shoes tight your laces.
For sure, there's people that can discern between a good conspiracy and a bad conspiracy, but I don't think there's a lot of them. I think it's like 30% of the population.
All right, let me ask you about this one. America made America.
Yeah, 30%.
Let me throw this one out. You ready for this one? Do you think it's possible? Just hear me out. Do you think it's possible that what this existence actually is some type of prison planet, and we are negative emotions are being fed on by an ancient alien race that has kind of imprisoned us? The reason why monks and people like that go into deep meditation is because a lot of this universe is spoken through vibrations, and they can get their vibrations to a certain height where they can vibrate and have so much positive energy that the prison planet rulers can't eat them, and they're not stuck in this loop like we are. Like we are.
Get this one.
This is real. I thought it would eat their negative thoughts. Eat their negative thoughts and negative emotions. Can you write me up?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear about that.
This is such a feminine thing. He's asked you to hold the door open for him.
Yeah.
I wanted to put the umbrella over his head, light a cigar.
Lit up like it.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I feel like that. Is that normal? Yeah. You make it sick too, but it'll be fine.
That's why cigars are so good for conversation. Cigars are so good for conversation because it gets you a little loose.
Yeah.
But it's nice. It's a nice little buzz.
So you don't think the prison plan? You don't think there's a possibility this is a prison plan from an advanced human race and they're eating our negative emotions and thoughts for fuel? Where did you get that? From? Alex Jones. No, not Alex Jones.
Alex Jones is a much more detailed
on YouTube. And
interdimensional child molesters.
There's a device on the moon.
Oh.
That's how they reflect. That's the energy goes to that.
That sounds like
possible.
L. Ron Hubbard shit. Have you ever read any L. Ron Hubbard?
I know the details. I know it's a nice pyramid scheme to go up all the way.
Oh, yeah, but that's just the Dianetics, right, or Scientology. The really fun stuff is the science fiction. Do you know that he wrote the most words ever of any human being?
More than James Joyce?
He has the most published work of all time.
So he's like
no one.
Thomas Kincaid of writing.
Well, he never made a second draft. Homeboy stuff all sucked. It was all unbelievably bad science fiction. It was unbelievably bad, like wonderful. Like so bad, it's just like, what? Have you ever seen a Battlefield movie?
Yeah, that was the worst movie.
L. Ron Hubbard is a record-holding author who holds the Guinness World Record for publishing. Most published works by one author, most audiobooks published by one author, most translated author in the world, most translated author, same book, The Way to Happiness. Very interesting. He's a special IBM typewriter with extra keys for common words.
Yeah. Only you.
I might already have it.
You might already have it.
But that's like I already have the Guinness World Record one that Adam Carolla holds.
What's that one?
Adam Carolla has like the most downloaded podcast of all time. Like, you can have it though.
Yeah.
Keep your name in the book.
Yeah. Well, you have to specifically go to Guinness World Records, and they have to do research and like give you a whole.
Yeah, you have to prove it. You have to go to them to try to get it on the books. So that would be fun. But if they were like really checking, it has to. This has been number one for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way Adam Carolla still got it. That's crazy.
No way.
You're lying.
No. And you do what? Average 3 every episode, 3 hours. So it's 9 hours a week average. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm usually 4. So wow, 12. And sometimes 5. Yeah. This week is 4. Some weeks it's 5. And it was a fight companion. And some weeks it's 4 and a fight companion. The fight companion might be 5 hours long. You know?
Yeah. That's just passion, you think? Like, you never say, fuck, I gotta do a pod. It's always like, can't wait to do a pod.
I never say fuck, I have to do a pod.
That's beautiful.
Especially guys like you. I'm like, we're gonna have fun.
Yeah.
Fuck, what are we talking about? Do you know how much we would be loving this if it never happened? Like, if you never got to be around friends and just shoot the shit, smoke a cigar, and laugh, and crack up, and talk about nonsense. Like, if you couldn't do it, it would be something you would look forward to so much. If you were lonely, you didn't have good friends, you didn't have, like comics are the best friends. They're the best friends to have. Because you can be open with them, they talk crazy, they say wild shit, you laugh together, you feed off of each other. They're the best friends. If you didn't have comics for friends, there's a lot of fucking sad people out there.
Yeah.
So if you're not sad, you say your comics aren't sad? Oh yeah, some comics are sad. Some comics are sad.
Tears of fun.
Yeah, that's a little exaggerated. I think a lot of them are sad because of the whole thing we're talking about before, narcissism and anxiety. Like comics are some awful narcissists. But you know when you really see that? When comics start attacking comics that are doing better than them. Yeah. It's only comics that are doing better than them. So what's happening? Comparison. The people of joy.
Yeah. Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah. All criticism comes from a place of unmet needs.
Right.
Tragic results of unmet needs.
Right.
So there's this feeling like, me, fuck yours, why is he fucking history hyenas? I don't give a fuck if they're back. Fuck off. Yeah. We are back. That's what it is. True. Isn't there a wonderful world that we live in? Isn't there chaos and beauty? Is there so many things to talk about? And you're going to talk about other comics? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, I agree.
Shut the fuck up, you whiny bitch.
Yeah. That's why it's good to have, in my opinion, we've all done, we get lost, we'll do our work, and we'll do our stuff, have fun, and then we just play with our kids, play with like the real stuff that matters, our wives, our kids, hanging out with them. It definitely changes this. Some of our peers who don't have families and is just constantly worried about this business is like, I don't know how you're going to get off that treadmill.
Yeah, that's not good. I would not be the same human being if I didn't have a family. I just would not. I wouldn't have the same empathy and compassion for people. I wouldn't understand like the development of a child. I've talked about this before, but I really would genuinely change the way
Come on, bitch.
human beings.
Come on, bitch.
Because I used to look at
There we go.
like they were just, this guy's an asshole.
Mail ticking.
Fucking dickhead. Now I go, that's a baby. That's a baby that got terrible exposure to bad ideas, bad input, mean people around them, and got, thrust into the situation. So now you see him, like when I see homeless people, I get so sad. When I see like homeless people that are just like, I'm like, that's someone's baby. They held that baby. And now here's this person just leaning on the corner. What is that thing they're doing? Like, it's a lot of it in Philadelphia where they're like, total,
Is this called crank or something?
Yeah. What do they call it? That's the heroin lean.
It's heroin not.
I don't even know if it's heroin. It's like, I think it's
no.
It's that new shit.
This guy was like doing a dope thing. If you could do that, like, it's essentially he's doing like a very difficult core maneuver.
Yeah, Joe's like, can I do that with a kettlebell?
I was wondering. I was looking at this guy, like, I don't think that's good for your back, but like if he can hold it there, there's gotta be some like very good structure.
Yeah. You do that, it's a baby thing, even with like Genghis Khan and Hitler, like, when they're murdering, like, he's just a baby.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'll forgive him. Yeah, I mean, it's not like what's not going to kill him, but what it does do is it puts me in this place of, instead of like thinking of everything as being static,
Love it.
It's a constant
It's a great song.
Yeah. Even though, listen, dude, I love America. I believe
That was really good.
I stay true to the American flag. I love our country. I do understand terrorism, terrorists, like ultra terrorists, from like, you know, Americans like bombed their country for whatever reason and killed their babies.
This
They're like,
is
well,
easy.
now I'm gonna fucking go lethal and I'm gonna start killing everybody in that country when I can. I just get it where I didn't get it before I had kids. But I'm like, if somebody did that to me and my children and took them away, I would just go crazy. I'd learn how to light a cigar and I'd start fucking killing people.
Oh,
because I have nothing left to
Caspian
live for.
Sea got
So I
him.
get it.
Wow.
Of course. It's not a coincidence. It's something that scares people.
There you go. Wow. Oh, did they wake you up, my man? Oh, excellent. Amazing. How are you? Kicking ass, taking names. I'm working on this fucking little robot. It's just about where I need it to be. I think to just be this fucking Tommy gun, like circular firing squad. And then I've got Flax's interview that I'm gonna upload. I just have to edit it. He does like a 13-hour stream, so I've got to get like the 40 minutes or whatever. But yeah, things are good. Yeah, they've had a lull recently. Nice job on the band, bravo. That was excellent moderation, man.
If I notice it, I don't like that shit.
No, that to me is the worst. You can
My
call
head
me.
was at the ready when I heard the guy had a voice change.
Oh, okay, there you go.
I knew shit was coming.
That excellent. You can call me all kinds of bigoted things, but just don't be super loud. Like I can handle.
If you want to play Wagner, just don't blast it. The man knows how to compose music.
Word Mockingbird.
It sucks. That's what it was used for, but
yeah,
it's like don't be a dick about it.
I
try to have some kind of finesse.
Agreed. Yeah, and we're just watching Joe Rogan. He just had on. I mean, like I slept, and I'll probably sleep again. But whenever we have like, I don't know, whenever my hours are all fucked up, I have to like work to get them back, and then it's so easy for me to fuck them up again. It's like 3:30, and it's like, do I stay up or do I go back to bed? Or if I don't, then I'll end up taking a nap at like 10 a.m. or something, and then it just it can get fucked up. But yeah.
I went to bed at like, I don't know, somewhere between 9 and 10, and I woke up at like midnight, just done with sleep, I guess.
Yeah, I get that. When I awoke, I've never been diagnosed with this, but like vertigo, I just was like dizzy when I woke up today. And I think it's because I just was just low on sleep, but I don't know, like I got up to go to the bathroom and it's just like everything's just for like a little bit just kind of dizzy, and then it gets fine, but it's just when I immediately wake up sometimes, or I stand up really quickly, it can happen. And I think it could be just blood going to my head. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah.
I have low blood pressure. I have low blood pressure, so I am going to the heart doctors right now because I think my nose, they might have POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia or whatever.
Yeah, of course I know what the fuck that is. So what is POTS?
Exactly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I said it, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome or whatever. It's like, I just said better than what? Because one time I passed out, I hit my head on the floor, right? And,
okay.
I was like, almost like my bottom teeth almost went right through my head.
Oh wow! So you were seriously injured.
Yeah, like I smacked my head hard. I went to the hospital and they said, see, it's just basically like, then they explained it to me. I was like, I feel like you just told me I got the vapors. What are you doing, Doc? Look into this more. They just sent me home. So, but I get baby strokes a lot. So I think it might be something.
I kind of feel like, well, the medical industry is obviously an industry, and but
exactly, that's the other
thing. They come up with acronyms, and it's like, oh, you've got SARS, but they're easy to say acronyms that are like one word. Oh, you've got, I don't know, Thames. You've got uh, POTS. These things aren't usually like one I've heard like okay this is different, but like COPD, that one's a little bit different. But like they're not usually like that where it's like oh you got JRS 293, you're fucked. Like huh? Well, how am I supposed to know what this fucking is, man? Like and I feel like they're almost like look when they're marketing drugs, they're like, we could make $1 billion if we call this thing QR235, or if we call it queef disease, we're gonna make $10 billion on it. Or just it's queef. Oh, you got queef? Yeah, my queef is acting up. If it's like a one word acronym, they can make more money on it. So you hear all of these things like, I don't know, back in the day, you would only die from like heart disease, cancer, um, I guess like diabetes, but that kind of was okay. What else was like were the big ones? Like of course there's like car accidents and that kind of shit, but there was like I, old age. Yeah, that was the big thing. People would just die of old age, and I don't understand this one, Caspian Sea, and I'm not gonna. I am not gonna understand what old age death is. That to me isn't something that should kill you. It's not like you. It, there's a reason why you died, and I don't know what it is, and I don't know if I also dream of a day of a machine that when you die, they just put you in a machine and it tells you how you died. So it'd be like, yeah, I mean, because old age is not good enough. Or someone being like, oh, well, we're going to attribute it to, I don't know, swine flu. That's not good enough. You could have swine flu, but you had a fucking heart attack. I want the actual fucking reason. And we don't have to cut into anybody, and we don't need a coroner. It's just a real simple machine. Just scan your fucking body and be able to tell us what. That's an easy machine. Like, I'm not saying I could invent it, but with the right funding, I could lead a team to invent it, which is essentially a body scanner that knows the major ways that people can die: brain hemorrhage, diabetes, a stroke, cardiac arrest, all that shit. But they don't want that. Why? Because then when you're killing people, they don't want you to be looking into it and how somebody actually died. They don't want you to know that someone perhaps got poisoned. They don't want you to perhaps think somebody got the heart attack done. They don't want people looking into that. It's just like, oh shit, sorry, and nobody looks into it. And another thing, when I'm the boss, I'm gonna really try to turn the tide on the coroner system. Like, you don't even have to be a doctor to be a coroner in the United States. Most coroners in the United States are the sheriff of the county. So it's like if you're broke, yeah. Let me check the percentage.
I thought that to be a coroner, you had to be a medical examiner. Medical examiner, you had to be a doctor. So, like, yeah.
What percentage of coroners in the United States are police officers, like the sheriff of a county? Okay. In the no, they thought I said corners, not corners, coroners, coroners. Dog. Coroners. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Jonas. All right. Coroners are elected officials. The majority of coroners, let's see here, who are such as that can vary by jurisdiction. I want to know. Okay, it's not 50%, but it's at least 10 to 15, and that's okay. So maybe it's this: less than 50% have a medical degree or a doctorate or something like that. But like in number one, 15% of is too high for it to be the same person as the sheriff. What percentage of coroners have a medical degree in the United States? Okay, the percentage of coroners who have a medical degree is relatively small. I want the actual number though. Okay, oh, it's about 10% of all coroners in the US have a medical degree. How is that, like, allowed? Like, basically, that means, I don't know, Zoot, maybe. I don't know if Zoot has a medical degree, but, like, Zoot could be a coroner in the United States without absolute, I mean, because he's good at fucking, he sucks at mini golf, but still, he could be a coroner. There's, like, it's because it's an elected position in the county that it's just, I don't know. I think that it should be 100%. It generally is in urban areas, but because most people or most counties are not urban areas, that's how it gets down to 10 to 15%. So the same amount of coroners in the United States that have a medical degree is equal essentially to the same amount who it's the sheriff. Think about that statistic. So basically, in the United States, 15% of coroners are sheriffs, 15% are doctors, and the rest are just random people who got elected. I agree.
How do you just get elected to be in charge of, like, the dead bodies and figuring out what happened to dead bodies?
Well, yeah, and then, like,
that sounds like fucking conspiracy and everything that, like, the highest levels of local government.
I think that
like someone who's not a doctor, you basically don't give a shit like
right. And there are situations, I have known of them, where someone dies, and because the family can reject an autopsy, then you can't look into their death, basically. Like, the family has control over. So, like, imagine there are just a lot of situations. Kids who want their parents' money. The kids could kill their parents and then just say, we don't want an autopsy. We're going to say due to whatever reason. And then it's like, okay, well, they rejected the autopsy. I don't know. That's why I want a machine that just everybody has to be run through. When you die, I don't care if you get hit by a car and you are literally just splattered. Somebody go around with a little shovel and get all your shit, put it on a fucking put it in a Tupperware container and run that motherfucker through this little chute, just so we know what actually killed you. And it'll be like, whoa, dog, are you serious? I mean, this person got either fell off a cliff or got hit by a car or whatever, but it would be some kind of massive trauma. Because if not, you create a world where people die from just, people who are controversial die of suicide by 2 gunshots to the back of the head. And the coroner comes in and
Phil Schneider situation.
The Phil Schneider situation,
I want to know.
A Gary Webb situation. Gary Webb uncovered essentially the cocaine trafficking that was going on in the United States and published it in the Santa Clara in like Bay Area newspapers, and it's sad. And then there's no another thing is this. Let's say you just don't want the coroner to pay attention to whatever killed this person. All right, you just have to bribe them. And it's like the worst thing that's going to happen is they just don't win election next year if somebody fucking finds out about it, or the next time they have to be elected. And there's still a good chance that they will be. I don't know. I just think that whole system is really corrupt and really outdated. And it's really interesting to me that in urban areas, the amount of coroners who are medical professionals is like 100%, but in rural areas, it's closer to none. And I also think it's interesting if people want to say, well, it's expensive. Like, there are a lot of counties in the United States, And if you're in some rural county, it's expensive to have a like an on-call medical professional there. Well, guess what? There's enough tax dollars around that you can put together the money for one person's salary. They don't have to make $500 million a year. They can make whatever seems relatively accurate for the area, but you should have to pay for that. I've never understood that. I think there's huge corruption in that, and it gets down to like these statements like, well, I mean, basically, if somebody dies, they don't necessarily have to have an autopsy on them. And I just feel like they should. We're at a point where you should absolutely have to. And it gets into insurance too. And that's the big thing.
That's the major thing. Exactly. That's exactly it.
And this test could be very cheap. It could be like, I mean, it's not like it's just a machine. It's like electricity is all it would take to power it. So you just buy those machines, and then really, if you bought those machines, you don't even really need a coroner. In fact, I'd rather just have an accurate machine system without coroners. But if you're gonna, I understand that there's gonna be some overlap to that, but yeah, just like a tube that you put someone's body in, and then it just tells you how they died. That's not that hard. I agree.
It would take away a lot of wondering.
Absolutely, and a lot of power from corrupt people and corrupt officials.
Exactly. Which is always the major issue.
Right. There are these famous cases of people who have, multiple gunshots to the head, which is basically impossible. And then the coroner just rules it as a suicide, which is like, dog, we should prosecute the coroner for coming up with that stupid ass determination.
I'm with you 100%. Yeah, man. Everything's crazy right now. I feel like we probably do live in a simulation, but there's a virus in the system. There's a glitch in the matrix. You know?
Well,
Or there's just so much complacency amongst the majority of people.
Well, people say we live in a simulation and all these other things, but I tend to believe that could definitely be true, especially if we were seeded here by extraterrestrials, that they just had this narrative that they wanted. I don't know what it is, to get our glands or to get, to just for entertainment or whatever, but there's certainly corruption. And I mean, I don't know what it is, but it would be like we were playing SimCity, the game, if you're familiar with that, or The Sims or something like that, and we're just living out somebody's life. And we could make it really easy on easy mode, where the girl falls in love with you and you get the best job and nothing ever goes wrong. But that's kind of boring. So we'll shake it up a little bit. But we know at the end of the day that we want the player to win or whatever. But we're going to put them through a bunch of tests, and we're going to really, push them. And that's kind of how humanity is, or it could be. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it very well could be. And thus, we have these corrupt systems that are in place and are just allowed to subside because perhaps this is just the way that some higher power wants it to go. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm saying that is an option. When we've got these fucking UFOs flying over every major city in the world on a nightly basis, who's to say that couldn't be a real a reality?
Yeah. I mean, even if my mind has gone so far as to think, we think of computers in the digital sense, in the silicon sense, you know what I mean? In a non-organic sense, in the majority. When you look at the DNA, when you research the doctor, and I wish I knew his name, he discovered what he believes to be error correction asserts it directly that we were engineered, not random evolution. Right? So the weird thing about the thing science is doing is it's talking about God. I think that the craziest thing that science is doing right now is talking about God and not saying the word God. And I'm not even, you and I have talked about this before, when it comes to the concept of the one, the Most High, the God, I'm on the fence. and I love the idea of just, I have my reservations, but you know, as far as being engineered by possibly say less unethical things, whatever it is, the funding evidence of intelligent design. Who's to say that it isn't some extra-dimensional creature that reaches our lesser world to build what it calls the computer, yet the computer to that kind of civilization looks like our third dimension universe. You know what I mean? The Big Bang was just booting up the system. You know what I mean? So to speak, and using broad terms, not like necessarily, but just analogous. You know, the sort of word you just kind of release. It's like, who knows? Kind of situation.
I mean, my entire life, I have been playing with what is God, and I don't know, maybe like 15 years ago, I I really think at the end of the day, every single person on earth is agnostic because no one really knows. There's no proof of anything one way or another. Um, okay, with that being said, I think everyone has to be agnostic about everything. What I'm saying right now might be a simulation. What, like seeing you might be a simulation, but okay, if we're getting past that, we get to the point, or I feel I kind of
I think that you and I would be actual living creatures or individual AI constructs, however you want to put it, that are actually interacting with each other. I consider myself a real person, and I think you are a real person. So
but that's subjective.
I don't think exactly that's subjective. But I mean, to me, my subjective outlook is that the other subjective instances of people, however you want to put it, that I encounter, for the most part, I think that they are also real and living a life that, yes, requires them to be agnostic in a way, whether they're not. You know what I mean? So I think that, I don't think that you or anyone else that you see me talk to or anyone else I talk to on the internet is a non-playable character that is just there to lead me on my own individual path as the any person doing like because some people when they describe simulation theory, it sounds like they're admitting to sociopathy. And that's what I think. Sometimes, I mean, if I were to say, I think the world's a simulation, and Rabbi, you're not a real person, you're just an AI, here. Like, people who say things like that and actually believe things like that, that is basically the definition of sociopathy. Because if you don't see other people as real individual, living, breathing, worthwhile life creatures, then it doesn't matter what you do to them. And you know what I mean? We've all played GTA. You like that car, you rip the motherfucker out for the driving seat when you hop in your car. So like, you know, simulation theory has a lot of different schools of thought. I'll put it that way. And I was just trying to clarify the particular meaning I put sorry to go on that way there.
You're good. I define God as energy, which that means that the sun is part God, and all the stars are part God, and dogs are part God, and you and I are part God. That's energy. Okay. But then there's something else, which could have been the extraterrestrials that seeded us here. That to me is not God because they can die or they aren't all
Exactly.
omnipotent and all knowing and all that other stuff. And but no one wants to have that conversation. What is that then? Because then you get into, well, you believe in aliens? Fuck yeah, I believe in aliens. I believe in aliens more than I believe in a lot of things on this earth. And
Honestly, I'm with you there.
yeah, so like, but if I had said that 15 years ago, you're a loon. But finally now we're starting to break through. I mean, that's really one of the things that I push is alien disclosure. I don't think that it's such a big deal. These guys who are getting asked about it in Washington D.C. and with the Department of Defense and the the White House press secretary, we're like so very close. Like we're asking the right questions. It just takes somebody to be like, yeah, we're probably seated here, and that's a lot to take in. And that doesn't mean that necessarily. Uh, fuck. My robot isn't working the way I want. Um,
No worries. You can do that. It was a good conversation and one that you and I touched on many times
absolutely.
before, and I do not believe it'll be the last time. So today,
No, you're good. Yeah, it's an important conversation that people don't want to have, but
I mean, it comes down to philosophy, and I'll tell you what, I've gone down the philosophical rabbit hole so many times. I can read philosophy, when you read these philosophical books, you know, a deep thinker can write an entire treatise on their outlook on the world, and at the end of it, it usually, has the conclusion of, so basically, that's what I think the universe is all about. And I understand I didn't explain absolutely everything, but there are some things that I might have to just throw my hands up and say, it must have been God. And like, so a lot of people who are anti-philosophy, pure philosophy, pure philosophers, I always try to encourage them to do some investigation because these people who do their best to rationalize the irrational. That is inherently a fool's errand or a noble one. Another philosopher, who knows? But but it, but because none of us can ever obtain pure certainty, certainty is not the outcome of philosophy. Um, Philosophy has the purpose of improving, elevating the dialogue that forms society. And so most philosophers at some point have to bring it back to the main audience and say, ultimately, it was probably God. I mean, because how else could I prove it except to say the unknown and most high? Thanks for reading my book.
right, it's an easy way to tie things at the end.
It's the great way to tie things at the end, and it shows enough humility to stop at the right place. It ultimately becomes. I use this term a lot, but I know you always get it, and I always get it. But it always feels like stanza. Like, remember me now.
I know exactly what that's from. I don't. How is it like Costanza?
So the reason why so it was also like he said it. There's the episode where he wants this particular woman to remember him.
Right, I know that episode very well. It's the fur hat episode.
Is it also the fur hat? So, dude, I have it so like the storyline is just so individual in my head. I sometimes don't know if Which ones were in the same?
Yeah, I know. So it's Kenny Rogers Roasters, if I recall. So yes, I just watched it, and I haven't watched them recently. But yeah. So what he does is he tries to leave his keys at the woman's house, and she's like, "George, you forgot your keys." And then
he steals her clock as well, right?
Yeah,
he steals her
that-
clock as well.
yeah, that's
Okay,
later on.
Then it is the same episode.
Let me check on that. Let me check on that. In what Seinfeld episode does George Costanza say his name Costanza to a woman he's seeing in order to for her to remember him? It is the By Menon commercial jingle.
Yeah, exactly.
What
Exactly,
episode is
because
this?
the Feynman is so catchy that he uses the Feynman tune with his own name. So Feynman Costanza, he did that so that he was hoping it would stick in her head, just like Feynman was stuck in his head, and that she couldn't stop thinking it. He was trying to like psychologically get the girl to remember him. And she calls him back and she's just like, George, I can't get you out of my mind. I don't know what it is. It's just constant Costanza.
I'm mistaken. It is not the Kenny Rogers. It's the Raincoats. So according to ChatGPT, I'll take it. They run together for me as well. So he was trying to get the girl in the Kenny Rogers Roasters to. He wanted a reason to come back, which was was different than the episode of the Raincoats where he wanted her to remember him. But yes, he's just trying to make a lasting impression.
George came up with some very interesting tactics.
I'm in agreement with you on that. Well, I mean, it's really just Larry David and what he's done in the past. Yeah, definitely. So the reason why I keep running into an issue with this, it's not a big issue, but it's quite interesting. Okay, so let me just explain. So sometimes I use a VPN in the United States and sometimes it's in Europe or whatever. The way that Twitch shows their sign up page differs on what country you're in. So, when I'm like having it click in the right spots, well, if you're in the EU, they have all these privacy things that come up. So I have to customize it basically so that it works for all countries. And, but once we get that, we're made in the shade.
Terrifying. Yeah. Well, look at the history of that part of the world. Yeah. You know, I mean, you have to be a hard person to fucking survive. Right. Yeah. You know? Yeah. Am I supposed to just keep holding the cigar? You guys put it down. No, you put it down every now and then. So I just put it down. And now sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, all right. Dice's cigarettes in there, so don't take the cigarettes out. Take the fucking ashtray. Oh, sorry. I don't know what to do. This is fun though. Why do you want to keep Dice's cigarettes? Because they're Dice's. No! He doesn't smoke them. He just takes them out. He holds on to them and he puts them in the ashtray. And he pulls another one out. He holds on to it. Yeah. He went smoking again for a while. He started smoking again, but then he stopped again. You know. Yeah. Gotta be careful of my health. Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about a great father and stuff like that? That's Dice. Dice. Yes. Dice is all about his kids. Very dedicated. His kids play the band. They play like at his shows. His son is fucking amazing on the drums. Yeah. Yeah. He's a great guy. Yeah. Dice is another misunderstood guy. Legitimate good dude. And also a legitimate artist. Like his performance art, the weird stuff that he does in New York City for no money, for no people. Do you want the picture? Yeah, there's so few people are even watching those clips, and we haven't brought them up. Like, I don't know how many views they would even have. And he's not promoting it. He's not trying to go on podcasts. He doesn't even tell you about them. You have to find them. Yeah. And if you're on a podcast, he's like, you gotta see this thing I'm doing. Right? But then
No. Oh, the big shot. He's a real artist, man. Yeah, he's the best. Like, wait, give me some. Give me some. Okay.
Have you been keeping up with the drone flying saucer thing? Alright. Have you been seeing like the spaceships? Did you see any of the flying saucers that they've been talking about?
You would never imagine that guy sold out Madison Square Garden.
That's what I was just thinking.
Multiple
Yeah.
times. Nassau Coliseum. He was the fucking man.
At one point, he was like the only comedian people knew about.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the only casuals.
Yeah.
What is also great about that is, obviously I'm signed both comics in New York, so we see him a lot. He's one of the most giving guys to the younger guys.
Oh, yeah.
When he comes into the clubs, he won't tell you about his feats at Madison Square Garden and all that to tell you like how good he is. He'll say, here's where I was, here's where I am now. So this comedy game is like a roller coaster, and I'm living proof. And just stay in the game. That's he always tells me. Just stay in the game because you just don't know. Do not quit.
No, he's great.
He's great. How old is that? 60s? I guess.
Yeah, he gave me advice to go on the road when I was just hanging out at the store when I was in my 20s. I met guys I couldn't believe I was 80. You know what I mean? It was like one of those things. Like,
Living like a pimp, how are you, Zoo?
You see a guy like when I was 19 years old, me and this girl.
Okay, very well.
Listening to his cassette in my car in front of my house. I'll never forget it. We're crying in front of my house. So for me, that was Dice. Dice was this guy where like I'd see him on HBO. Like, this is crazy. HBO. Like, this is so funny. So now, like,
What's going on, Slut? How are things in your neck of the woods?
Docs video Facebook.
What'd you say?
Cass didn't say it on video chat. Yeah. That's actually kind of what I expected to do, but
You'd never seen him before?
really, you haven't seen him before? Nah.
No shit. That's what you expected him to look like when his avatar looks just like him?
Well, I was actually about to say, El Reiser made me that PFP, and he did not even see me when he had made that. So he sends me these icons, and I'm just like, oh wow, when the fuck did I fucking come up in front of El? I've been using this for what?
6 months?
A year now, this, maybe, over 6 months at least. I've been using this. And it's hilarious. It's like, I'm always wearing this cowboy bebop fucking, this cowboy bebop crop that I wear like a bandana. I have like 6 of them. Because that cowboy bebop, first of all, you don't start sweating. Look, it's like a Virginia.
Cowboy Babe. Cowboy Bebop's a good anime.
It's my favorite. It cracked me up.
I didn't grow up in that era. I was more Dragon Ball Z.
Oh yeah, no, Dragon Ball Z got me started. It was actually Dragon Ball. When I was a kid,
Dragon Ball.
I was young. I don't know how old is he? I'm 39.
Yeah.
Okay, so about I was probably 6 or 7 or 8 or something. I don't know. So it was like in the early 90s, and it was Southern California called Zone and Telemundo and Univision, so the 2 Spanish Mexican channels, right? Back then TV at night, like girls like Cody come on and I'd be like, this is a girls' show.
When we had Dragon Ball Z when I was a kid, like that was on Cheese TV in Australia, just like the morning TV series. Then it got changed to Toaster TV later on. And that was like a big thing, Cheese TV. It was a bunch of like 18, 19-year-olds hosting this like children's show where they played like Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon, Transformers, and then they SpongeBob, and then they moved it to Toaster TV, which wasn't as good, but like the Cheese TV was like that was when I was like 5, 6. Like I remember when 9/11 happened, and everyone was like, "Fuck, why don't Cheese TV this morning?" Because 9/11 happened. Because every news channel had every TV channel was playing the emergency news broadcast of 9/11. There was no Cheese TV on that morning. Briefly remember that.
It really shocks me that like that was an American thing. And for some reason, it's on the media in Australia. Like, fuck, honestly.
No.
I mean, I get it. Global events are important to know, so you understand the global scale of things.
Look, if someone flew a plane into the Sydney Harbour Bridge, it would be all over the news in every country in the world.
Yeah, that is true too. It is true. It is true. I mean, did you know there were 2 terrorist attacks in America yesterday or the day before? Did we talk about those?
You talking about the Trump, Cybertruck,